huge round of applause as I welcome on stage social media darling, nutritionist to not just the stars, but the common everyday Indian man and woman. Give it up for Rujita Devekar. Ladies and gentlemen, we were wondering who would be joining Rujita Devekar up here on stage for a fireside chat. But for most of us in Chennai, when we think of common sense, when we think of eating right, when we think of making the right lifestyle choices, we think of one person. Please join me in giving it up for our additional Chief Secretary to the Government, Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, Tirumadi Supriya Sahu, IAS. If you aren't following ma'am already on social media for your daily dose of yoga inspiration and the cutest animal content to begin your day, you might want to pick up your phones and do that right now. Ma'am, but before we get this discussion started, we're hoping that we could release a report and then get this started. For the last few years, for many of us, when we think of organizing zero waste and low carbon events, we've always looked to social media for our guidance, where someone's done that with a wedding in another city, where there's an event planner who's put that together. But finally, for the very first time, we have a guidance manual, something that everyone can refer to, where it's no longer the trend, but it will turn into the standard when it comes to organizing events. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be releasing a guidance manual which will serve as an invaluable resource offering detailed guidance and strategies for event organizers committed to fostering sustainability in their gatherings. Please join me in welcoming on stage from our knowledge partner, Grant Thornton, Bharat LLP. We have Mr. Pankaj Arora, the director, Mr. Suresh Venkateshan, partner, and Ms. Sakshi, consultant. Welcome, requesting your presence on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you were all served pongal with oodles of ghee this morning, but let's work those calories off, put those hands together. Let's start by showing some appreciation to our guests on stage. Thank you to our partners. Thank you so very much. Ma'am, over to you for the most awaited session of today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Really an honor that Rujita has agreed to be with us here for a brief while. And I truly appreciate that she took time and traveled all the way to talk to us about eating local and how do we reduce carbon footprints by doing so. Also, how do we support local communities? And that's what we have been discussing yesterday, the entire day. There is a kind of a bio that I have, but I'm not going to read it because I think we all know about her passion and her dedication and her commitment to the traditional, eco-friendly, local Indian practices, which have gone global. However, the most important thing about her, which I like, is that she always backs her talk with nutrition and science. And that's all we want. It is not based on just some anecdotes, but her entire conversation, her entire, the passion is based on pure science and nutrition. So really, without wasting much of a time, on your behalf, once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a very warm welcome. And over to you, Rujita.
Thank you very much. I often think that in India, one of the biggest, blessings that we have is that everywhere you go, you have access to good, nutritious food and one food is just so different from another food. I'm just coming from Rishikesh, and out there the breakfast would be gehat paratha or like a dal paratha, and then here I get to eat a idli and a medu vada in the morning. So I think it's a wonderful thing to be eating local diverse food, and it's really nice to see all of you here together for the climate summit. Ma'am, I think what you do in terms of your leadership, I follow you on social media, is phenomenal, because we need people like ma'am in leadership positions so that we are all really ushering ourselves into an era where the climate doesn't cost us our life and limb, really, because we are going to be living in an era of climate change. Our children especially are going to be living in an era of climate change, and if all of us go for the exact same thing, whether it is glass facade buildings, whether it is an avocado toast, or whether it is simply, I think, an almond smoothie, then I think we will just get to our own destruction faster than what we are meant to. So thank you very much for having me here. Saying anything on this platform is like preaching to the converted in many ways. So I thought we could just have like an informal chat and we'll take it up from here. But I wanted to ask you, what did you eat this morning?
Okay, honestly, I had a little aloo paratha with
very
some
nice.
curd.
Nice. And what about last night?
I think last night it was very late, so I just had, by the time I reached home, it was 10, and I just had a fruit, a banana.
Oh, very nice. I often think it's amazing that we've had these traditional practices, especially in South India, to a lot of times to complete a meal with a banana. And it's only now that nutrition science is kind of discovering that banana is prebiotic, so it is actually good for keeping the societies of healthy bacteria in your gut very healthy. And a lot of times I feel, because when you were talking about science, that many times we miss out on food wisdom because we are waiting for it to be spoken in English to kind of accept it, but otherwise the practice of eating a banana or eating on a banana leaf has always existed within our communities, and I think that is as net zero that one can hope for. And it is not just good for the environment or the earth, but it's also good for the entire ecosystem that resides within our bodies. And I think it's high time that we kind of go back to those practices, because today, as we remove ourselves from those practices, things like IBS, acidity, bloating, constipation are just getting so much more common. And then the only time that we actually eat something that is prebiotic or probiotic or postbiotic is if it comes with a hashtag, and not if it's just coming from our homes and kitchens.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask you, and I think we had this conversation before we got onto the stage, is that there is a revival in millets.
Yes.
And there is, a millet mission that's going on in the country. In fact, Tamil Nadu has also launched its millet mission. What do you think about this entire revival? Do you think it is getting a bit elitist? How do we make sure that millets, which have been our traditional food, it becomes a part of our daily life? Right now, we don't see it happening. What do you think we should be doing to make it mainstream?
I think one of the things, first of all, I think Millet Mission is wonderful because they've actually managed to get more land under cultivation for millets, and millets are climate resilient, they are drought resilient, resistant, so it's a wonderful crop to have. It is something that our children can eat in the future. It is something that we have all grown up eating. But unfortunately, somewhere down the line, millets became the poor man's food, and rice and wheat became like the rich man's food. And now, with this whole revival of sorts, there is always this danger that, it may get misused and it will go from the poor man's plate onto the rich man's plate, and the poor man will still be low on not just nutritious calories, but also on folic acid, iron, calcium, and stuff. So we will continue to have a malnourished population. I think one of the things that needs to happen is that the way we teach nutrition science in schools has to change. We must be studying nutrition also from the point of view of culture, climate, and cuisine, because this is something that we just don't study at all. We only study it from the point of view of carbohydrate, protein, and fat. And the minute we have such a narrow view about food, it is always very, very easy to, to just turn into a customer for the food industry versus really eating according to climate, cuisine, and culture, because that is not just commonsensical but also healthy for our people and for our planet. What can we do to revive millets? I think we need to reach out and learn from our grandmothers, I think that is something that we have not been doing. We have kind of begun to think that we can stay healthy without needing to spend time and effort in our kitchens. And once we remove ourselves from this misconception, because we will need to spend time in our kitchens and we will need to have efforts in the kitchen so that we are healthy, our families are healthy, I think that's when the big change will come about. Even with millets, we need to know their local names, so we should know them in our local language. We must know that red finger millet is ragi or nachni or whatever that it is called. Here we must know that pearl millet is bajra. We must know that sorghum is jawar. We must know that kuttu is kuttu and not barnyard millet, because otherwise we are just kind of paying a lot more to people who are actually not needing that kind of money or patronage from us. The people who need patronage from us are really the farmers and the grandmothers and the keepers of the tradition of growing millets and cooking millets all the way from a shrad to shadi, because that is exactly how even rice is eaten. Rice is one of the first foods that gets introduced to every Indian kid at the age of 6 months. And then even after death, I think in shrad and stuff, there is pindadan, which is of rice. Similarly, millets is something which can be introduced to children as little as 2 years old. Ragi especially is used in, as one of the first foods that is introduced to children because it is just so light on the stomach. Ragi also turns into a dosa. So I think the revival should happen in a way where it is not removing rice, where it's not removing even wheat from a regular diet, but it just reintroduces millets. There is Rajgira also, which I think kids used to often eat a Rajgira laddu or a chikki when they would come back from school just about 20 or 30 years ago, but you don't kind of see that happening now. And the minute a millet is called anything like a bar, a millet bar, a millet ball, a millet pancake, a millet bread, I think that's when we should kind of start thinking, or a millet smoothie, that it is probably not entirely as clean or sattvic as they're making it out to be, and that it is more profits than people and planet. So I think we need to really go back to supporting millets from the profit and, from the planet and people point of view, which would mean, changing the way we study food in schools, which would also mean spending more time and efforts in the kitchen, which will also mean more gender neutral kitchens, because otherwise, we will not land up spending the time and effort in the kitchen if it's just one gender working in the kitchen and men not contributing in the kitchen at all. So whether it is gender, whether it is education, whether it is language, we need all of these things for better health, and I think also for better climate, because even climate conversations are not without gender, not without awareness, not without language. So it's the same thing with health too. It's two sides of the same coin, really.
I think it's right time that we get some responses from the audience, and it will be nice if anybody has a question to ask to Rujuta. If I can see the hands, the mic can reach you. Okay, Praveen, that side please.
Thank you. Thank you for the great speech. So, I mean, since we are talking about going local, I recently came across this video by someone named Krish Ashok. I'm sure you must be familiar with the person. And one of the things that I learned from the video is when we are going local, the kind of food that we eat, depending on which part of the country we come from, can be identified through the food that we eat in rituals that are made for ancestors, basically. And this was a very interesting thing to know, because if you look at a typical plate, maybe across India, you have potatoes, you have carrots, you have beans, you have radishes, which are all mostly non-native and have a huge supply chain built around this. And to the point that we actually, you don't have an entire awareness of what was local to what are, as you rightly said, what our grandparents or great-grandparents ate. So then going local also becomes the questions of how do we then look at these supply chains and figure out how can we promote more food that were grown locally. That starts with awareness first. Right? So how do you then contextualize going local in terms of the supply chains that exist today, which promote these big, your potatoes and carrots and other primarily non-native fruits and vegetables that have been grown here.
I think, again, it kind of goes back to education. All of us, unfortunately, learned that it is carrots which have vitamin A. We don't, our school syllabus doesn't talk about pumpkins being a source of vitamin A. It doesn't talk about pulses being a source of vitamin A. So one of the things is education. I think once we have climate, culture, cuisine within the whole food, food and nutrition syllabuses, that shift will happen. The other shift also needs to happen in terms of our local markets, which is where I feel policymakers play a huge role, that we still have native and hyper-local produce in the market, but you only see it in areas and neighborhoods which are poor, or you see it in markets which are not very clean and hygienic, and all the, and you see the peas and the carrots and the potatoes along with the kale and the quinoa and the avocados and the asparagus, which is like in clean, air-conditioned malls with shelves that say what it is and maybe even highlight the nutrients. So going back to local markets needs to happen, and maybe a revival of sorts of having local markets in, in rich neighborhoods and affluent neighborhoods tends to, I would think, needs to happen. And even communities can be of huge support here. I do know that communities, there is community leadership within climate change. So similarly, there can be community leadership within food and health as well. Not very long ago, people would bring carts to societies and communities and sell native local produce. We still have that facility, though it is kind of dying out. We still have that. They even call out and sing what they have in a very local vernacular manner, which is something that people rejoice and miss when they leave India and settle abroad. Then it's simply sometimes a matter of choice to patronize this one person versus continuing to buy in these hypermarkets and stuff, because sometimes it is just availability bias. If you keep going to places which don't keep local produce, you keep buying what you see, because you're just not going to places which continue to have the local and hyper-local produce.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Vivek, I can see your hand.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. As a person who's been consuming millets for quite a few years now, by experience, I feel it's like very filling, and also you, with the small quantity, and you feel sort of very, you don't feel bloated. I think that's something that I've really experienced. I have a couple of comments or rather questions also. I think when you talk about millet consumption being a common man's, part of a common man's diet, I think it's a demand-supply thing that we're still playing out. So I think we still see, like you said, we see millets in organic stores, we see them in big malls, and they're not exactly affordable for a lot of people even now. So I think that's one thing that should probably get better with due course of time with the millet mission and all of. And second thing I also wanted to kind of point out here is I think millets will also reach the common man when you maybe bring a shift in how the PDS system works. We still do have, like, polished rice, different kinds of rice which is processed, which is being distributed in the PDS system. Maybe there's a point when millets can also sort of integrate into the PDS, and that's how common man will also start experiencing the nutrition benefits of millets in general. So just that much.
I think Niti Aayog is already working on getting millets in PDS, so it's only a matter of time till that happens. But as far as all of us having gas and bloating post millets, that experience happens because what happens is that our food choices are becoming more and more hashtag driven. So now that millets are the big thing, and millets are something which will regulate blood sugars, and millets are something which are rich in fiber, and millets are something which are also prebiotic and something, vitamin B enriched and stuff, we tend to eat them. But what we forget is that Indian kitchens have always eaten millets in a certain combination. Just like when you have a forest is supposed to be healthy, not just when it has one kind of tree, many of just one kind of trees, but a diversity of different trees, a diversity of different animals, organisms, birds, and also different age groups of these, So similarly, when it comes to millet consumption, I think when we forget that millets are eaten in a certain combination, so millets are often eaten either with peanuts, peanut chutney, or they're eaten with ghee, or they are cooked in white butter, or they could be eaten with milk, or they are eaten with certain vegetables. When we leave out the time-tested combinations of millets, or something as small as bajra. Bajra is a winter millet. So the tradition is to finish that bajra roti with jaggery and ghee. When we leave out these kind of nuances, but just consume the millets, that's when it doesn't really sit in our system properly, gives us indigestion and bloating. And it's giving us indigestion and bloating because yes, millets were very healthy and nutritious for you while they were on your plate, but by the time you consumed it, because you didn't have it in the combination that you were meant to have it in, you are unable to unlock those nutrients, and the assimilation of nutrients or the cellular uptake kind of is poor, and which is why there is indigestion. So even when we consume millets, we need to go back to consuming them in time-tested manner and not be like, oh, I'm off jaggery, oh, I'm off ghee, oh, I'm off dairy. Because if we are going to be off these things which actually make millets and the nutrition that millets has to give us, if it makes those nutrients easily assimilable in our body, but we are going off those combinations, then I think it becomes difficult for us to then just eat millets and go about with our lives. Then we will eat it only for 1 year till the time that we are celebrating the year of millets, and then we have to move on to the next thing. So if that shouldn't happen, then we need to adopt it in the time-tested combinations.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that the time that when we introduced in our balwadis, anganwadis, and in our noon meal program, we removed, we introduced some polished rice, and then we kind of removed all the native food. The problem started from there. But I'm aware that there is a thinking in the government in Tamil Nadu where there is a plan that, we should bring back millets in these kind of systems, the noon meal program where lakhs of children are eating. Again, as you said, that we need to be very careful about how do we actually reintroduce it and how do we manage it, and proper training and guidance has to be there. Anyone else? I think we have time. I can see many hands, but I think we can take maybe just 2 quick questions. We already have officers come for the next session, so maybe Pankaj, would you like to go first? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Vivek, for covering that up. I had the same thought. Just one more thing. I think in the food preparation, we have also seen with the... Yeah. Am I audible? So one more thing that we have observed and we actually wanted to include in the guidance manual is the pre-step, which is the food preparation. With the new quality regime coming in, and now appearances of your food is also playing a big role. So a lot of actually good quality food products, but just because of the appearances, those are actually thrown out in terms of the quality, the kind of apples we have, if it is not fitting a certain kind of parameter, and then exactly good, and it gets wasted. So any sort of, and I've seen that a lot of dietitians, a lot of practitioners are actually trying to educate everyone that if the food is good, appearance do not matter. So something on those lines, if you can.
Well, I think, visual appearance has always been important. And, when it comes to fresh food and fresh fruit, the reason why it's so nutritious is because every fruit on the tree actually looks different, So if it is a good tree, if it's a healthy tree, then every flower is going to look different. Every fruit is going to look different. I think it's only on those lines I forget what they're called, the one that you use in an industry. So only if it's coming from an industry will every product look the exact same. A natural product will always look different. It's the same even with saris. It's the same even with like a handkerchief. If you made it with a, if it was handloom, that everything would look different. Having said that, if you do find a banana or an apple which is not looking particularly appealing to your eyes, or something which has gone maybe a little overripe, then even for that, in our kitchens, we have had recipes of turning them into either jams or pickles or chutneys and spreads. And we have always used everything, even if it's just a banana, if it's just a fruit, if it's just a seed, if it's just rice, at all stages. And that wisdom is important. I think just like the way you have documented or you've released this report about what can we do to have, net zero events, I think we also need to have maybe a document of what is it that we should be doing in our kitchens so that there is no wastage, because this wisdom is known to us, but maybe now we just need to position it in a certain way and use certain language so that it reaches out to people and it can benefit them. None of us used to ever throw anything at all. Everything at all stages is always used. So if it's not looking particularly appealing to your eyes, turn it into a chutney or a jam or a pickle, and know that if it's natural, one will look different from the other. It's like human beings. As long as real human beings are meeting, I think we're all going to look different from each other. That is also something that I keep talking about, because I work in the field of health and fitness, that we are all not going to look the same. Everyone's not going to look skinny with a six-pack and a taut jawline, and all of us are also going to look different at every stage of our life, when we are 20, when we are 40, when we are 60. And it's a natural thing, something that one must celebrate. So I think, yeah, that's my view about food too.
Yeah, absolutely well said. And yeah, I think, can I ask you? Yeah, please. Can you just reach the mic there, please? I think, Ananya.
Thank you, ma'am, and very welcome to you because you're here in Chennai.
Thank you.
So a quick question, and it has two parts. One is, in our culture all over India, there is a lot of fasting that we do. Is it related to better nutrition after the fasting? What is the process? And the second part is, I think, related to climate change. There's a lot of new, because due to the climate change, there's change in the pattern of rainfall. And that's why the cropping pattern is changing. So people are talking of millets, but millets are most in the drought-prone areas. Whereas all of these coastal areas, I come from Bengal, here in Chennai, we are all based, our food is based on rice. So I think there is a requirement of tapping into what ma'am was talking about yesterday, the seed bank, and look into the indigenous type of crops, which are more, goes in terms with the local context, and of course the local food. So what is your take on that? Thank you.
Your first question is on fasting, and if you look at the Indian method of fasting, then what Indian method of fasting would do, because mostly it would be women who would fast, is that it would make nutritious food available to them on those days, because on fasting days is where you don't eat anything like your regular food, but you eat more of nuts, you eat more of milk and milk products, you eat more of millets also, like whether it is rajgira, whether it is kuttu, that you would have, or the kodo millet, which you would otherwise or typically not eat in your daily life. So I think fasting was a good way, and you would also eat more fresh fruit. So fasting was a good way of reintroducing diversity into our diets. It was a good way of getting women who would otherwise be a vulnerable group, not really having access to very nutritious food, to get them to eat these kind of foods, whether it is nuts, milk products, fresh fruit, and certain millets. So yes, it did help them with their nutrition, especially with their micronutrient intake. Because even the vegetables that they would eat during fasting would be all of the root vegetables, like the arbi and the suran and the sweet potato, which you would typically not eat. And now what nutrition science tells us is that when there is diversity in your diet, when you're eating these kind of foods, your micronutrient uptake is better. So you actually have better folic acid levels, you actually have better hemoglobin levels. So the typical problems that women face around menopause, whether it is loss of hair, whether it is pigmentation of skin, like these kind of interventions would dent those symptoms, So I think that's one benefit of fasting, the diversity that it would add to one's diet. And when it comes to seed banks, I think yes, 100% you should be having seed banks, because that's the heritage that we need to leave behind for our children. I think our children are not going to be in need of money as much as they're going to be in need of food. So leaving behind seed banks and really which hold all of the nutrients is going to be extremely important. I come from Mumbai or Maharashtra, so we are also a rice eating community. I myself eat at least 3 or 4 different kinds of rice. On our ancestral farm, we grow at least 4 different types of rice. We turn one rice into poha, we turn other rice into a khichdi, we eat the third kind of rice with varan bhat. We've been lucky that we have continued to grow our food and eat in these time-tested manners, but I think this is easy for almost all of us to access. That is also what we try to do through our project, through our farming project, introduce city kids to, to farming practices, and also to these combinations of what kind of rice goes best with dal, what rice goes best with dahi, what rice should just get converted to poha. But the millets, other than being drought resistant, millets would also grow on land where nothing else grows, and those lands exist everywhere, including the coastal regions. So on land where nothing grows at all, which is just like very, very rocky, you can still grow millets. In fact, in Maharashtra, when we were doing this whole millet revival program, I was even telling the officers there that in our cities, instead of just having traffic islands with non-native species, maybe we can just grow a few millets even there, you know, because they look very beautiful when they're ready to harvest. And then you can just leave them there without any kind of tending to. You don't even need so much water and stuff, because otherwise city gardens take up a whole lot of water. So yeah, I think both seed banks and fasting are good ideas.
I think we need to close, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it was a very short session, but we hope to get Rujuta with us continuously in our journey on climate change. And I take this opportunity on your behalf to thank her immensely for coming all the way and talking to us.
Thank you very much.
We are very grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
May I please invite the Additional Chief Secretary to felicitate Srimati Rujuta Divekar. And Mr. Pankaj Arora, I think you brought up food waste, right? And that actually reminded me of two great business ideas that happen in the US. And I think they're called Imperfect Foods and Misfits Market, where they literally market so-called ugly vegetables into affordable subscription boxes so more people can access nutritious food. And I'm not sure someone's doing that in India just yet, and maybe that's a startup idea for Tamil Nadu again. Can I please invite the team to set up for our next panel on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a truly exciting way to begin day 2 of our summit. I think some incredible takeaways and great ideas. More importantly, a lot of us are going to be reflecting on our life choices, our nutrition choices. And here's hoping the city will also rethink their landscaping choices now that we've gotten more suggestions. We might start seeing millet circles crop up in Chennai as well. That will be lovely. Our next session is on accelerating renewable and clean energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our chair for our next session, Governing Council member for the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Mr. Eric Solheim. Sir, welcome, requesting your presence on stage, joined by the Chairman and Managing Director of Tanjit Co., Thiru Rajesh Lakani, IAS, as well as the Country Manager for India Green Hydrogen Organization GH2, Mr. Nishant Balashanmugam. Welcome. Thank you for joining us again. We will begin with the release of a report on the baseline study on reducing emissions from mass transport. May I request Mr. Eric Solheim to please do the honors of releasing the report? Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you The baseline study on reducing emissions from mass transport. Thank you, gentlemen. May I now invite Thiru Rajesh Lakhani, IAS, to please release the study on sustainable habitat, energy-saving measures in building to reduce the impact of climate change. So if you'll do us the honors, please. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And before we begin our discussion, may I please welcome on stage the Additional Chief Secretary to the Government, Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, along with the Deputy Secretary General for ICLE Global and Executive Director ICLE South Asia, Thiru Emani Kumar, to exchange the letter of intent. Sir, ma'am, if we can request your presence on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a letter of intent for them to work together on the Chennai Biodiversity Index and the Tamil Nadu State Cooling Action Plan. We truly look forward to this partnership in working with ICLE on the Chennai Biodiversity Index and the Tamil Nadu State Cooling Action Plan. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Eric Solheim, over to you, sir.
Good morning, Tamil Nadu. This is really an exciting event. So much energy in the room, so many great experiences from different parts of this wonderful state. And now in this panel, we will focus on one, maybe the most important of all aspects of environment and climate change, which is energy. But before we come to the wonderful developments in Tamil Nadu, let me make a few exciting examples of what's happening outside Tamil Nadu, which can also inspire us. These are examples I've seen myself in the last few weeks. In Gujarat, sorry, because there is some competition between Tamil Nadu and Gujarat, but in Gujarat, Adani Group is now building the largest solar and wind facility in the world. Not the largest in India, the largest in the world. And just to explain how much energy it is, it's as much energy as the combined hydropower production of my nation, Norway. And look, Norway is not very big, but we are very rich and very cold, so we consume a lot of energy. This plant is as much as that. In Omkareshwar, in Madhya Pradesh, they are now constructing what will be the biggest floating solar, again, not in Bharat, in the world. And that's as much as 4 times the most controversial hydroelectrical plant in my nation, Norway. And right after the opening of Ram Mandir, Prime Minister Modi launched a fantastic scheme, 1 crore, 10 million rooftop solars in India, and a very innovative way of doing it, where basically the owner of the roof do not take the risk, the utility company or the bank or the state take the risk. So these are fantastic developments, and of course Tamil Nadu can tap into a number of them. Just also to say, outside India, please keep your eyes on China. What's happening there now is absolutely unbelievable. China last year invested as much in renewable energy as the gross domestic product of Turkey. Well, Turkey is 90 million people in a middle-income country, so this is not small numbers, these are enormous numbers. China last year produced a lot more solar energy in 1 year than the second biggest nation in the world on solar, which is the United States, has done in the entire history of the United States. So China is moving extremely fast on renewables. But for sure, in the next few years, India will be the second major renewable power under the sun, and Tamil Nadu will play a very important role in that development. And that's what we will discuss here today. So I will then now challenge Mr. Rajesh Lakhani, who's the chairman and managing director of Tangetco. I know that you are already done a lot of great work with the grid and different other energy and developments in Tamil Nadu, but you are now on the exciting new journey, setting up a new company. And I suggest we start with you explaining what you're up to and how you see the prospects of this.
Just to basically orient people, I have a small video to find out what exactly is Tamil Nadu stance on renewable thing. Then I'll make some 2 slides and 4 points. That's what I just want to make it so that people know, because I want everyone to go away from this hall with a message that what exactly is happening and what is our future, instead of talking about too many numbers. So please, can you place a video so that you know the basic orientation of where exactly we are?
Tamil Nadu is nature's favorite child. From time immemorial, the state has been a hotspot of biodiversity. With pristine forests, rolling grasslands, gushing waterfalls, and mesmerizing shoreline forests, Tamil Nadu is blessed with incredible biodiversity. It is home to several.
Tamil Nadu has been at the forefront of India's renewable energy transformation, presently firming its third position with 14.2% installed capacity. Tamil Nadu is the only state from Asian countries to feature in the top 10 renewable energy market, holding the 9th position in the world with reference to its installed capacity of renewable energy. Tamil Nadu has long been a dominant leader in wind energy, holding the 2nd position and accounting for 24% of India's installed wind capacity. The state takes pride in having installed India's first solar photovoltaic farm and also encompasses the largest solar photovoltaic installation in a single location, while holding the 4th position in solar energy with 10.1% of the nation's total installed capacity. Tamil Nadu is now reshaping the nation's energy sector by adeptly exploring large-scale hybrid green energy storage models in which pumped storage plants, PSPs, will be used to store green energy during the peak generation seasons and use it during lean periods, thereby ensuring incessant renewable energy supply. Tamil Nadu has established the nation's first pumped storage project of 400 megawatts in Kadamparai and has proposed 15 projects with a total capacity of 14,500 megawatts with an investment of Rs 71,900 crores. Tamil Nadu is now all set to regain its numero uno position in the wind energy sector in the country by leveraging various sector-specific initiatives, including its wind repowering policy with huge investment potential. Further to its advantageous topographical location and infrastructure facilities, Tamil Nadu boasts of the best sites for offshore wind energy generation, especially in Tuticorin and Rameshwaram. With meticulous measures being initiated, the offshore wind energy initiatives are proving to be the game changer in Tamil Nadu. With an unwavering commitment to a sustainable and low-carbon future, the state government is playing the significant role in facilitating the transition of the Indian economy towards clean energy sources, with Tamil Nadu firming its position as the global green energy hub.
this is what the history, that's what we have done, but we are as good as it what we do next. So just because everyone should remember, of course I have presentation, but I'll not bore with you with slide. I just ask you to remember two numbers, 100 and 50. If you go out of this room, please remember these two numbers, 100 and 50, which are very easy to remember. Why 100? Now, and why 50? Now, you must have seen Honorable CM has announced 1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu by 2030. Now, any economy requires energy for it to grow, in the sense. And how? Presently, we require around 1,08,000 million units of energy per annum. We consume, our economy consume. And if we have to become 1 trillion, we'll be consuming around 2,35,000 million units per day. It's 235 billion units in a. And how we are going to power it? Now, our goal is 2030, 100 billion units of additional green energy. That's what I'm saying, remember 100. By 2030, 100 billion units of additional green energy. It requires around 34,000 megawatts of additional solar and wind power capacity, which is in my presentation, which will be circulated. So that is what is our goal by 2030 is that, and which is very ambitious and very ambitious and very aggressive goal, and we are moving forward. That's why I think I never say these numbers, because these numbers are constantly changing. Even as I joined from my office to this office, 100 megawatt of solar has been added to the grid. So today, so I think every day, and 18,500 megawatts are under construction in various stages, all by private sector. So that is what which we are talking about. Now, second thing which I wanted you remember is 50. There are four things I said I'll talk. So second thing, number which everyone of this room I want to remember is 50. What is 50? Presently, whatever is the total energy consumed in the grid, we are 24% green energy. In the sense, for example, I consume 1,08,000 million unit, around 24,000 is green energy. By 2030, it will be 50%. We will be much ahead of any other state in the country. Suppose I consume 2,35,000, which I am assuming will be because of 1 trillion economy. It will be 50% of it will be green energy, and we will be the only state if we achieve that, and we are in the right direction. This is the second thing I want to talk about. Now, are these empty words? Are we doing something towards this? If we talk about it, there are two things which is required for green. Sorry, I'm taking time, but I'll finish it up. That two things which is required. We have to have very focus. I think we are the only state which has recently formed a new green energy company. The green energy company will only promote green energy. So far, green energy was bundled with distribution companies, and distribution companies are a mix of thermal, all kind of energy. Now we want to bring in focus on green energy. A new green energy company has been formed, and it has been registered. And we are just another 2-3 days, we are just doing asset allocation. So it will start running it from this month itself. So new green energy company is one thing. The second thing what we talk about is green energy is so easy to talk that we will generate solar, and the solar gets generated between 8 to 4, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we require energy 24 into 7. Evening you can't switch off lights and they say, okay, I'll not use the light. How do you manage if there's a single source and then 24 into 7? There's something called, there's battery is an option, but battery is not exactly green. In the sense, the other green option is that what we call is pump storage system, which is simply said is water batteries. You pump up water and then bring down water, generate hydro. Now that's what I said, pump storage project. We have find out around 15 gigawatt of pump storage project, and which we have started bidding out in PPP mode. That is what will bring in green manufacturing, green certified green energy to Tamil Nadu. It's not only putting solar capacities which can make the grid green, because solar will make it green between 8 to 4, but we have to make it green between 8 to morning 6 to early morning next day is 24 hours. The third thing I would like to talk about is that we are talking about net zero on what basis? Net zero we understand very loosely. Net zero is what, in daily basis, monthly basis, annual basis, or 6 monthly basis. Now our goal is net zero on daily basis. I should consume only green energy, because I have wind energy for 4 months. I can generate more. I can offset it against some coal energy and other, and say I am net zero on an annual basis. But that doesn't mean that coal is totally going off. If you do net zero on daily basis, and actually that if you go for advanced concept, it's net zero on hourly basis, then only a purely green. So our goal is that, and that's why we are doing all this PSP and combo of solar. And the third, actually I call the angel of green energy is offshore wind, especially for Tamil Nadu. I'm saying offshore wind across world may not be so great, but for Tamil Nadu, because of Sri Lankan landmass, we have got something called tunneling effect, and it's available 24/7 for 8 months. 8 months, if some green energy is available 24/7, I can shut down all my coal plants and survive only on that. So that's a great advantage for us. And last thing I request all of you, that is the third message I'll request all of you, please keep your ACs at 25 degrees Celsius. I always wear these coats and all in all these hotels because they keep ACs at 18 degrees Celsius and we lose a lot of energy. So at least for climate summits, I'll request all the organizers to ensure that hotels should keep the AC at 25 degrees. And I'll request all of you, when you please use AC. I am not going to advocate don't use AC and use natural method. That will reach some time. But if you're using air conditioning, please use at 25 degree, wherever you're using it. You're in office, and or in your home or wherever. That itself will be your contribution to energy saving. And lastly, that is what I think you should become senile. So why I am saying is that because my grandma, if she sees any light burning, she will shout at me and say, hey, why are you not switching off the light? So we should all have that attitude that if any light is burning and we are not using it for any purpose, we should switch it off. Because most of you, when you leave your office, you don't switch off the light. So now we are requesting with, we are not working with head office, we are working with your peons. We have done training campaigns for your office helps. So that when the officer is not there or when person is not there, when light is not required, you should switch off the light. These two small things, if you just keep the AC at 25 degree and switch off your lights, will save me 400 megawatt. That's a huge, which is equivalent to almost one plant consuming 10,000 tons of coal per day. So please see, there are small things also we all can do, which will really do a transition for green energy. It's not only bigger things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for setting out the enormous potential in Tamil Nadu in such an eloquent way, and also giving very practical advice to people as to what they can do. And we'll come back to most of the points you make in the discussion. But before we start, can you tell us in very clear terms what will be the impact of this transformation into a green energy company? How will people see and feel that difference?
In the sense that, I think if you walk around Tamil Nadu, I think a lot of people used to come for tourism, and when they go to southern area, in terms of visual impact, you will see a lot of windmills around. In the sense, if you go to UK or maybe some area, you see a lot of windmills. So if you go south of Madurai, you can only see green. You can't, because you will see solar panels and you see windmills. And if you go inside the sea for fishing after some 7 years down the line, you will also see windmills there. So, and so I think the visual impact wind energy will create, that will affect definitely lives of everyone. One thing which we have done, I think, which again affect everyone. I am asking you, don't invest too much, but please on your rooftop, put 1 kilowatt solar. If I think out of 2.2 lakh domestic consumers in Tamil Nadu, 1.9 crore consumers bi-monthly are consuming less than 300 units. If you put 1 kilowatt solar, that will generate 5 units per day, so around 60 days it will generate 300 units. So your total energy consumed will be generating from solar. So you can say, I'm contributing to a nation. Now you say, where's the money? Now it's not huge. Now there's a subsidy is 30,000 rupees on solar. So it will cost you another 35,000 rupees. And the payback period is 1 year. So I think this energy movement, the solar energy, we have to make it a movement. Everyone should involve. Whatever bit they want to do it, let them do it. And this is what will make it a people's movement, and people will become more and more aware about climate change and other things. And obviously, Pollution Control Board Chairman and Environment Secretary is there, ACS is there, and they are watching our numbers of how polluting we are, our plants and all being monitored. And definitely they will know that the air is becoming more and more purer and purer.
Thank you so much. And then I will go to the other panelist here, which is, of course, Nishbala Shanmugam, who is the big boss of green hydrogen in India. At least he's the country representative of green hydrogen in India. There is a lot of talk on green hydrogen. I hardly attend any conference where green hydrogen is not on the top of the agenda. But sometimes I'm still not sure that we all really understand what green hydrogen is all about. So I suggest you start kind of with the ABC. What is green hydrogen? How is it developed, and how can it help the green transformation?
Thank you very much, Eric. And thank you all for having me here. It's been wonderful listening to everybody yesterday. And I think this morning's session and also Mr. Lakani have given us a lot of practical tips on what we can do in our daily lives. And I don't think I can live up to this. As with green hydrogen, before I begin, I want to know how many of you all don't know what green hydrogen is? How many of you all know what green hydrogen is? Okay, so we have like at least 10% that lifted their hands. And usually, not many people know what green hydrogen is. So green hydrogen is basically hydrogen that's produced from renewable energy through electrolysis or biomass or any of these other forms. But why are we talking about green hydrogen? Because today, green hydrogen is not even 1% of the market. But everyone's talking about it. More than 15 countries have policies on green hydrogen. India announced its national green hydrogen mission last year, aiming for 5 million tons of green hydrogen. But why is this focus on green hydrogen prevalent now, especially when the cost of green hydrogen is 4 times more than the cost of your existing gray hydrogen? So why green hydrogen today is because it's the only solution to 20% of the world's carbon emissions. And if we can scale this and bring the cost of green hydrogen down, then we can start applying green hydrogen into various other sectors and industries. You can even co-fire your thermal coal plants with green hydrogen, which Japan and South Korea are experimenting on with now. So ultimately, green hydrogen is the future, but we are in a very early stage. And this is why we go around to so many of these conferences and you explain what green hydrogen is, but it's so far for the common man. And no, I can't advise you guys to put your green hydrogen plants in your home like you can do for solar rooftop. But I think that's where we need to start, because only when we have a huge percentage of our grid with renewable energy is when green hydrogen should really take off. Until then, we do green hydrogen in only hard-to-abate industries.
And so what's your specific advice, to the Chief Minister or to the government and civil service of Tamil Nadu? What should they do to prepare for the age of green hydrogen?
No, Eric, if you see across all the states in India, Tamil Nadu is one of the most favorable destinations for green hydrogen. And even though we don't have a policy that's out in the state, some of the leading developers in India have told me, Nesh, Tamil Nadu has given us the best circumstances and environment in terms of subsidies for green hydrogen. Tamil Nadu has a lot more advantage as well, because we have abundant renewable energy capacities, and Mr. Lakani also, highlighted the potential in offshore wind, and then the solar pipeline that's there as well. But we also face another similar issue in green hydrogen production, which is round-the-clock power. And Tamil Nadu has a huge pipeline of pumped hydro storage projects, and this can also serve, to optimize electrolyzer efficiencies and produce better green hydrogen. So Tamil Nadu has another big advantage, which is our ports. So all our ports are favorably located to some of the most prominent export destinations for green ammonia and green hydrogen. That's Singapore, South Korea, Japan. So that's another advantage, and I think Tamil Nadu is already working on building the port infrastructure, and there's a cluster being developed in Thoothukudi. What we will have to do more proactively is build the bunkering facilities for ammonia, ensure there's enough support in grid infrastructure for this surge in renewable energy that green hydrogen will be produced, and if the government can also help with subsidizing battery storage or pump storage, that will really attract a lot more investments for green hydrogen into Tamil Nadu.
Very good. Rajesh, I have a very specific question for you, because when I've been traveling around in Tamil Nadu, I've seen a lot of windmills. But some of them are very small because they are from another age. They may have been set up like in the 1990s, I don't know, but they are from another age. most up-to-date in windmills are much bigger, and of course you need much fewer of them. One of the points in your video was the repowering of the wind sector. Of course, there are huge benefits here because the land is already allotted. I mean, a lot of the science have been done, so you don't need to start from scratch. But how will you go about with this process of repowering the wind sector at land? And by extension, how will you really move ahead with the offshore wind between Sri Lanka and India or Tamil Nadu?
Repowering and offshore winds are slightly different sectors.
Absolutely, but both are important.
Yeah, I think that two part of the question, that repowering, basically, if you see why repowering has been, we are the only state, for example, I keep taking credit, but we are the only state which has done repowering. Even though numbers around 250 megawatts, but no other state could do it. Now the problem in repowering, what we are facing is not of anything. Because unlike when we talk about wind and we talk about wind farm, we assume that wind farms are owned by one person. So he can just overnight, they can change all the windmills to a new person. But Tamil Nadu wind farm was another progressive policy where each individual was allowed to own, each individual company was allowed to own windmills, and they were allowed to take power to their industrial units and all. So which we call open access. So each windmill is of different type and different capacity and installed over a different period of time. Now when we do repowering, I think the height goes up. Height goes up, then safety distances also go up. So it impinges on the second mill. So unless as a group people come forward and do repowering, it is not making much sources. So we are resolving those issues. We had done a draft repowering policy and circulated to all the stakeholders. We are more working on their comments. I think very soon we'll definitely come out with something which will be win-win for everyone, and people will definitely come, and we have huge potential there, and now we have almost exhausted that land for best site. So repowering will really bring in more energy. One more thing which we are now adding to repowering is co-locating solar along with windmill, so that the land which is unnecessary, which is not used because of safety distance, can now be used for solar generation. So that will really bring in new capacities. Offshore wind, of course, is, I said because of Sri Lankan landmass, we have an offshore wind advantage, because offshore wind, people talk about PLF is 50%. Across the world, PLF will be 50%. But PLF, we are generating 50% throughout the year, or if you're generating 50% in 6 months. PLF for us is 50%, but the generation is round the clock from June to January end. That is almost 6 months. So it is 24 into 7 powers, and after January to June, there will be almost zero generation. Other places, it is very intermittent. Daily, it will be some 20, it will be variation from 20 to 70%. So that's an advantage for us at offshore wind. But offshore wind requires some more efforts, and I think Government of India's MNRE, Ministry of MNRE is doing a lot of effort, and one bid is already on. So I think we'll make progress in that.
Very good. One question for you, Nish, which both of you had touched upon, and that's the fact that, of course, the sun is not shining every day, at least not at the same amount. It's not shining at night. There is not wind the same amount at all times, so you need battery. So how do you see the prospects for pump storage as a battery for solar and wind, and also as a preparation for green hydrogen? Or do you see other opportunities to establish batteries which can create a stable system?
Well, I think before all of this, what we all need to understand is that India is in a position where we can be energy independent and improve our energy security through all of these natural factors that give us the advantage. India's solar profile through the year is one of the best in the world. We have quite a consistent supply of solar, when it's available, that is, throughout the year, which a lot of European countries don't. Second is wind as well, right? We do have some of the most favorable wind sites. We might not have, the wind speeds that you have in Scotland or anywhere else in the world, but we have an amazing wind profile as well. And now, if you can complement this abundant renewable energy potential with pumped storage and hydropower, for which India has great potential as well, you're looking at a country that will stop importing most of its energy that we are doing now. So going to your question, Eric, there is today several other technologies for battery storage, but nothing is commercial and of scale yet. But I think no, we are, in the next five years to the decade, we will be accelerating the deployment of this and trying to scale it up. But today, the most sustainable battery storage would be pump storage. And of course, BES, which is what is being used right now. And the problem with going net zero, like Mr. Lakoni pointed, is balancing your renewable energy throughout the day and throughout the year, right? So even for green hydrogen, it's a very important factor. And even before the market has taken off, Europe has already announced very strict rules of temporal matching. India spoke about 1 month today, which, if you are really looking at sustainable ways of producing green hydrogen, you should not be looking at 1 month banking and 1 month temporal matching for green energy. And Europe is looking to go to hourly matching of green energy by 2030. So, and I think that's what we need to be looking ahead and try and push further there.
I have one final question for both of you, and then hopefully we can open for a few questions from the floor. But my final question is the following. And I take the bird's perspective, and if you look to the world, there is an enormous difference between those nations who move fast and those who do not move that fast. And even within nations, there are huge differences between states which move fast and states which do not move fast. For example, of course, I mentioned China. China is moving much faster than the United States of America, and these are two huge nations. In Europe, Spain, Denmark are moving much faster than many other nations. And in India, my impression is that Tamil Nadu, Gujarat are states which are moving very fast, while some other states are much slower. And this is all about the policy environment. Natural resources are there everywhere. So what is your recommendation to the government of Tamil Nadu? What are the policies Tamil Nadu should put in place to really move ahead of the curve, to be the leader in Bharat or India or the world? What are your policy recommendations to drive the renewable revolution fast and stable?
Yeah, I'll just mention 2 things and then come to your question. One is, I think, one more thing, because a lot of people are here and a lot of college students. I just like to thank, I think, this department, and because they have funded one very innovative project for us, Shakti Foundations through, and what with C-STEP. What is this project is that you just go to our website, maybe another 1 week or 10 days, one area in Chennai city will be online. You just type your service number, electricity service number. It will basically tell you what is your rooftop area and how much solar you can put it. It's actually innovative. You don't have to ask anyone. It's C-STEP and Shakti, they are developing a tool, they have done the city drone mapping. And just by putting your service number on laptop or any internet thing, you can find out how much solar you can install. So that is what I'm talking about. It's a policy. Making it accessible and easier for people to adopt those things is what has to be done. Now, second thing, what perhaps we have to really drive very aggressively is energy efficiency. Now, energy efficiency we have been driving, but energy efficiency has huge saving potential. One more number I like people to remember. At the end, you give me 1 second, so I'll repeat what numbers they should remember, and those are very simple. One more number is remember 5. Any equipment you want, buy 5-star equipment. If you buy 5-star, your extra cost of not buying 5-star get recovered within 1 year. Especially if AC and fans. If you don't buy 5-star, you buy 2-star or 3-star, you extra expenditure on electricity bill you incur. Of course, it's a wastage of energy. In terms of economics of it, it gets recovered within 1 year. Especially I have done calculation with, I don't want to name it in this best brand and the cost of 5-star and 2-star. I have done the economics. The total payback period is 1 year if you're using AC for 4 to 5 years in a day. So that's why another number people we have to remember is energy efficiency. Please don't buy equipment which is not 5-star rated. And that is policy area, energy efficiency of electrical equipment. We have to really now become very aggressive and really push it very hard. These are the 2 areas. Solar energy, renewable energy, making it accessible, which, Honorable Prime Minister has launched 1 crore solar rooftops. So that is one giant step towards that. And second thing, energy efficiency, making it a people's movement and really driving it very hard are the two areas in which really we have to be slightly more aggressive in future.
Thanks. Nishant, what's your policy advice? What should Tamil Nadu do to really move even faster?
No, I'll love to just resonate with Mr. Lakani's comments. I think what's more important is there are a lot of policy measures that have been taken. You've been promoting the, Solar Bijli Yojana scheme. And it was surprising, we were sitting in an office at an NGO that was promoting solar and they weren't aware of the scheme. And this scheme gives you subsidies of up to 30,000 all the way to 78,000 rupees. And there's this lack of understanding of policies that are already existent. And I think that's where we need to begin, right? There's enough efforts taken on state levels, on the national level, and I think each one of us have to do much to promote this and spread this information. Otherwise, with policy, there's a lot of deliberations, there's more technical stuff that we'll go into, but I think the simplest thing is to try and tap into existing policies that are available and schemes and subsidies.
Absolutely. I will really recommend everyone to look into the websites and see the rules and regulations for these 10 million rooftop solars, because that's an opportunity for Tamil Nadu, which is one of the most sun-secure states in India, to tap into that scheme. And it seems to be a very simple digitalized system which every individual or small business can tap into. So look into it and see if there are opportunities for you. Then any question or remark from the audience? I mean, there is many. I don't know how to share it, but maybe you first.
What they have to remember, I think it's very important. 100, 50, 25, and 5. Please remember these four numbers. I'll again repeat it. 100 billion units of energy we are going to put in the grid by 2030. 50% of our grid will be green, energy will be green. AC, keep AC at 25 degrees and don't buy anything other than 5-star. So please remember this number, very easy to remember, 5, 25, 50, 100. And that is the biggest service you can do for climate transition, climate change and saving our energy transition.
Please use the mic. It seems to be turned off.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah. I am from Greenco. I am Ram Babu. And congratulations on Tanjatkor's presentation, and especially on the aspects of pumped storage, and also about the GH2 and the European Union's definition of green hydrogen. Since Eric is also there, I wanted to point out the RED 2, which is the European Union's definition of green hydrogen, actually does not favor the excellent situation that the India is in. That means you have huge renewable power capacity and an excellent storage systems by pumped hydro storage, and everything operated through the national grid. And under RED 2, the hydrogen that is produced through electrolyzers, powered by both wind and solar and storage, are actually not eligible. The issue of that behind the meter, etc., etc. And also the time correlation issue also that you pointed out. Today, India is able to provide almost like 1 hour or 15 minutes time correlated green hydrogen, whereas by 2030, RED 2 requires one day correlation, 1 hour correlation. But still the RED 2, the regulations are such that it is not favoring a more advanced solution. And I just wanted to point out that this issue needs to be taken up, because as more and more people locate their green hydrogen production in Tamil Nadu or many other states of India, this challenge will come, because India is building up significant capacity. I think planned capacity is more than what China is building for the pumped hydro storage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And since you didn't have time to mention all the good work Greenco is doing, let me just add that Greenco is one of the really critical companies driving the green revolution of India. So you're doing a lot of great work, sir. Nish, you want to comment?
No, Mr. Rambabu, thank you for that question. We've been very deeply connected to your team, and they've also raised such issues, your green ammonia team from Orissa. And this is something, as an organization, we are taking up with the European Union. And we have had a lot of Indian stakeholders, including Acme, Adani, and Avada, who've come up with all of these points. And there's actually a lot more. I'd love to welcome you to some of our closed-door stakeholder meetings, to bring these issues up for discussion. I think Mr. Alwala had a question, if someone can give Sir a mic.
I think question is not directed to me, but I have one suggestion. I think Tamil Nadu's offshore wind plus Tuticorin's green hydrogen, you can get over this problem very easily. It will be truly green. You don't really have to worry about grey hydrogen if you go for offshore wind as well as green instead of working only on solar and wind.
Sir, can I?
I had a question.
Please Montek first, and then the lady, which I cannot see, you will be the next. And then I will try to take some questions from, not from the front seat, but from the rest of the audience. Please Montek.
Thanks very much, Eric. Very briefly, I think clearly if we can bring in enough balancing, then we'll get a steady supply. But in all probability, there's bound to be intermittency and variability. And then the question arises, how much can get reflected in prices? So my real question is our regulatory framework sufficiently flexibly conceived and sufficiently flexibly administered to allow a larger intraday variation in prices, both at the sort of wholesale market level and then translating those into consumer levels to take care of a very big increase in the renewable share?
Maybe for you, Rajesh.
The one is that at least the availability should be depending upon the demand thing. So I think that now we have 3 power exchanges, and now we are even working, the government of India is working on coupling. So availability is to some extent and the price is varying. In the sense, yesterday night also I can buy power at 1 rupees per unit. But in the evening peak, I had to buy at 16 rupees. So that price variation is there. Now, the second issue, what is that? How do we recover that price? Should we charge the consumer the same price? In the sense, that is what we call time of day tariff. In the sense, I think we have started. I think for non-residential consumer and for EV charging, the time of day tariff has been started, and already lot of 25% extra premium is charged on evening thing for some category. This varies from 10 to 25%. It doesn't totally recover the cost of the power during that hour, but in the same and in the direction we have taken steps. Now, one more thing which perhaps I like to tell, because you have asked very pertinent questions. As 2030 approaches, we'll have a lot of solar into the grid. And actually 8 to 4, between 8 to 4, the solar power will become immensely cheap. It will become so cheap that sometimes people will pay for it for its absorption. Otherwise, they'll have to shut down the plants. What we call negative pricing, and of course you will know, but that may not happen. So what we have to do is that we have to now work on a lot of demand shifting incentives. The demand should shift from evening to daytime. One such incentive, sir, just allow me to complete, is the EV charging. Now, conventional way of thinking of EV charging is that we should have EV charging point at homes and other places, residential building, so that people can charge at night. I am actually objecting to that. I am saying that EV charging should be available only in offices and commercial complex, because offices and commercial complex typically work in daytime. I have extra energy. We should subsidize EV charging during that time so that people charge their vehicles only in offices and commercial complex, not at home. That is, I think, is one such example I have given. So the demand shifting is what we have to really work on now.
Then there was the lady which started to speak, but
yes.
Then the big bosses also need to tell me how many questions we can take, if there is a limit. So, but first you.
Maybe one.
Okay.
One question
okay.
here, please. Mr. Eric, here.
Sir, there was a lady who started
yes,
speaking, but
I
cannot see you.
I'm here.
Okay, so go ahead, please.
Yes, so I'm Philo Magdalene from the POP movement founded by Dr. R.K. Pachari. I also represent the pool again, Anbargal. At the COP28 last year, International Solar Alliance organized an indigenous people dialogue focusing on just energy transition. And it had indigenous people representatives from different continents. A key concern that they raised was community consent protocols need to be in place when we talk about just energy transition, and these protocols need to be built by the community and not imposed on them. But in reality, what we see is community consultations for these projects happen only after the project is finalized. So when we have all these big ambitious visions and plans in place, how do we ensure that local communities have the right to involve in the design and conception of the project, and all of this plays out without violation of their rights? So that was one. And if I may, there was another question. There is an ambitious offshore wind energy project being planned in the Gulf of Mannar. And yesterday we heard about an interesting coral reef conservation project around the same area. So how are these two projects, both of which are important for a net zero world that we're aiming for, how will they work together in a mutually beneficial manner without harming the local communities and the ecosystem?
This is a most important question, and I will give some of my answer to it at the end. But I suggest we take 2 and 3 more questions combined, and then you will sum up and answer the questions, because then we can give the floor to more people. There are so many people who want to speak. Gentlemen over there. If you try to remember the questions, you'll be able to answer this one also, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Lakoni. That was a really excellent and inspiring presentation on a very top-down view of how much TANGEDCO is planning in terms of power. So the first question is kind of linked to the question that came up below, in that there are always trade-offs. I mean, as my role as a member of the State Wildlife Board as well, pumped hydro has significant negative impact in that, say, the Silhalla catchment in the Nilgiris is possibly going to be submerged, and there are a lot of biodiversity implications that come with that. And compared with green hydro and things like that, it's too expensive at the moment, green hydrogen, so it may not happen. But I think if we could have some kind of a dashboard where you look at the costs and benefits or the trade-offs with multiple systems and continuously keep evaluating that over time. Some time ago, solar was much more expensive. Now it's come down drastically, and the pace is happening at a great rate. I think that may be very important in allowing more holistic decision-making and even harmonizing between different arms of the government. I'm sure that EB has a huge amount of conflict with the forest department, even on the issue of elephant death, for example. Elephants are getting electrocuted in large way. And this links to my second point about a more top-down versus bottom-up approach. What's happening again in EV, I'll tell you practically, I've had solar panels for 4 years, but I cannot get net metering because the local forest EB office there doesn't know about it, and they say, "Ingella mudiyadunga sir, Chennai ellam pannalam, ella scheme irukku, Nilgirisla onnum varala, nammalukku thavagal varala." So I think having more bottom-up approach of the field staff, the linemen, your staff on the ground being much more literate and aware of all these will make a huge difference. Even with the electrocution issue, I've been trying to advocate, particularly in Nilgiris, in this last mile connectivity, to put underground cables, because the undulating terrain, it's very hard to have the lines high up.
I ask you so many questions, I have to note down what or how to respond to all.
That's it. Basically 2 questions. One about a bottom-up approach of the linesmen, and 2 about a panel to look at all the multiple options over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can take 1 or 2 more questions, and then you will sum up and answer
so
them.
one question from my side.
Here, please.
So compared to other state, Tamil Nadu has done good in power transmission, everything. It's been like aggregated technical and commercial loss has been like 13% in Tamil Nadu. But what are the other steps being taken towards reducing this loss to 1 digit? So what are the other steps being taken?
Okay, last question, Professor, please.
Yeah, just, sir, just hats off to the honest presentation of Dr. Lakani. Really hats up to you, sir, because I have seen your presentation that it is very fair playing more than that of your works. We are hats up to you, but 150 it's very difficult to remember because it is purely technical. But 5, what you said is beautiful version today, announcement is 5. Our Honorable, our Additional Chief Secretary should take these 5 everywhere. That's what our prayer. With that compliments, I would like to give you 2 suggestions and 1 question. 2 suggestions, sir. I have a great fear that the way in which you are developing the non-fossil fuels in Tamil Nadu, it's going to give you economic energy. As you pointed out, during peak period, it's all right. During lean period, how to manage it, great management. That is a big question will come in future, for which only idea is we should go for only pumped hydroelectric project. Storage by chemical storage, by batteries and all that, lithium is very dangerous and carcinogenic. It's not eco-friendly. So let us score these lithium-based batteries in future in densely populated countries like India. It's maybe for very good for a Scandinavian country like Norway, Denmark. But here, for densely populated country, lithium batteries are not advisable. So we need some little bit policy changing in pumped hydroelectric project because it is quite contradiction to the environmental acts, just like Forest Act, Conservation Act, blah, blah. So that has to be taken care, sir. Second one is, sir, as you pointed out, the offshore windmills, I have my own fear, especially in Sri Lanka to Tuticorin. The climate parameter, I am basically a climate scientist. So climate parameter, the Bay of Bengal is very dangerous in future. The wind gust, we call gust means within 20 seconds it will reach 40 kilometer speed. So the wind gust appears to be very alarming in the Bay of Bengal, especially from Masulipatanam to Sri Lanka. So in such cases of very turbulent behavior of the ocean, especially in October, November, December, the 3 months are dangerous period. At the time, windmills may get affected, for which we need a climate-proof windmills in this locality. We cannot put an ordinary solar mill like that of our Tarabram or Manganeri area. So that way, kindly I request you to have a discussion technically to have a climate-proof windmills at offshore line. That is my suggestion, sir. Third one is to Dr. Balasubramaniam. See, sir, we don't want to do hydrogen here. See, pyrolysis or electrolysis is dangerous. What if you isolate the hydrogen, what will be the repercussion in future? Nobody knows. I am requesting this forum to the whole world. Hydrogen is a danger. If you isolate the danger, because
Sir,
carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, you should not isolate from anywhere. Please understand, this is organic compound. Carbon, hydrogen, glucose, C6H12O6. That glucose is only basic for our building life, for which only we are all running here and there. After all, it's for glucose. So organic compound is C6H12O6.
Okay.
So H12, hydrogen molecule is more. If you isolate or pyrolysis, danger will be somewhere in the natural resources. So I am requesting you to take a deep investigation and research, then we will go for hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
So one final question.
Sorry, in the interest of time, can I request you to continue that question at high tea? I think it would be a much better discussion then. Thank you again for understanding. Over to you, Mr. Solheim.
Thank you so much for these questions. I mean, Rajesh, please sum up and answer those questions or all questions, and then Nish, and then I will make a comment at the end, please.
One girl had asked about bottom approach and other thing. I see that's what democracy is all about. If I do something which is not acceptable to the community, now there's a local panchayat talever and other things are there. So I think now people's voice with so much of media attention, I think the times are gone that we can drive down something which is not acceptable to local communities. And that's a good thing. So I think those things are definitely happening. But in the sense, we have to see that, in the sense, our times limits are very stringent. We have to really do, we don't have that advantage of developed nations for immensely long period for energy transition. We have been given a very short period for transition. So within that constraint, we have to take everyone along and do it. The same answer, like Gulf of Mannar and offshore wind can go together. In the sense, offshore wind doesn't come into that particular area where these issues are there. It can always go further down. In the sense, potential is not on 4 square kilometer. It is in hundreds of square kilometers. So we can always take care of it and plan accordingly. And the permissions required for offshore wind are very stringent. About what you had asked, I think part of it, both of you have explained each other. Of course, pump storages has a lot of challenges because biodiversity and some submergence will be there. But the other alternative for doing net zero is battery, which is even more riskier in terms of ultimate disposal potential. So we'll have to really do a trade-off between that. So trade-off is definitely there. But I think it is a good trade-off, in the sense a green trade-off rather than a black trade-off, which I like to say. And a solar rooftop, I didn't want to promote my organization, that's why I didn't talk about. What last 3 years we have been trying is removing human contact. What you say that because the meters, our people will not come and reset meters and they'll not connect. So now what we have said is that for solar rooftop, if we want to put on your rooftop, you don't require any permission at all. You just buy and put it and connect it, that's all. And you just have to apply online. Subsidies, of course, that's a Government of India scheme, Honorable Prime Minister has announced. You have to select vendor, you install it, and you write the phone numbers and all, subsidies will automatically come to your account. And you don't need any interaction with TANGEDCO's person in person. I mean, TANGEDCO's officers, or linemen, or wiremen. That's what I mean. It's when jocularly I say non-human, I say inhuman difference, change of system, but that is not that. So in a sense, we don't want people to come and meet you and do the thing. Computer is the interface for us. So please, we have removed all the bottlenecks now, and you can just apply online, and that is what we call bottom-up, no human contact with me. So long as you, means the time should come that you should know who is heading TANGEDCO, who is your local wireman, or who is local electrician. That is what we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nish.
Oh, just before I finish up, remember five-star equipment, 25-degree AC, 50% of energy by 2030, 100 billion units of green energy. Please remember these numbers always.
Nish.
Well, community engagement is a key component of just transition. And in the green hydrogen standard that we've developed as an organization, before we certify a project for the production of green hydrogen, we will look at their community engagement practices, their land use, etc., before we start certifying this. So this is something we are doing as an organization. And community is important, even when it comes to renewable energy. In Norway, last year, they had a protest against a windmill, right? Why? Because the community wasn't consulted through the process. So what we believe is that community consultation should happen early, and the community should benefit through the length of the project, and this is one solution. Now, when it comes to the trade-offs, you know, I mean, I agree with Mr. Lakani's point. 30 years ago, we were hurting the biodiversity for more, you know, terrible reasons, and I think there has to be a trade-off somewhere, because we've already, you know, come on this train of wrecking in the environment, so we just have to slow this process down in any way or the other. And now coming to the professor's comments and suggestions. So we don't recommend pyrolysis. Today in the world, 100 million tons of hydrogen is being consumed. And this 100 million tons comes from gray hydrogen sources, which each ton producing 12 tons of carbon emission. So we need to reduce this. So what we recommend is electrolysis and using, you know, desalinated water or purified water. But we are still open to, you know, any other sustainable ways through which we can offset and replace this 100 million tons we're consuming today, which is slated to go up to 160 million tons by 2030. So we need to address this issue.
Thank you so much, and allow me a couple of comments at the end, even if I'm the moderator, because I think you brought up some of the absolutely most central issues for the green transformation. Yes, there are trade-offs. There is not one green energy which also do not come with some downsides. Maybe rooftop solar, because there is hardly any argument against rooftop solar. I also believe that there are very few environment arguments against offshore wind. But when it comes to wind at land, in many places of the world, there are resistance and opposition. Hydropower, of course, always come with some concern for the fishery and water and a number of other matters. And large-scale solar demands a lot of land, which is not available everywhere. So there are downsides with also the best renewable technologies, and the only way to handle that is through a big consultation in society, where you listen to people and change systems if that's needed in a kind of great conversation. And then comes the questions that was raised from that young lady, which is related to the pop movement. I mean, you are spot on. If we don't do consultation with the local people, not only it's a political failure because you alienate them, but you won't get the green revolution going, because there will be so much local resistance that you don't get it done. And I will give you one example from my own country, Norway. Nish hinted to that. When I was in the Norwegian government 10 years ago, we launched huge schemes to develop onshore wind. And we didn't really at all be concerned with the acceptance of the local people. It was just about what are the financial mechanisms for this to happen, what are the technical issues we need to resolve. And all of a sudden, there was a lot of local resistance to onshore wind, to the extent that now it's hardly possible for the Norwegian government to build onshore wind anywhere in the country. What did we get wrong, which Tamil Nadu and others can learn from? Number one, there was no real consultation with the local people. You need to consult, you need to discuss, and you need also sometimes to change the projects to accommodate local concerns. And secondly, we didn't consider, should there be some benefits for the local people? Look, if you develop offshore wind or solar, of course there are benefits from India at large. There are benefits from Tamil Nadu. But there should also be benefits from that specific community where the windmills or the solar panels are put up. Otherwise, you will get problems. What we had in Norway, where local communities say, hey, wow, what is in it for us? Some people come from outside and build the windmills. They get the jobs. The permanent jobs are few. And no money is left in our community. The money is going to the capital somewhere else. And if we don't handle this right, we won't be able to expand renewable energies to the extent we need. One final example, in the United States and Canada, they were planning a huge hydro transmission line. Canada has enormous hydropower. They wanted to transmit that hydropower to the state of Massachusetts in the United States. It all stopped. Nothing happened. Why? Because all the people along the transmission line, they raised their hand and said, oh, what is in it for us? Massachusetts get energy, Canada get jobs. What do we get? And then they started protesting to such an extent that everything collapsed. So my advice is there must always be large consultations with the local people, and not just listening, also changing, if needed, the projects. And we need to look into how can local communities get some part of the revenue, the jobs, the economic prosperity which comes with the green transformation. If we get it right, the prospects are tremendous in Tamil Nadu. If we get it wrong, we will fail. Thank you so much to my co-panelists. It has been a great panel, and thank you for all the great questions from the audience. And over to you.
Thank you, sir. May I invite Thiru Eric Solheim to felicitate our panelists on the dais, Thiru Rajesh Lakani, IAS, and Mr. Nishant Balashanmugam. And may I please invite on stage Srimati Nirmala Raja, Governing Council member, to please felicitate Thiru Eric Solheim. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you to this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we break for tea. It's almost 12 noon, so we're going to ensure that our tea break is 15 minutes. So please help us make sure that this happens. We look forward to seeing you all back here at 12:15 inside. Please head on outside, enjoy refreshments. We'll see you back soon. Thank you.
Make up 80% of all marine debris. Nearly 13 million tons of plastic end up in the oceans every year. But only 20% of all marine plastic waste comes from marine sources. gets recycled. The rest two-thirds lingers in the environment for decades. Tackling this global waste issue requires a complete rethink. We need to move from a wasteful, linear economy to a sustainable, circular economy. Tamil Nadu has been a pioneer in acting against plastic waste. In 2019, it became one of the first states in India to operationalize the ban on single-use plastic. In December 2021, the Tamil Nadu government initiated the Mindam Manjapai campaign, an initiative to revitalize a cherished tradition. The people of Tamil Nadu traditionally embraced the use of yellow bags, affectionately known as Manjapai, the only bag a person ever needed. Today, Mindam Manjapai is a people's campaign against single-use plastic. It functions in collaboration with numerous self-help groups and young startups to manufacture cloth bags. Through this initiative, yellow cloth bags are made available to citizens through vending machines that are strategically placed in high-traffic areas. The vending machines have gone pan-India and are affectionately called the Thaila ATM. The Mindam Manjapai campaign is the centerpiece of a broader initiative to combat plastic waste in Tamil Nadu. Coimbatore is one of the largest bus terminuses in South India. More than 2 lakh people use it every day. It is a hotspot for plastic waste. The project, in collaboration with GIZ, is providing technical support and interventions for a zero-waste Coimbatore bus terminus. In Tambaram, a crucial project is currently underway. It focuses on introducing the extended producer responsibility model for low-value plastic units. At the heart of this initiative is the meticulous segregation of plastic waste, ensuring that different plastic materials are appropriately identified and directed towards their respective recycling processes. Abandoned fishing nets pose a significant threat to the health of our oceans. The project is actively collaborating with fishing communities to tackle this pressing issue. Awareness programs have focused on demonstrating circular economy measures which involve repurposing discarded fishing nets. By reutilizing these nets, not only do the oceans benefit, but the engaged communities also experience additional economic gains. The Tamil Nadu government is collaborating with GIZ for capacity building and training. They have also helped launch the Refillable Initiative. Vehicles with dispensers are providing door-to-door delivery for essential household liquid products, helping reduce the consumption of disposable plastic containers. In the quest to reduce plastic consumption, it is critical to present alternative solutions. A 2-day exhibition was arranged to champion new ideas and eco-friendly innovations. Nearly 170 stalls featuring products and machinery for manufacturing eco-alternatives was showcased by Indian startups and innovators during the event. A mobile app has been launched by the government of Tamil Nadu to serve as a platform for connecting consumers and vendors. The app aims to facilitate access to eco-friendly products by bringing both parties together on a common platform. The Mindam Manjapai campaign is at the forefront, championing businesses dedicated to eco-friendly alternatives, particularly led by women self-help groups. These groups are not only contributing to environmental sustainability, but are also reaping the benefits of economic empowerment. In a short span of over a year, these government initiatives have sown the seeds of change. A change that is visibly touching people's lives. Reducing plastic litter in our environment is a collective responsibility. Mindam Manjapai is the beginning of Tamil Nadu's journey to becoming a plastic litter-free state.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome back from our tea break. Requesting you all to please take your seats so that we may begin with our next session. Please do reach out to your fellow colleagues and delegates who are still outside and invite them to join us inside so that we may begin our proceedings in a timely fashion. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting your presence in the ballroom so that we may begin our post-high tea session. To everyone who's gathered here, requesting you all to please settle down so that we may begin our next session on leveraging carbon credits, policy perspectives, and implementation.
Controlling marine plastic waste is not just about working with the oceans. It is about correcting what is happening on land. The worldwide plastic packaging industry is worth a whopping $118 million. However, only 1/3 of it gets recycled. The rest 2/3 lingers in the environment for decades. Tackling this global waste issue requires a complete rethink. We need to move from a wasteful, linear economy to a sustainable, circular economy. Tamil Nadu has been a pioneer in acting against plastic waste. In 2019, it became one of the first states in India to operationalize the ban on single-use plastic. In December 2021, the Tamil Nadu government initiated the Meendum Manjapai campaign, an initiative to revitalize the cherished tradition. The people of Tamil Nadu traditionally embraced the use of yellow bags, affectionately known as Manjapai, the only bag a person ever needed. Today, Meendum Manjapai is a people's campaign against single-use plastic. It functions in collaboration with numerous self-help groups and young startups to manufacture cloth bags. Through this initiative, yellow cloth bags are made available to citizens through vending machines that are strategically placed in high traffic areas.
He's a good guy.
The Meendum Manjapai campaign is the centerpiece of a broader initiative to combat plastic waste in Tamil Nadu. Coimbatore is one of the largest bus terminuses in South India. More than 2 lakh people use it every day. It is a hotspot for plastic waste. The project, in collaboration with GIZ, is providing technical support and interventions for a zero-waste Coimbatore bus terminus. In Tamil, a crucial project is currently underway. It focuses on introducing the extended producer responsibility model for low-value plastic units. At the heart of this initiative is the meticulous segregation of plastic waste, ensuring that different plastic materials are appropriately identified and directed towards their respective recycling processes. Abandoned fishing nets pose a significant threat to the health of our oceans. The project is actively collaborating with fishing communities to tackle this pressing issue. Awareness programs have focused on demonstrating circular economy measures which involve repurposing discarded fishing nets. By reutilizing these nets, not only do the oceans benefit, but the engaged communities also experience additional economic gains. The Tamil Nadu government is collaborating with GIZ for capacity building and training. They have also helped launch the refillable initiative. Vehicles with dispensers are providing door-to-door delivery.
That's my marketing team making sure that I do the good stuff.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome back from the tea break. Thank you all for joining us here for this session on leveraging carbon credits, policy perspectives and implementation. We will begin with a book release on coral reefs of the Gulf of Mannar, Tamil Nadu, India, decadal changes in the status and management paradigms by the Suganthi Devadasan Marine Research Institute. May I please invite on stage Professor Dr. A. Ramachandran, Governing Council member, to please release the book and present the first copy to the chair of this session, Thiru Rambabu Paravastu, Co-Chair, Climate Change Committee, FICCI. Professor, sir, can I request your presence on stage? May I also invite from SDMRI, Dr. Patterson Edward, the director. Dr. Patterson. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Ramachandran, Dr. Patterson. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so very much. We now move on to the release of the brochure, Beneath the Waves, Exploring Tamil Nadu's Coral Reefs and Mangroves. May I please welcome on stage Professor Dr. R. Ramesh, Governing Council member, to release the brochure and present the first copy to Dr. Vishwanathan, Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company. Thank you to Dr. Ramesh and Dr. Vishwanathan. The next report we will be releasing is the baseline study on rehabilitation of coastal habitats for climate change adaptation through eco-friendly solutions. May I please welcome on stage the Director of Climate Policy and Finance, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, Thiru Subhashish Dey. And may I also invite on stage to receive the first copy, Thiru A.R. Rahul Nand, IAS, Chief Mission Director, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Director, Department of Environment and Climate Change. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you so very much. We now begin with our discussion. Our speakers are Thiru Kavin Kumar Kandasamy, Chief Executive Officer, Proclime; Thiru Ashok Kumar, Regional Representative, South and Central Asia, Regional Engagement, Legal Policy and Markets Department, Vera; and Thiru David Diallo, Managing Director, Good Carbon GmbH. May I hand it over to our chair, please? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. This panel is about leveraging carbon credits and the policy perspectives and implementation. And you already know the other panel members. And I can assure you that it is a panel that can deliver. And essentially what we are targeting, we had a discussion amongst ourselves. And we said that the discussion will be directed towards providing you enough information as to how carbon markets can support implementation of Tamil Nadu's climate action plan. Climate action plan in the variety of nature-based solutions, including the blue economy and circular economy, and also its energy transition plan. We just, in the previous panel, okay, we heard about an excellent energy transition plan, how all of it can be leveraged or financed through carbon credits to some extent. Okay. The structure of the panel would be that each of my panelists will give you 5 minutes of introductory remarks. They may introduce the organization, and they will also tell you about how the organization can help TN achieve its climate action plan through carbon credits in the introductory remarks. And after that, we'll have about 30 minutes of panel discussion, and we'll leave it to you for about 10 minutes for question and answers and concluding remarks. So that is how the panel structure will be there. To begin the panel, I thought of sort of telling you the story of carbon credits. I would say either history of carbon credits or story of carbon credits. So, firstly, Tamil Nadu, last panel has emphasized this point. Tamil Nadu was very, very early beginner in the RE revolution, whether it is the wind or it is the solar, and the participation of various small industries, medium-scale industries in putting up the renewable energy capacity for captive power utilization. I think they almost began the RE movement in India, and Tamil Nadu government's policy support for promoting RE, it is very well known in the initial days. I'm talking about early century. So that is when early century or last decade of the previous century, that Tamil Nadu built up significant amount of RE capacity. And I also wanted to tell you that during the Kyoto Protocol period, the good amount of credits coming out of the wind power capacity or from other projects happened to be again from Tamil Nadu. You had an excellent innovation in which about 800 megawatt of 3 multiple wind bundled projects were registered under CDM. And at that time, CDM did not have program of activities. They didn't have a mechanism of bundling the projects. The first bundling of the wind projects happened to be from Tamil Nadu. So, even in today we have seen very clearly, yesterday also we heard, that Tamil Nadu has been taking excellent initiatives, very early initiatives in the nature-based solutions also. Very clear policy is existing, and the backing is existing for undertaking the nature-based solutions within Tamil Nadu. And I just wanted to remind you, we are in a hotel actually named after a very important kingdom of India, the Cholas, right? And if you really see the Cholas empire, that actually circled more sea area, ocean area, than the land area. So I think this region had that access to the sea and understanding of the sea and utilizing the sea for its commerce and for its economy. So in that context, going forward, possibly the blue economy steps that the Tamil Nadu intends to take are rightly placed. And second point I want to touch upon when I want to introduce the history, trace the history of the carbon markets. India happens to, during the early part of this century, when Kyoto Protocol started evolving, much before the Kyoto mechanisms were established, India took lead in developing the CDM projects, Clean Development Mechanisms projects. And in fact, India happened to get the maximum CDM revenue, more than that of the China, into the country. I myself can almost trace, even though there is no database, I myself can trace because I was part or some role that I have played of bringing in more than $1 billion into India. So India benefited, and more importantly, I want to say that today's RE landscape in India, renewable energy landscape in India, I wouldn't say solely attribute to early action on the CDM, but definitely the conversations that are the kickstart that the CDM has given and the conversations around the kind of kicker that a carbon credit can give actually made RE happen in India. The present state of RE in India partly can be attributed to early start of CDM that India has taken. Okay, and there too, I already mentioned that the Tamil Nadu really contributed to a large revenues. You had even a not very well taken carbon credit projects of HFC incineration, and one of the HFC incineration project is also is located in Tamil Nadu. So it generated significant amount of carbon credits and brought in significant amount of revenues. And tracing the, when we all sat together in a panel yesterday, to discuss what we need to do here, we sort of understood that the audience here also would like to understand what is the carbon market, what is its origin, and then finally reach to a point how the Tamil Nadu, implementing the Tamil Nadu's climate action plan can leverage the carbon markets. So as a moderator, I thought I will introduce at least what is carbon markets, how they originated, what is the present status of the carbon markets, and leave it to my panelists to take the whole conversation further. See, the early seeds of history of the environmental markets, okay, go back to something like, 80s, or 1980s, of the Clean Air Act. Okay, you had SO2 markets and NOx markets, lead markets, etc. In the US, that actually gave rise to, very early carbon markets were in around late 90s, where AES, okay, took up through WRI and Trexler Associates certain removal projects in South American countries. So that is the very early carbon market projects, and it is the carbon markets experience that the US had. The Kyoto Protocol had to incorporate market mechanisms into the Kyoto Protocol, but finally the America did not ratify the protocol. That's a different issue, but it is the American intervention which brought in carbon markets into place within the Kyoto mechanisms. And even within Kyoto mechanisms, all of you know, there was, just to go back, it's very important for our discussions as we go forward. Kyoto sort of had two countries, two levels of countries. One is called countries listed in the Annexure 1 of the Kyoto Protocols, and countries not listed in the Annexure number 1 of the Kyoto Protocol. The countries which are listed in the Annexure 1 of the Kyoto Protocol had obligations, and the countries which are not listed did not have the obligation. So the countries which have the obligations can do emission trading and actually offset their obligations, or can do joint implementation and meet their obligations, or they can reach the non-obligated entities like the countries which are not there in the Annexure 1, like countries like India, China, etc., and do certain projects that otherwise would not have happened, and take those credits to meet their commitments. So in the Kyoto Protocol, the architecture was entirely different from the architecture that we have today. And even within the Kyoto Protocol, what started happening is that the market became very active to meet their own obligations when European Union formed a bubble and they formed an emission trading scheme called EU ETS, and EU ETS required European Union industrial installations to meet certain GHG limits or to limit themselves to certain GHG emissions, which are called at that time GHG allowances. If they exceed or do not meet, then they can buy the allowances from the other countries. And they also allowed a certain percentage of commitments can also be met by the credits that are generated from the projects which are called Clean Development Mechanisms project undertaken by the non-obligated countries. So that is how the markets for CDM went up, and the prices went to an extent of even, we at least experienced prices of the order of something like 20 euro, etc., in the height of the carbon regime. And very early, the first transaction that we made, even within CDM, was with PCF, Prototype Carbon Fund of the World Bank, which is the Enercon wind project nearer to Tamil Nadu. It's more towards Karnataka, and that at a price of something like $4 US dollars or so. And then the moment EU ETS opened, the prices went up to something like $20. And when the EU ETS collapsed for a variety of other reasons, when the Japan and Canada did not support the Kyoto Protocol, the prices started falling. So in this particular period, the voluntary carbon markets, which are also based out of US, and US had always a support for the voluntary efforts. Very early carbon market exchange was Chicago Climate Exchange. That is almost like 99, 2000, and much before predates the Kyoto Protocol. And that spirit was there in US to go for non-Kyoto voluntary markets, which were supported by the US, and the voluntary market started growing in the absence of the compliance markets of the Kyoto Protocol. Presently, what is happening is that in 2015, after the Kyoto Protocol were to expire by 2020, 2015 Paris Agreement came into the being, and under the Paris Agreement, the architecture is entirely different. I want to bring this point to everybody. Architecture is entirely different. Every country has an obligation, unlike the Kyoto Protocol. Every country has a commitment which is called nationally determined commitments, NDCs, and they can use certain market mechanisms mentioned under Articles 6.2 and 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, okay, to do something over and above their NDCs and transfer those credits outside the country. So India has already notified what kind of projects can be actually done to transfer the credits outside the country. In that, of course, the pumped storage is very, very important. And in that, the offshore wind energy that the previous panel talked about within Tamil Nadu is very, very important. So that is the architecture of the Paris Climate Agreement. Today, actually what is happening in the carbon market is that you have a voluntary market which is very active, and unfortunately the Kyoto Protocol and the EU ETS did not support the nature-based solutions for a variety of reasons of permanency, ability to prove real reductions, etc., etc. So EU ETS has never allowed the land-based projects. Hence, since, as I said, the whole CDM market was coming out of EU ETS to support EU ETS. During the Kyoto regime, the nature-based solutions did not get much of a traction. But as the voluntary markets developed, as people started distinguishing difference between removals and reductions, I think the nature-based solutions were getting much higher support. And as far as the Article 6.2 is concerned, many countries have already started taking significant efforts. Japan has joint crediting mechanisms. Recently, Sweden started signing up multiple agreements with various countries to procure the credits. And of course, into Asia, you have Korea, Singapore, etc., already implementing a good part of Article 6.2, and Article 6.4 mechanism is also coming into the place.
Here I want to point out one thing. My panelists anyway will take you through a lot of nitty-gritties also as we go along. The design of the market is also extremely important. If the market is not designed well, okay, like the way the REC market in India, the way the PAT, Perform, Achieve, trade market in India, the way EU ETS market in Europe had the ups and downs, which actually damaged the whole credibility of the mechanism to support the financing of projects. Okay, it's absolutely important to design the market very well. If you don't design the market very well, okay, you get into a problem. You all must have already heard, and my panelists will also take you through, India is also establishing its own domestic market to meet its own NDC. Every country will have its own reason, its own mechanism they will follow to implement their NDC. Singapore is taxing, and the tax can be offset by ITMOS of Article 6.2. But India is not putting any tax, but India is doing in domestic market and giving the targets, likely to give the targets to its own industries. So there will be a cap and trade within India, that is India's domestic market. India is also taking multiple initiatives. India is also having, beyond carbon market, a green credit market. Through the panel discussion, we will also take you through the green credit markets, because green credit markets reward your project more than the carbon. Let us say biodiversity benefits and many other benefits, if they are measurable, possibly India's domestic green credit market, even though it is still very unclear, has a potential to reward. So this is the sort of the lay of the land of the carbon markets, and as we go through the panel discussion, I think it will become more clear. Okay. So now what I will do is that I will request my panelists to do the introductory remarks for about 5 minutes, each of the panelists, and then we will start the discussion. So, David, over to you. You said that you have a video to do first, and then...
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm very happy. Thank you so much for setting the scene and the context. And thank you so much for having us here in Tamil Nadu. I'm really proud to be invited and have the opportunity to share our international view on nature-based solutions and the potential for the voluntary carbon market. My name is David. I'm from Good Carbon. We are a European or Germany, Switzerland based company to facilitate corporates and enterprises, large European enterprises, to make bold climate action beyond their own value chain. And this is a challenge today because there was a lot of greenwashing and a lot of failures in that market, as it is not regulated, as it is the voluntary part of the market. But still, there's a massive need for quality in this market and setting the standard, and there's a huge demand. And this is basically what we do, and I hope I can share this a little bit more later with you, how we do this. But essentially, this is where the engagement, the commitment, and also at the end, the money comes from. And this money is seeking and looking for projects all across the planet in the most important and precious ecosystems. And of course, India plays a role globally and has not only a huge potential, but also a huge responsibility. And these corporates that we work with, they support projects, ocean, forest, soil, different asset classes, and especially when it comes, as the ocean are the biggest ecosystem on our planet, especially when it comes to restoring coastlines and supporting marine ecosystems. This is a focus area for us, and this is in the core and in the focus of the interest of these enterprises we work with. And to make it a little bit short, I brought a little video It's only 1 minute or 1.5 minutes, which is giving a quite good example, I think, for what is possible if we look at coastal restoration and coastlines, and also what is possible in India. And so the video is maybe you can play it now in 10 seconds. The video is bringing the example of a project that we launched together with the government of Gujarat, and hopefully soon something like this with the government of Tamil Nadu as well. And this is on government land, 18, in the meantime it's bigger, 18,000 hectares mangrove restoration led by the communities. And this is special, and maybe this is the moment for the video. Thank you.
Thank you.
The idea of Great Green Wall of Gujarat was born out of efforts of Vikas and its associates since last 20 years. We as an organization has observed that poverty along the coast of Gujarat is linked with degradation of natural resources. And therefore, what Vikas has been doing since last 20 years is to organize communities, particularly the marginalized communities along the coast of Jammu Taluka, and gradually with their involvement and led by them, improve the quality of natural resources by planting mangroves and associates. As a result of this entire effort, we have realized that it is improving the quality of environment. At the same time, it is providing livelihood to local people. While we were looking at some of these ideas, Good Carbon, German Impact Fund, decided to sort of explore the possibility of scaling up this idea to a much larger scale. The idea is to eventually see that we cover about 1,000 kilometers out of 1,600 kilometer coast of Gujarat, covering about 10,000 hectares of mud flats along the coast of Gujarat. The entire plantation exercise would involve 2.5 crore plants of mangroves. It will generate total employment of 16,30,000 human days or person days. It will improve the quality of overall environment in the region. It will stop and reduce soil erosion and salinity ingress. It will give fillip to fisheries and animal husbandry livelihood activities for the local community.
Yeah, David, you want to say something more, or?
Maybe just the last sentence, thank you. And it is, we support governments and also NGOs or also development agencies like GIZ to design nature-based projects that way that they can sell them and partner long-term for the next 5, 10, or even 15 years with European-based enterprises, in a nutshell.
Yeah, I was telling David, actually, they call themselves Good Carbon. We were saying that all goods are called goods because they are supposed to deliver good, okay? And Good Carbon is a wonderful name. Once again, reminding us, a good has to be good, right? So, wonderful. And as an introduction, he's from Vera. He represents Vera in India. Vera is the post-CDM, which is UNFCCC led. Vera led the movement of the voluntary carbon markets, amongst others, but Vera was on the forefront, made the carbon standards more easier. It not only develops the carbon standards, carbon methodologies, etc., but it also maintains the registries. Okay, it's a standards body plus registry body. So, over to you, sir.
So, thank you very much, sir, for setting the contest for today's discussion. And I thank you to all of you for having me here in this panel. for sharing my understanding and knowledge on the carbon credits. So yesterday onwards, we are listening that so much initiatives has been taken by the Tamil Nadu government. So I do believe this is the correct time to monetize those initiatives. So as Sir told that I am Ashok Kumar from Vera. I am a regional representative for South and Central Asia. So I will not go into much details. I have a very small presentation which talk about who we are and what we do and how we are impacting the life or markets. Can we have the presentation, please? Next, please. Yeah. So we are a non-profit organization. We established in 2007. We have a headquarters in Washington, D.C. We are involved in design, developing and maintaining the standards which promote the project developer or the organization to develop the project which are good for the environment and which are reducing the greenhouse gas emission level from environment. So currently we are maintaining 5 standards like if a project developer wish to develop a project for the carbon credits, so they can use the verified carbon standard and the jurisdictional and nested rate plus standards. So apart from the carbon benefits, if the project developer and their project is showing the other co-benefit to the environment and the society or the community, so they can use the standards called CCB and the SD Vista. SD Vista is specifically for meeting the requirement of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. We do also have a plastic waste reduction standards where the people can develop their project as a plastic credit. So if any activity, any project which are collecting or recycling the plastic may eligible for getting the plastic credits. Next slide, please. So far, we have created an impact on the ecosystem. We have issued more than 1.2 billion of credits in the market by registering 2,100 plus projects from the 95 countries. Next slide, please. So I am very happy to discuss about the project we have from the India. We are looking, India is a very huge potential. If you see from the slide that from 2,100 projects, 635 projects has been registered from India, which is more than 30% of the percentage. Then we have a 346 project under the pipeline from India, which is around 22 or 23 percentage of the project we have under the pipeline. So if you see that from the out of 346 project, 111 projects from the FOLU sector and 235 projects from the non-FOLU sector. Next slide, please. So we allow project developer to develop the project in the different sector scope and the methodology. So far we have a 15 sector scope where any project developer can develop their project as a carbon credit project, but it's like very much required to discuss here that the renewable energy project, we are not taking the renewable energy project if it is coming from the non-LDC countries. So last year we have also added the new sector, carbon capture and storage. So last year we have published our methodology for CCS and we are waiting for finalizing the methodology. Then this sector will also open to register the project. Next slide, please. So these are the different categories, like because most of the project, whatever we are receiving now, it is from the FOLU sector. So these are the different categories where project developer can develop their project under the FOLU sector. Next slide. So this is the slide tells about why Vera is the choice for major project developers, because we are the largest standards and oldest also, and we do also have our registry. So like the project developers, if they wish to develop the project for FOLU, non-FOLU, plastic, they can use the Vera standards. So I think this is from my side for the opening remark. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now, over to you, Kevin. Kevin, again, is a emission reductions project developer and also can create access to markets for other projects too. Like Good Carbon, he's actually located here in Chennai and operates in neighboring countries also, Chennai plus Sri Lanka, and you have ambitions for other Asian countries also. So over to you, Kevin, for introduction.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Anaivarakkum vanakkam. I see a lot of you looking at your phones. Let's try and get your attention back on us, because I'm going to ask a very simple question. How many of you see climate as a challenge? Please lift your hands. So you don't see climate as a challenge? That's not even 5% of the audience. Nirmala madam, 2 hands are not fine, only 1. All right. If there is a challenge, is there an opportunity? Lift your hands if you believe every challenge is an opportunity. Thank you, madam. Yours can be counted as 5. So now, what have I told you? The greatest opportunity available to mankind right now, because we've created a problem over 300 years of 500 years of industrialization. And we have to provide a solution over the next 50 years as a multi-decade approach. Whatever solutions we start today will never be fulfilled today. The benefits of this solution will only be realized in the next generation or so. Climate is the biggest opportunity available to mankind, period. Now, if I asked you for the single largest culprit of climate change, and of course you can counter me later, I would say it's emissions, right? Now, I'm going to take a very simple layman approach and say, we've reached a time over the last 30 years, 35 years since Kyoto Protocol, of course, Eric's here, he's been involved in a lot of those discussions, where all these market maturities have happened as to how to charge somebody who's polluting more and give that money to somebody who can counter the damage. Carbon credits 101. Somebody who's polluting more will have the responsibility to compensate as a mandate to somebody who can avoid those emissions, reduce those emissions, and remove those emissions. Now, there is a country-level mandate which Dr. spoke of, which is the compliances mandate. And I haven't seen any state, and I can talk with good authority on this matter because of my proximity to the action that I see on the ground, do as many projects without the need of external funding as much as Tamil Nadu does, because I think they have wonderful leadership here. We have wonderful leadership here. And every time I do tell them, hey, we have to look at the carbon markets. Kevin, give us more projects. We have the funding. That was the answer that I received. And what we are seeing over the last 2 days is how good these projects have developed over the last 1 year. So what ProClimb does is we work with about 8 states across India at this point. We work with the government of Sri Lanka. We bring the power of the carbon markets to these aspirations in these states and say, hey, you're looking at nature as an asset. How can we help you monetize it? And that's exactly what Good Carbon is doing as well. Because resources are necessary for action. Not every state is as blessed with a wonderful leadership and resources like Tamil Nadu, as you're seeing in a few other states in India, but I think Tamil Nadu is up there with the launch. We were the first state in the country to announce a climate change ministry. We were the first state in the country to have a very segregated mission which actually looked at what is the economic value of a wetland. First thing is to understand the value. Now, I don't want to talk about my company as much as I want to talk about climate as an opportunity. ProClimb develops carbon projects, which means we help develop, design, and implement carbon projects. Of course, we work more in the voluntary space with the likes of the registries over here like Vera. But let me give you a simpler number. We also do carbon trade and climate investments. In the Global Investors Meet recently, madam, you're aware of it, we were the first private company to pledge an investment of $60 million towards carbon projects which are not renewables in the state of Tamil Nadu. And that's the belief I have because the market is of critical mass. It's reached it. People are aware of how to really be prepared for this market. I think it just needs the right kind of support further going forward and all of that. Now, I'll give you a large context of numbers. Since your days where you've spoken about CDM, sir, 4.8 billion emissions have been reduced, and there are 22.1 thousand projects across the world, right? But in India, there have been 750 million emissions reduced, and currently, there are 5.4 thousand carbon projects in India. This is all purely, mostly voluntary and CDM stuff, the clean development mechanism that you built for Tamil Nadu's renewables and so on and so forth. All of this is with the power of the aspirations of the people to do the right thing and see that this can be monetized so that it continues to go on. So I believe the carbon projects are very, very thriving in India with greater support and clarity from the government. We'll be creating a pro-climate country because already our emissions per capita is one of the lowest in the world. And we should only reduce it further and further. So that's just my opening remark in terms of how carbon is in India, how carbon projects are in India, and where is the state of Tamil Nadu and all of this action, just adding on to what you said. But that's over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Kevin. See, with emission reductions, the challenge has always been, it's a public good. Okay, if I do it, it doesn't belong to me. It benefits everybody else. So you require a regulatory intervention, like a cap and trade or something like that, to create a market. And the moment you have a cap and trade and a carbon price, okay, the carbon price is supposed to make a variety of initiatives that we take to reach to net zero, or we want to take to reach to net zero. Okay, most of the investments in this direction are not viable. So it's the carbon, which is the co-benefit that is coming up, is the one which is supposed to provide that kicker or that revenue which will bridge that viability gap to make the projects viable, right? So in this context, I will have a round of questions exploring first the Paris Agreement, Article 6.2, 6.4 for Tamil Nadu, and then we will come to the voluntary market. Then we will also come to the India's domestic markets. All these three levels, how Tamil Nadu's climate action plan and the initiatives that the Tamil Nadu is taking from the government side, public and private side, okay, how can they benefit from the carbon credits in general? First, I will go to the Paris Agreement. As we know, in Paris Agreement, India has its own NDCs, and all other countries also have their own NDCs, right? And all the countries either have to reach by 2050 net zero or by 2070 net zero. Hence, any country, let us say in UK, somebody wants to postpone his achievement of net zero because he cannot do it, it's very expensive to do. If he is buying a credit from India, tomorrow if India also has to go to net zero, he will not have that credit there. So at best, under the Article 6.2, reductions are only postponing my achievement. If I have a reason to postpone by another 10 years, a particular technology change, possibly I can use emission reductions or make investments into the other countries and take those credits. So this, the framework and architecture of emission reductions and removals are entirely different under the Paris Agreement vis-a-vis when our ambitions were not actually going up to net zero. The moment it is net zero, at that particular point of time, everybody was to emit too little, and whatever little that gets emitted is sequestered. Either it's an engineering sequestration, like direct air capture engineering, or it's a natural sequestration if it doesn't have any leakages and if it has permanence. So that is going to be the sort of a... Now, India already has announced what are the measures which are eligible under Article 6.2 and 6.4 and the credits that are exportable. Because India says, whenever you export a credit out of this country, India has to give a authorization saying that I will not use that credit in my in meeting my own NDC. That is called corresponding adjustments. India has to, it is unlike what used to happen earlier. India has to give a clear commitment that I am doing a corresponding adjustment, then these credits will go outside. Okay, so that is the mechanism. And first I wanted to explore this mechanism because this is a compliance mechanism. And this, even today, out of the carbon market, the size of the world, 86% is the EU ETS, which is a compliance market, right? So it has more stability, and the corresponding adjustment and no double counting is going to be likely demanded by everywhere else. Hence, I want to take up the Article 6.2. Kevin, what is your view that the TN's projects, Tamil Nadu's offshore wind projects, Tamil Nadu's pumped hydro projects, Tamil Nadu's nature-based solutions, including blue economy, etc., how can we make it and fund it through Article 6.2 or 6.4?
I just have a very short comment because this is all related to the regulated NDC market. And as mentioned, we are very much focusing on the coastal areas and restoration, which are excluded from the NDC, which means that this is where you have no means and you don't compete with the NDC projects. So all you have to do is you have to connect it with this voluntary, the third market you just mentioned. And this connection is very interesting because the coastal and nature-based coastal restoration comes with, you mentioned it also, with a lot of co-benefits. Yeah? And these additional benefits, like the biodiversity impact, or also, we talk a lot about energy and different things and nature and carbon, but there's this species, the humans. There are a lot of people living there that cannot make their living anymore out of fish or farming in the coastal areas. And the impact on the communities and the impact on the biodiversity is something which is reflected in another unit in Europe. We have a taxonomy, which is a European taxonomy that all companies in Europe that exceed 40 million euros revenue have to report how their value chain and how their revenue is bringing harm to ecosystems and what they do about it, which means it's not a carbon currency, but it is a biodiversity currency that comes very much with it. And this is reflected in the voluntary carbon market. So this is my comment to the national. But Kevin, maybe you wanted to say something?
I will take it. Sorry. Thank you. I think as we go forward in Article 6.2, it is becoming very clear now, is that a number of forestry initiatives, marine initiatives, blue economy initiatives that you are taking, will government of India sort of include those things or within the Article 6.2 declaration that it has done, possibly at a policy level, you may have to do some of those, take those initiatives. But as far as the other things are concerned, like offshore wind and the pumped hydro storage, are already mentioned by the government of India under the Article 6.2 notification. One thing possibly one can consider, you all can consider in Tamil Nadu, is that how blue economy can be integrated with the economy. That means, can blue economy be integrated for clean energy? It's quite possible, right? We talk about seaweeds, etc. I know a lot of biomass, and also how a lot of biogenic CO2 that is available in Tamil Nadu can be sort of deployed for making green methanol. I think all these again are a part of Article 6.2. And especially, David, I wanted you to throw a little light on how blue economy can be integrated into the overall larger economy.
Yeah, this is also new, and this is just happening. I think that we understand the potential of the blue economy and the industries that are connected what can we do with the biomass which is in the ocean if we restore the algae and the seagrass meadows that we have. All these different, can you transform this also into energy through biogas, for example, and stuff like this? So this is, the potential is huge also in redefining fishery, you know, and the blue economy itself, I would say we do a lot of education, and there are a lot of investors today interested to invest into the blue economy, but it is still at the it's a very early time. But the potential of India, again, you know, with quite a lot of coastline, yeah, is incredible. And so for us, from a European perspective, this is why it's very exciting for us to be here and see and follow up the developments here. This is a huge potential, and again, it is of global relevance for the planet, what is happening here in India.
Yeah, now I come to you. Yeah. I just wanted to ask you, how is it that Vera, considering the portfolio that you are seeing in Tamil Nadu, okay, there are industrial projects, but majorly nature-based projects, and the methodologies and procedures, etc., for the nature-based projects, for a variety of reasons, are less in number. For example, there is no single methodology for a good number of blue economy initiatives. So what is it that Vera can do to help or speed up or accelerate some of the actions that Tamil Nadu would decide?
Thank you, sir. Let me clarify here that the Article 6.2 can also be possible in the voluntary carbon market. Like, the Vera is also allowing the project developer to register their project with Vera. By providing host country approval to Vera, we can issue a credit under the Article 6.2 level. So the voluntary participant can also participate in Article 6.2. And for Tamil Nadu project, especially for the activity identified by the Government of India last year, so they have a very ambitious sector, which are not at the ground edge of this moment, and no standards. Maybe some of the activity may have the methodology with the CDM or the Vera, but most of the sector do not have the methodology so far. So we have to see whether the Tamil Nadu government wish to submit their project to the voluntary carbon market and take the advantage of the Article 6.2, or they have to wait for inclusion their project or their sector in the Article 6.2 under the Government of India activities identified. Thank you.
Yeah, Ashok, only thing that I wanted to say is that the Government of India's approval and in Article 6.2 corresponding adjustments will be demanded by the Vera itself.
Yes.
So that inclusion is absolutely important. Once that inclusion is not there, Government of India will not give you an authorization. But it is very...
But we cannot allow the project which are not having the sectors, like the Vera does not have the sector for the offshore wind and the battery storage. So how we can allow the project to the participant? So whatever sectors we have, whatever methodology we have, they can choose our sectors and the methodology, they can develop the project, they can request the Vera for labeling under the Article 6.2. So our requirement is to submit the host country approval.
But Ashok, one thing that I wanted to say is that Tamil Nadu has a portfolio. This portfolio requires 1, 2, 3, 4 additional methodologies. Can you sign or can you work with the Tamil Nadu government to speed up, accelerate development of these methodologies, because then I think the projects will rush past.
Yes, definitely. Definitely we can do.
Coming to Kevin, you know this state, and I think you know the kind of potential that it has and all that. And you are also not completely focusing on nature-based solutions. You are focusing on across the board all kinds of emission reductions. There are reductions and removals. Both you are focusing on. You are also focusing on, you told me that even engineered carbon removals. So there is the direct air capture, etc., etc. Now, how do you see the potential of the Tamil Nadu state, and what are the challenges that you are seeing in terms of the carbon price? Okay, the carbon price in voluntary markets being at the level what it is will it be able to bridge the viability gap? Will it be able to bridge the viability gap of offshore wind? Will it be able to bridge the viability gap of, let us say, mangrove forests? Okay, I don't want you yourself said, much of the taxpayers' money we don't want to come into some of these activities. There are better purposes for taxpayers. Over to you.
Firstly, let's break these into multiple different segments. Nature-based projects are viable through the carbon markets itself, period. They don't need any other external funding if you're looking at this as a carbon project. Renewables do not meet the additionality criteria of the carbon markets, which means they can survive on power purchase agreements itself, and they don't need the carbon markets to help it survive, so they don't meet additionality. But having said that, offshore there are multiple other methodologies that have come into play, and they are being explored as well. We are confident we're working for green hydrogen as the official carbon partner for green hydrogen. We are confident 10 to 20% additional viability can come from carbon markets. And that I'm talking about voluntary itself, not even Article 6, not even any of the other ones, from demand of the carbon markets itself. Now, the biggest question is, how do you address the price fluctuation for a carbon credit? Now, of course, David, you and I have had a chat yesterday. There are many different de-risking measures that we can use to say that this is a high integrity project. And I can tell you right now, a lot of the checkboxes that Tamil Nadu has already ticked will get it to that price, parity of 20 or more in some cases, but it depends. There's a lot more packaging to do here and there. And then when it's registered as a good carbon project, it becomes very good. I know I branded you right now. Yeah. So, that's a way to get good funding, right? And that is very clear. Lastly, Tamil Nadu is an industrialized state. Carbon capture is necessary, no doubt. As much as energy is going to contribute to decarbonization, carbon capture will be necessary, and we've already developed a certain modeling for Tamil Nadu where we know the curve it will take if it goes through 4 iterations or whatever it does. Carbon capture is absolutely necessary. Can the state pay for it? Yes. But does it need to pay for it? No. It can be done through the carbon markets itself. Last, Tamil Nadu will have issues looking at Article 6 unless and until it uses Article 6 frameworks of VERAs and any other similar options. But without clarity from the center, it cannot take a state-level policy to say, I'm going to trade with Singapore. Now, I'm involved in the Sri Lankan proposition of the mangroves being registered under Article 6. So I'm aware of the nitty-gritties and the challenges, and we have invited the voluntary carbon markets to come and help us set up those mangroves as Article 6, right? And this is for Singapore. It is doable if a country wants to do it. Can Tamil Nadu answer for the larger context right now? Maybe not, but can Tamil Nadu lead the way and say, we'd like to do it, get it approved for us quicker? Absolutely. It can. So that's my simple take on where it stands for Tamil Nadu and how it can plug into Article 6.
Yeah, it's very clear. In Article 6, the moment the government of India, government of Sri Lanka, or the government of Tamil Nadu gives a corresponding adjustment authorization of the project, then the VERA or gold standard or CDM, any available methodology and the framework can be taken forward, and you can actually do. And in some of the Article 6.2, depending on the buyer, he may be able to ask you there is something called a overall mitigation goal, OMG, in the Paris Agreement. He will say that 5% or 10% can be given to the OMG to mitigate various kinds of risks, etc., etc. So that is very clear. Last question, okay, to David. David, for the clarity of the audience, would you tell me where is the demand for voluntary carbon market coming from? My understanding is the voluntary commitments under SBTI or various other voluntary commitments that the major corporations, global corporations have made is what is creating the demand for the voluntary carbon market. And, but a number of registries say the retirement is not happening into their accounts. But whatever is the reason, the retirement is not happening into their accounts. Okay? But whatever is the reason, can you assure the audience, tell the audience where is the demand for the carbon market is coming and how sustainable is that demand?
Let me quickly add something. The retirement purpose of the credit is recorded in the registry. Recorded in the registry system. So if the project or developer like going to retire their credits, so they have to provide the purpose for why they are retiring the credit, to whom they are retiring the credit. So it is available in the market.
Recent research by a civil society organization of all the registries in the world says that the number of issued credits versus the number of retired credits, the percentage is too small, and they call it missing emission reductions. Anyway, that's a different issue. But just tell me, where is the demand coming from?
Yeah,
and is it sustainable?
I want to make a very simple answer, and this is, so the demand is coming from corporates. This is a private sector initiative, and it is a voluntary demand. So they are not forced, they do it voluntarily because they voluntarily signed up for science-based targets, as mentioned. This is one driver. Why do I sign up for a science-based target as a corporate, as a big enterprise in Europe or somewhere in the world, also here in Asia, of course. Most of the science-based targets, corporates, are here in Asia, by the way, which is a very interesting detail. So Asia is very much moving, so Europe has not too much to say. But of course, there are also some corporates that we have. And the reason in Europe for the corporates is that they understood it's a leadership. So it's a responsible leadership that is a driver. And it is also access to capital, because corporates don't get money at the stock market if they don't fulfill their ESG requirements or if they don't meet their ESG requirements. And it is also subject to scope free, which means that they set targets like telecommunication companies to start to compensate for their delivery, their supplier, which means that they do not only account and calculate the emissions that they do with their core business, they are also feeling responsible for the emissions that are in the value chain, in their suppliers that are globally. And this scope-free emissions is kicking in 2025 to 2023, and which means that the transformation to reduce the emissions of my operations, I have to stick to my targets that I set, but I will still need some time, and especially for that period between 2025 and 2030, there's a huge, a massive demand. A very concrete example for the audience to close. So what we do, there is a huge carbon market, which is the spot market, which is, oh, what were my emissions last year, and this is the number of tons, and now I need to buy this equivalent in tons that was already captured through whatever technique or nature. And there's a new development, which is the relevant development, which is that corporates are making forward commitments. Due to the prices development, they also want to make sure that they get high quality carbon credits, not only today, but especially for their emissions in 5 years, 6 years, 8 years from now. So they sign, for example, concrete number, 300,000 tons today that they will buy for the years 2025, 6, 7, 8. So there's a forward market coming. This is a strong driver for the carbon market, especially the voluntary one. It was a long answer, but I hope it made sense for you.
Thank you. Due to the short of time, nobody has any comments, we can give some time for the audience questions. Maybe about 5 minutes. Yep. Any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Deepak Srivastava, Chief Mission Director, Green Tamil Nadu Mission. So it was very, very enlightening for all of us to hear about the functional part of the carbon market, but practical on ground, we are seeking some, I tend to seek some guidance from the panel. First thing is that, as you have already discussed, regarding nature-based solution vis-a-vis renewable energy, as per my understanding and my reading, in 2021, the report said that the volume of the transactions from the forestry and land use was almost $1,327 billion. And for renewable energy, it was only 479. So forestry and land use sector is very well, has been, means this kind of voluntary market is very well crafted for the nature-based solution. First thing is that. Second thing is that in Tamil Nadu, in the 2 missions or the 3rd mission which is coming up, coastal mission, we have already, under Green Tamil Nadu mission, 7 crore of seedlings we have already planted with a base year of 2021-22. Again, we are doing lot of mangrove planting. Almost it is projected that we will restore rather, 60 additional square kilometers of mangrove in another 10 years time. We have got 45 square kilometers now. So basic question is, our landscapes are multiple. Our landscapes are forest, degraded forest landscape. Our landscapes are urban and peri-urban settings. Our landscapes are farmlands. Majority of the landscape is farmland. And our landscapes are water bodies. Now when it comes to project designing, so whether the entire state can be taken as a project entity, this is the entire state as a single project, or we have to go the land parcels wise and segregate, because up till now.
Can you be brief?
Yeah, I am coming, because it's a practical thing which we are facing. So one thing is that whether we have covered 1 lakh hectares till now. We are going to cover, projected is 10 lakh hectares in another 10 to 15 years. So how this project designing should be done, one thing is that. Second thing, if we hire a project developer on tender basis, whether that project developer will start the work right from the feasibility up to the issuance of credit, or there will be different kind of institution involved. Final question is, how much time it takes from the development of the project, validation, auditing, and then you say that MRV, and then final issuance of credit. So these are the 3 practical things which we wanted to know from our state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin volunteered to answer that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
First thing, this is what we call a platform play, sir. You can build a platform play for a very large extent of small parcel land across an entire state or a geographic jurisdiction. It is possible. It needs to be designed well. Point 1. Point 2 is, and I'm on the, I think you can also jump in, David. It takes anywhere between 6 to 12 months normally to get a project validated, registered, and MRV is once in 5 years, but for those of you who do not know what MRV is, you measure the impact once in 5 years. But there are projects we've done it sooner because we knew the maturity was much sooner, okay? Third, do you have to do feasibility if the government has already done the feasibility for a project developer? It depends on what kind of data you have and the acceptability of the data in a certain standard to the project developer. And in my case, from where I'm looking at it, it can be a partnership with the government, so it does not have to go through the whole process again, and all that data can be infused into the project design, development, and implementation. These are just practical answers, and there are much smaller projects where in Andhra, there's a major agriculture project where land is spread over almost, it's a 5,000-6,000 hectare sustainable agriculture. It's spread almost as wildly as it can be. Okay, it's there, and we are doing a 5,000 hectare sustainable agriculture in Tamil Nadu with FPOs, which is also spread. So as a platform play, it's possible. It's one of the recommendations we have for our neighboring country that we're building for them. Absolutely possible.
David, you want to add?
Yes, I would like to add, just build on what Kevin was saying, and this is from our experience. So this is now, India is you know India best, so I can just share also how it is like in Panama or Colombia or Ethiopia and Tanzania, where we look at projects. And we have usually like 1 year for the feasibility, 1.5 year for the feasibility to get all the data proper right, get external experts on board to make sure that whatever the standard is, if it is Vera, which is in 80% of the projects the case, by the way, globally, that this standard is met and that all the data is properly collected. And then until the first carbon credits are issued, this is depending if it is, and we are very much looking on restoration, so on real removals. And this is a difference we did not discuss. There is avoidance and removal. Avoidance goes faster, be careful with the baseline. And removal takes more time, and then it takes 3 to 5 years time until you issue the first carbon credits. This is like the timeline that we, for example, had also here in Gujarat. Last thing that I want to add is this, I think it's the word we use it's the language group projects. So you start with 500 or 200 hectare, and then you can add different plots under the same methodology. This is allowed, but I think, Ashok, maybe you can share and add on this. Yeah.
We'll take next question and then we'll see.
It's a good question.
I would like to
it's a very good
add
question.
Something on the timeline of the project. See, actually, there are 3-4 stakeholders involved in development of the project or the registration. So it's difficult to comment on the timeline, but like as a standard setting organization, we can comment on our timeline. We have a specific timeline on our website available, but for last year we are experiencing some delaying in the project review. So what we did, we have increased the number of staffs involved in the project review. Last month we have started the online project submission. So we opened it for 1 month as a pilot basis. So whatever project we have received for through the online submission portal, we will review it and we will see that whether we need to include something or not. Then we can like launch it for all the project developers. Thank you.
Kevin,
So, now, just closing out, monetization normally takes another 3 months from there, because so David's got futures, forwards, we've got futures and forwards, where there's a guaranteed sale of the credits. So all of this is well thought of, well streamlined from the date of a project to the date of ensuring that there's revenue. Normally we see, and just to close it off from my side, voluntary market is only 2% of the global carbon emissions. Compliance market is 8%. Carbon taxes is another 4%. So the voluntary market will grow from now $2 billion to $50 billion. So the demand is very clearly there. Confidently, people should be taking a look at the voluntary carbon market. That's my statement to you.
I also have a closing remark, if I may. Yeah. And the numbers Kevin just shared, they're true, and we work on the same numbers. And the challenge that we have is identifying the good projects and the partners, which means my closing remark is it is very much about collaboration in this sector to move things. So nobody can move the needle alone. So we have to work together. If we are in the same field, we need to exchange internationally also what is learned. We need the governments, we need the private sector. It's a collaborative effort. This is my closing remark. Thank you.
Sorry, we do not have more time for any further questions. And thanks a lot. And I hope it was a useful session for all of you. Thanks, panelists, for contributing to the discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tamil Nadu.
May I invite you all to please step forward for a group photograph? May I invite our chair to present a memento to our panelists? Ladies and gentlemen, can we give our panelists a huge round of applause? Thank you. Thank you once again for an incredible session. And can I please welcome on stage Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Governing Council member, to please felicitate our chair. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to take a short break for lunch. We hope to see you all back here at 2:30. Pardon me, by 2:15. And before we let you go, we've got a short video in store for you. This showcases the journey of the Lantana elephants from Nilgiris to the whole world, telling the story of human-elephant coexistence, calling on people around the world to live well with nature around them. Please take a look.
You have to carry this books.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we all settle down quickly, please? We need to start the session in just 3 to 4 minutes. May I request everybody to please settle down? And can I request some volunteers to get the students from outside, please, and the other guests? Yeah. We need to get Sahitya. You did not have lunch? I'll go out. You go out once the session starts. May I request everybody to please settle down? Please come inside. Please take your seats. Come. Shankar? There's nothing there. You wanted to do the video? No video. Forget this session will end.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back for our post-lunch session. We're requesting you all to please settle down so that we may begin our next session on climate finance opportunities and challenges. Requesting you all to please settle down so that we may begin our next session. To everyone who's gathered at the back, we love the fact that you're continuing these discussions and potential collaborations. May I invite you to please be seated and continue the same. Our next panel is on climate finance opportunities and challenges. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our chair for this discussion, Thiru Montic Singh Ahluwalia, Governing Council Member, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission. Mr. Ahluwalia, if I can invite you to join us on stage, please. Our keynote speaker for today is the Principal Secretary to Government Finance Department, Thiru T. Uday Chandran IAS Avargal. Sir, requesting you to join us on stage, please. Our speakers on this panel, we have the Chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry, Tamil Nadu State Council, Thiru Shankar Vanavarayar. Welcome, sir. And the Chief Executive Officer for the Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Fund Management Corporation, Thiru Krishna Chaitanya. Welcome.
Krishna is fine.
Okay, very good. Shall we then say, I just say a few things, and maybe you will kind of overview how you see it conducted. Then we can have who wants to speak first. You want to speak first? Then ask him and ask me.
Okay.
And then it's possible, as you speak at the end of depending, there's something I want to question. I may ask for clarification. Then I will throw it open, or maybe I'll say something.
So would you like to get started here? What would be more comfortable for you?
Me?
Yes.
I prefer podium.
Then can I invite you? That sounds lovely, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot. Well, hello. Can I be heard? Okay, good. Well, first of all, let me thank Supriya, her colleagues, the government for inviting me to this very interesting session. I must say that, you know, I'm quite enthused by how much action Tamil Nadu is taking in terms of individual schemes and programs, a lot of which has been spelled out in detail. Now, this session is dealing with how is all this going to be financed, which in a way is one of the important things we have to resolve. And we have three speakers. But before I call on them, let me just put the thing to you in a sort of context. And that is, internationally, there has been a lot of discussion and recognition that the restructuring that we are talking about, if we are to get anywhere near net zero, is a major restructuring of the economy, first of the energy sector and of related sectors, but not just of those, because a lot of the energy use, the defossilization that's needed goes into other sectors, not only the usual industry, but also agriculture, which generates a whole lot of GHGs, which are not easy to control, because agriculture, after all, means changing long-established cultivation patterns, which is difficult to do. I mean, farmers everywhere, the amusing thing about farmers is when they see something that's profitable, they take to it very quickly. But when they see something they're not sure about, you can have the most enormous problems. So for all these reasons, people normally say that you need a whole of the economy approach. And many people have tried to calculate what does this mean in terms of investment. Usually those estimates tend to be very large, but on closer scrutiny, they become a little less daunting. I've seen estimates that say you need an extra 3% of GDP, in some cases 4% of GDP. And you know, to increase 3 and 4% of GDP is not easy. I mean, it's something that takes decades to do. But on the other hand, there is a perception that these estimates are exaggerated because they don't really reflect the net impact. Let me just give you one or two little examples. One is, of course, that when you want to change from fossil fuel-based generation to RE, everybody knows that the initial capital cost of RE is very high. But you know, unlike fossil fuel-based generation, there are no fuel costs. So the cost of the switch has to take into account the fact that you won't be either using your own resources to mine coal or using foreign exchange to import fuel. And that makes it a little less onerous than the first round shock. I mean, a good way of demonstrating that is what happens in electric mobility. You know, the EV buses cost about 3 times a diesel bus. So on the face of it, it may look kind of impossible because none of our state road transport corporations have either the creditworthiness or the kind of internally generated resources to finance a huge transformation from diesel to electric. But you know, on the other hand, if you don't actually buy the electric bus, and convert this into electric mobility as a service arrangement. Then there are cases in Delhi, in India, and also I think Delhi, where the Transport Corporation has invited bids from people who will run electric buses, and they say, what will you require per kilometer as a service charge, assuming we guarantee you so many kilometers per month. And when that is done, it turns out that the cost is actually lower on a per kilometer basis than either diesel or CNG. So there's a good case where unpackaging the thing and bringing in some financial mechanism, because in effect, whoever runs the thing has to get the finance to buy the EVs. But if he thinks there's a good model here, he can actually get the finance. And related to this is perhaps you can make it easier for such people to get finance by having a guarantee mechanism. And this is where one of you is responsible for the Tamil Nadu corporation that does this kind of financing. And this issue was raised yesterday when I think one of our colleagues from the CEEW, I think Arunabha Ghosh, said that rather than give money, why don't you think of giving guarantees? Because that would leverage your funds 10 times over. I mean, that's just one example. So there is scope for innovation, but roughly, I tell you, international bodies have said that maybe we need developing countries other than China will need 3.5% of GDP or some such thing. But they've also said that 2%, 2/3 of this will have to be raised domestically. So while there's a huge amount of excitement amongst our climate change negotiators about this 3% number, it's totally clear that you're not going to get 3% coming in from outside. At the most, you might get maybe 1%, and even on that, there's no agreement. I think the international negotiations are now ongoing, and hopefully by 2025, they will reach a number. Whereas earlier they had said 100 billion per year to be reached by 2020, they will now tell you what is the number to be reached by 2025. But you know, even if that number is 1 trillion, and if it is met in the same way that 100 billion was, the fact of the matter is it's going to be quite small. That's one point. The second point is that, you know, a lot of this, they will say, comes from the private sector. I mean, the world is swashing around with liquidity, and any project which is in the money, in other words, it has a credible revenue model, should be able to attract the finances. If it's not able to attract the finances, it's because it's not financially viable. And if you want to keep the services underpriced, which is quite possible in some of these areas, then you must just provide explicitly the subsidy from the budget. Now, this will create quite an onerous set of responsibilities in order to absorb this money. Out of the international money, not more than 1/3 is supposed to come from the multilateral development banks. And there we will have a separate problem, and that is that the action is all in the states. The projects are being invented in the states. The money will be, some money will be available from the multilateral development banks. And it's not very clear how the multilateral development banks will be able to choose the projects. I mean, you know, it's a normal thing that the central government will want the multilateral development banks to spread their resources, and then they will argue that, you know, while Tamil Nadu has a lot of very viable, well-structured projects, this may not be the case in other states. I'm not mentioning names, but I'm certainly willing to mention that Tamil Nadu will come up. Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, they would come out high. Many others will come out low. How we resolve that, we don't know. But until the World Bank and similar organizations give a signal that we are willing to lend India an extra X billion dollars, we won't even get into the business of thinking about it. So that's the background. I do think that the bulk of the financing will have to be raised domestically from the private market. And quite honestly, if the bulk of the investment is also going to be in the private sector, which it has been so far in things like renewable energy and so on, then it's only logical that this should get financed from the private sector. And what the government should think of is, what is a little bit of extra support that these organizations need? So with these introductory words, thank you for the opportunity to listen to so many good people, and let me pass on by requesting other experts to pitch in. The first speaker is going to be Sri Uday Chandran, Additional Chief Secretary, and after that I'll call on the others. Do you want to speak from here or from there? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. The panelists, including the veteran Mr. Ahluwalia, and as well as Shankar Vanavarayer and Krishna Chaitanya and Madam Supriya, and as well as the fraternity from the Environment and Climate Change Department, and as well as the enthusiasts from all across the layers of the society who assembled here for charting out a new path for the state of Tamil Nadu, and as well as a role model for the country in the climate change, and as well as very specifically the theme of the today's session is the climate financing option. I'm really delighted to be here. This particular aspect of financing the climate change opportunities, and as well as realizing, understanding the challenges before us, is a very critical aspect in understanding the whole gamut of the newfound area of interest to save our present and as well as the future and as well as the planet. But a critical point here is rightly mentioned about Mr. Ahluwalia about the financing angle. The climate change or the climate financing, in my opinion, as well as from the State Department opinion, is a very critical area. At the same time, it's a very, very nascent stage, a developing field. One has to really cautiously tread the path is the initial observation from our side. At the same time, we realize the fact that the multiple stakeholders have got equal kind of responsibilities, whether it is private sector or the government agencies or the financial institutions, including bank and as well as the multilateral development banks and the academic community. All have got really a lot of work to do. And coming to the financing angle, as Mr. Ahluwalia rightly pointed out, that we are very concerned about it, and as well as the government of Tamil Nadu has taken a lead among the Indian states in creating many institutions, the climate mission or wetland mission or a new climate fund also with 1,000 crore. There's a lot of new initiatives have come, including the recent budget which has outlined the separate fund for protection of the endangered species also. So a lot of new initiatives have been taken, and of course these are all not only statement of intent but a well laid out path, and we have taken a structured way of achieving our goal, and awareness creation within the system and as well as among the society in general is very critical. That's why most of our officers from the Environment Department and other stakeholders are here. In fact, from the Finance Department angle, in fact, we have started our attempt to bring out the climate budgeting. There was an attempt, so probably the next year we will bring out the very structured way of coming out of the climate budgeting in each and every area, sector, not necessarily a department. So how we have to bring in this particular concept into the budgeting angle, how to finance within ourselves, as Mr. Aluwalia pointed out, that the domestic resource mobilization is also the key. At the same time, the challenges also are, in my opinion, very important one, which we cannot really ignore it. One of the major challenges is that innovation in R&D aspects. Again, it's a new area, uncharted territory, and we are also very cautiously looking at these areas in two aspects. Climate aspect, the financing of climate and green projects is not only the transition from fossil fuel to the renewable energy. That is a very important one. As you know, Tamil Nadu again is blessed with the natural advantage of solar and as well as wind, and we are not lagging behind in pumped hydro storage. We are coming out with major projects with huge capital intensive projects, the private sector participating. We have identified around 12 suitable sites to put up the projects to the tune of around 66,000 crore. As a major projects are coming up. Green hydrogen, around 2 major investments are coming up, mostly nearer to southern areas in Thoothukudi. So we are not lagging behind, we are in the forefront of doing it. But at the same time, we are very careful in treading the path, because in the renewable energy sector, it has to be a fine blend, because we are keenly watching many countries, including some of the European countries which charted their own path and going completely green and renewable and faced a lot of crises, not necessarily of climate one, but because of the geopolitical reasons. So we are cautiously looking at it, because it has to be a fine blend in taking it forward. So huge capital intensive projects are needed. We are aware of that. We are looking forward to invite private sector to do that. At the same time, we are probably, the newly constituted Finance Commission, we will make our, submissions very, very strongly, that this particular factor has to be, taken into account while they are making their recommendations to the union government. This is going to be the future, and this has to be really be dealt in a very, very detailed manner, and in shaping the projects and as well as funding from the government. And very critically, that in the recent past, whenever I meet the multilateral development banks, whether it is World Bank or ADB, finally I end up with this particular point only: how green will be your interest rate in lending to us. So most of the time, they are at the initial stages. They are coming out with policies, and then they're yet to respond to us. Some of them are very optimistic, but we are actually looking at that particular sweet spot and getting that funds. Because we got a lot of projects, and we would like to leverage that particular point. And when it comes to even in the credit angle also, because our credit size is so huge, our CD ratio is much more than the national average. Probably we will be one of the top 3 states in the country to have the credit deposit ratio as high as 110%. So we were looking at funding this projects, how bankable projects by the private sector to take up these projects also. As rightly pointed out by the chair of the session, that government shall provide the comfort level, even in terms of VGF also. We will be actively looking that particular option also to fund those projects. Innovation, again, is a major area. R&D is a major area. Again, Tamil Nadu, as this particular state, has successfully transitioned itself from the automobile capital to the EV capital. But at the same time, we are aware of the fact that we'll have to concentrate on the charging infrastructure and the storage infrastructure also. And storage infrastructure also, again, we are again keenly watching that whether it is lithium will be overtaken by sodium. The latest trends in Europe also we are keenly watching. So naturally, we'll have to look at how the technology will take us through in the nearer future. So again, the R&D innovation also is a major key area where we'll have to nurture and as well as to finance them. So the access to finance, I really pointed out that the awareness creation and then as well as the affirmative actions shall start from the union government and state government and as well as the multilateral agencies and as well as the formal financial institutions at the local level also to really appreciate and then liberally and as well as with norms within the norms to lend it to the projects. Carbon credit, I suppose that that particular market separate session would have been held here. Again, it's a very national stage. We are keenly watching this particular aspect also. I can assure you that Tamil Nadu will be the first few states to access and then take advantage of that particular market also. The very critical point, probably when it comes to renewable energy, not only the creation of renewable energy sources, I think we are moving into the direction of smart grid and decentralized grids. We have to look at it and the energy efficient green buildings from the state side and as well as promoting it from the private sector side, because it has to be a collective concerted effort by the society. The infrastructure and mobility, EV buses have been talked about, and we are procuring EV buses with the assistance of multilateral banks like KfW. We are at the advanced stages of procuring it, and charging infrastructure also we have started rolling out. Of course, it needs to be speeded up, I know that. And in agriculture, again, there are major schemes and there are new ideas of, including solarization of agriculture sector also. We need to concentrate on that. And EV and green hydrogen, again, on the greater attention by the government. So overall, I would say that we are aware of the future and as well as the inevitable steps we have to take. At the same time, I can, with measured tone, I can say that it's a cautious approach we are looking at it. Because it's an uncharted territory. Together only we have to climb the this peak. In that particular aspect, we are looking at listen to all your ideas, and then probably this particular summit will generate the awareness and ideas. The ideation is an ideal platform to have. So we would like to take the collective effort by the society, by the credit institutions, and as well as enthusiasts, and to take it forward, and not to leave out that climate change brings the unwanted, unnatural, the natural disasters also. So we are again looking at how to manage and mitigate, being a coastal state, and we are at the disadvantage of facing the natural disasters, uninvited entry into our territory and causing real damages. And so we are looking at probably the funds and as well as reserving it. Why not even insurance product to protect the middle class or upper middle class people, because funding the disaster relief is itself is a major cause for concern for the state treasury. So in all aspects, this is a very, very important topic, area, sector, where every citizen of this particular planet probably has to devote a lot of energy to look into it. And then collectively only we'll have to look for solutions. Probably not in the immediate future, probably together the journey will find right solutions. So for that, the state of Tamil Nadu is always willing to collaborate with the academicians, enthusiasts, and then the climate change warriors, and as well as experts in the field to find the right solutions. We are always ready. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The Principal Finance Secretary has to leave at about 3:15. So I thought we might ask one or two of you if you have any questions for him before the other speakers. The floor is open. Anyone wants to ask a question, please raise your hand. And whoever it is with the microphones will get there. What? No. Give them about 20 seconds to make up their mind. This is a very questioning audience. So I think you mustn't let me down. There must be at least one question that somebody wants to ask. No? Well, clearly you were amazingly convincing in whatever you said, and there's no need for a question. I don't think there's anybody, so thanks very much. And please stay as long as you'd like, but you can leave whenever you want to. Now, Shankar, will you take over?
Good afternoon, everybody. And while I was coming to this session, I saw, the program read out first said lunch, then said this session. But I reminded myself that we are in India, we are in Tamil Nadu, where this is a topic, even after lunch, will be significant for us. Significant not because we are discussing finances, but because this is something that this state and some of us here believe that's very, very integral. I first want to appreciate and congratulate everybody who's involved in this, because normally you would come to a conference like this, which is sounding AI, tech, or something very cool. A topic like this, which sometimes only sounds like it's a challenge, normally talks gloom, talks about negativities and challenges, but to do this in a way that it's sounding more potential, progressive, and of course there are challenges, but the mitigation is most important. I want to appreciate everybody who's involved in this for getting us together to speak about the topic, but more interestingly, bring sessions and speakers who can sort of chart the way. I want to say that this is a phenomenal effort, and to have a mission, to get a mission mode, and to get all of us together is phenomenal. Thank you for that. I'm not sure whether there was a strategy in getting me to represent industry on a stage where there are three people who are related to money. There's Mr. Ahluwalia, who legendarily was part of the system which got more money into the country. There is Mr. Uday Chandran, who just spoke before me, sitting after the budget in Tamil Nadu, which I just congratulated him for nuancing it so well and holistic. And then naturally there's Mr. Krishna, who has money in his hand. And here I am representing industry to talk about some of this. I think what is very important, and there are reports and things that I've tried to read to understand, because I'm no expert on the topic, but this is not necessarily a topic which is fully understood, that is fully sort of governed by a system or a model. This is certainly emerging, which gives us equal opportunity to learn and understand what this is. I think we live in an extraordinary time, like in many, many times before, where things will change. The models will get redefined. We lived through Y2K, when technology redefined how we did things, how we thought about it in India. I see people before me, and I'm inspired to think about how India managed its food problem through a green revolution. And then the world has been through a vaccine revolution, the world has been through healthcare and so many other things. I don't think the climate challenge will be met by the verticals or the horizontals or the formats or the formulas of the past. And certainly financing also. And I completely listen and hear Mr. Ahluwalia, who said, I don't think there is going to be great money coming from other parts of the planet. And yesterday I had the pleasure and honor of being in a closed-door interaction with Mr. Bill Gates in Delhi, and he exactly said the same thing, Mr. Ahluwalia. He said, I don't think developed countries have much excess to give the developing countries. He also said something that is very interesting, that things have to be rebuilt and reinvented for wherever we are. Let me dive into the aspect of how India in the last 10 years has progressed. If you look at how we have built our new sectors, look at how the unicorns have been built, how the digital economy with things like the UPI and other things have been built, and just some report that I read a few weeks ago on the thousands of crores we spend every year to get our dal as soon as we start thinking of cooking it. How much of money is available, but how much is not. Which also means India has to reinvent this along with the world, but thankfully India seems to be in the head tables of the world discussing this. I was in the UAE a few weeks ago, and this is part of a CEO's delegation from CII, and we met 3 ministers, and one of them spoke a lot about climate change. It's very interesting, they always talk with India as a market, India as the billion population, India as the place for new solutions, but I also think they feel that the world feels that India can broad-base this, how we did telecom, how we did education, how we did healthcare. I think this is where I think our whole opportunity to reinvent this will happen. Coming to the finance bit. The finance bit so far has been built on profit, has been built on potential, has been built on a P&L. But somehow I think this is going to change. You know, as I was trying to make my thoughts, write down some of this, you know, I wear this ring which is called Ultra Human, which tracks my parameters on how much I'm sleeping, how is my heart beating, and how much I'm walking or not sleeping. I really think the future is going to be for companies and individuals and institutions. Our barometer of success and profit will change. Mr. Udaychandran just spoke to us about every international institution which is coming, finally narrows down the conversation to saying, what are we doing on climate? What are we doing for the environment? And thankfully, we are in Tamil Nadu. Thankfully, we're in Tamil Nadu, where I'm not sure how many other people have a ministry called this. We have a mission for this. We have policies talking about this. And we have many, many people working for it. We are a leader, and we are a leader comparable to some of the developed economies, also because we had the right policy. We had the right private players investing in it. About 10 years ago, the common perception about a place that close to my home, Tirupur, everybody would have said if you have a borewell, you'll get colored water. Look at how the city has transformed into manufacturing and how it has become a more greener manufacturing ecosystem. I think we need multiple levels of policies, initiatives, incentives, but I think we have to have a complete rewiring of how businesses will work. Finance is an integral part of that for sure. And when I say integral part, it is the fuel for it. But again, can finance happen in the same way we've done the past? One report says individuals will also have to think very different. I read this very interesting article which says when you buy a product next, you will finance for the impact that it creates. Like all the speakers, I'm sure all of us got an email saying that there has been a tree planted on the mission's behalf for each one of us for negating the impact that this event will have. What a brilliant idea. I also think financing will happen at an individual scale. It will happen at an institutional scale, but certainly in a corporate ecosystem. Today, I think businesses do this because some of their customers want it, because it's a good thing to do, but I don't think we look at this as an integral thing to do. Yesterday in the same discussion I was talking about, people are talking about the winds that are changing in India. If the amount of winds that change in India, it will really impact our agriculture, our weather, and this is concerning. So I think we are in a time when finances will get revisioned on how it's being allocated and how allocation will happen in very, very interesting manner. Industry also will be inspired. Now look at how young people have reinvented using technology, using the digital framework in this country. I think we'll have to make sure that they are inspired. New businesses, digital businesses are inspired. The last few days, we're all watching interview of the Ambani Jr. about how an elephant or an animal rescue center is happening, how mangroves are there in a petrochemical plant, and how they want to make sure this is the largest forest inside a corporate ecosystem. I think this change will happen in a big way. This change will happen not because it's a good thing to do, not because it's a right thing to do. If you don't do it, I don't think we will get enough of the outcomes. Climate financing will require global partnership. When I say global partnership, we will have to work with the world not only expecting money. There is a feeling that the world will have to fund us because we are in the last curve or the next curve of our growth, which means we will consume more energy. We will emit more carbon, and the world, the progressed world, will have to do this. Maybe we'll have to redo this conversation slightly different and say the world will have to fund innovation. Mr. Uday Chandran just touched upon the fact that science and technology and academia and research will have to get together. Maybe industry will have to work for innovation. We have to rethink on how products are made, solutions are made. This is not enough if we are trying to convert or mitigate, but we will have to basically reinvent the whole thing. The forward finance sometimes looks at profit, looks at returns. This has to be seen as investment. A lot of good of the world has been done on the basis of investment, not necessarily on return. Return for us maybe is livelihood and tangibility of our future. So this financing is going to ensure a whole new ecosystem will be built. Imagine if people had thought about investing in broadband, in internet, in servers, saying what is the return? The world got excited and invested multiple billions and trillions over the last 3 decades, and here we are. Here we are seamlessly connected wherever you are. A state like Tamil Nadu has a clear forerunner strength because our mix of energy is one of the best in the country and certainly comparable to other economies, but our awareness is also phenomenal. And the government taking the first step, and we just heard multiple people talking to us on how multiple things are being done. So this way, I think we are at the forefront of this, but the forefront does not give us an edge because the change is happening that fast and the solutions are needed that soon. Industry will have to wake up, and in CII, multiple conversations that we are having with policymakers, with industrialists, and with ecosystems, sectorally, everybody's talking about it. This will certainly make a big transformation, I'm sure, and I look forward to the conversation further. I just want to finish by saying I'm as excited as this event sounds to be because this is not going to be a challenge, but it's going to be an opportunity. An opportunity will require a new model, a new way of doing this, and certainly industry will respond. The push from policy, the support by international institutions for finance, and the interest by industry will have to work together, supported by academia and research for solutions. I will rest my case at this moment and look forward to listening to Mr. Krishna and mostly getting into a conversation with all of you. Once again, thank you for having us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Mr. Krishna Chaitanya, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Fund, very directly concerned with financing. And it was actually to you that on the first yesterday, CEW Chief Executive Officer had directed the suggestion that do you think you would consider using at least some of your financial strength in extending guarantees that would mitigate risk rather than direct financing? Oh, sorry, nobody could hear what I said? No, I apologize. I was just saying, well, he will respond, but Arunabha Ghosh on the first day of the conference had raised the issue that the fund might usefully use its financial clout not just to do direct lending, but to do guarantees and various forms of risk mitigation, which would help move money into the areas that you wanted moved. So if you want to address that, that would be quite interesting. Thank you. You can speak from here or from there as you like. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Dr. Aluwalia, Thiru Udaychandran, Thiru Shankar Vanavrayar, and Madam, ACS Madam, for giving me an opportunity to speak. The topic is the opportunities and challenges. I have always been an analyst, so I would just distill the entire opportunity and the challenge to one number. of course, there was a CEW report which talks about the opportunities in Tamil Nadu till 2050, but we would rather rely on what we have analyzed. The opportunity is till 2030, which is $60 billion. So we believe that the opportunities which are available in Tamil Nadu in the various spheres or the various areas requiring climate financing is to the tune of $60 billion. And again, as an analyst, I would like to see how have we mitigated these challenges in the past. I would really look at something which are far, which is going all the way to Saint Tiruvallur in his various kurals. I have the numbers, but essentially what he says is, what he emphasizes is on the importance of climate, the importance of circular economy, and how we should really work towards expediting those good deeds. Again, I would also want to bring to the fore the experiences that we have had over the last 1.5 decades in the solar sector, and especially in financing the solar sector. Tamil Nadu is one of the largest solar generators in the country. We have heard about the statistics about what proportion of our energy is solar. But essentially, solar faced its challenges in the beginning. Today, the government just needs to come out with the bids for the various solar capacities that it would be off-taking, and they are getting financed. And if you have to really look at it, they are getting financed by private players, mostly by private players. In fact, the situation is that most of the PSU players, the NHPC, the SJVN, and the NTPC, they have been also following the private players into the solar power space. The third is more of a personal experience. In 2006, I was a young analyst who has joined a private equity firm, and we were having a stellar run in terms of energy investing in emerging markets. And most of our investing has been in the thermal and combined cycle power space. And in 2008, we had Bain do an exercise as to where the opportunities are, and they came out with a report that while renewable is promising, but we'll need to go wait and watch. We, as a team, took a decision that will leave thermal and combined cycle, which has given us a 25% plus IRRs and multiples in dollar terms in the past, and said that we'll go only in the renewable space. That particular fund, from $750 million, has now raised close to $40 billion. So which means the opportunities in terms of financing renewable energy or sustainable projects or climate-centric themes has always been there. It is just that we'll need to approach it. And to this context, I will come back where we are. At a very early stage, there are more grants that need to be given. And while in case of solar, where there is a proven, repeatable, reliable cash generation, there have been public markets which are accepting that. The recent run in various solar-themed listed entities is something which proves the point. So coming back to that, we also have seen that as per the recent McKinsey report that I have perused, the investments which have been in the sustainable space have outperformed the other PE sectors, investments in the other PE sectors, whereas there has been a negative 6% slowdown. This has seen a positive 24% uptick. So I think this tells us essentially that while there are challenges, that's also an opportunity, because the past track record has been that there has always been money which is chasing climate projects. Coming back to Dr. Ahluwalia's statement about the 3% GDP, which has been a consensus number based on various assessments, the 1% to 2%, The same has happened with the solar space. You have more domestic capital chasing the solar power generation. We will see more of that coming in. However, to move there, there needs to be a catalyst. There have been so many incentives, be it the accelerated depreciation or any other incentives which have been provided, which we believe or rather I believe, would be required to provide impetus to more market-driven financing of these sectors. So coming back to Doctor's question about what are the guarantees, and this is where I want to come in, what are the guarantees or the risk mitigating measures that need to be in place. I believe that there needs to be a policy guarantee which Tamil Nadu, we have seen over the last couple of days that there have been so many policy statements and actions, more importantly actions which are following the policies which have been there. So we seem to have a nice environment where we can do more in terms of funding the $60 billion that we estimate is the requirement. That being said, I would like to really thank the department for being the catalyst that I've been talking about. We have a new climate fund, a green climate fund, which we are raising. The department has been a catalyst for us by providing the initial sponsor money. We believe we can be the catalyst in realizing the overall $60 billion dream. I'll be open to taking more questions because I believe this is a vast subject and I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. So I would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Now, I think that we have, I'm told we can go on up to, what time, 4 o'clock or something? Okay. Well, we have about half an hour. Now, you know, since this is the subject being finance, every one of you who is interested in something or the other in the world of investment for climate change or investments necessitated by a strategy of climate change management must be having finance at the back of your minds. So quite honestly, if there aren't any questions, I will simply conclude that nobody is worrying about a strategy for climate change management. So here we are. Let us start off. Who wants to ask the first question? Just indicate to whom you're directing that question. Yeah, please.
Thank you, and congratulations to the panel. Very interesting discussion. My name is Pablo Benitez. I work in the World Bank. I think that a lot has been said about financing, mostly about mitigation, renewable energy, and these kind of projects. At the same time, we need to think quite a bit about financing adaptation and also financing the growth of the economy in a way that it decouples from carbon emissions. And some of the areas that we think that is also very important is the work on financing for nature. So thinking about investing in the natural capital, that gives you two things. The first one gives you the opportunity to build resilience, and then you also build a natural capital that can generate jobs and so on. And then we talk about forests, fisheries, and these kind of things. And second, the other area that has not been discussed, which I think that Tamil Nadu has a lot of potential, is on the sustainable tourism. I mean, the coastal side of Tamil Nadu is incredibly beautiful and is unique if you go out into the south. So I think there's a significant potential, again, to mobilize a private sector finance in the area of sustainable tourism. And I wonder whether there is a plan on that, are there some financing targets, who can be the main players, because I think that can help a lot, not only to meet the 2070 target, but also to help you to build that resilience, because that helps to protect your natural ecosystems. Thank you.
Which of you would like to take that up? Do you want to respond?
The second point about tourism, I also think it's related to other infrastructures that are connected. You can't sort of take the sustainable tourism bit alone without building the whole infrastructure. And I think it's a great opportunity, and it already happens in a country like India and Tamil Nadu, because the fact that all our strengths in terms of how the West might see tourism is not done here. A lot of it is inbound, a lot of it is local, so it is there. But to reinvent the model to make sure it stays like that, and to ensure that there is an incentive and policy to support that sort of thing, I think is very important. We don't think about it that way, and we rewire ourselves to make sure we look like something else. So incentives to make sure it stays in a very sustainable manner, in a very local manner, in an ecosystem that is concerned and keeping nature along, or the sustainability angle, I think is very important, and for which awareness and incentive, and more than that, I think also bringing model that will, so today, if you go to a certain place, everybody wants to start looking like a city, wants to start looking like something else, not thinking that that is the authenticity which will sell. So we have to set the narrative right, is the first thing. Your point about nature, you also said, how do you do that? Look at the kind of many startups coming in this ecosystem relating to wildlife and how that mitigation be done. Because our man-animal conflict challenges are increasing. How many startups are working on remote sensing, on multiple other technologies are phenomenal. So I guess a lot of this will happen, but today we are reactionary, and maybe we'll have to start thinking about this from very different angles and how this can become a large sector by itself. That's a limited answer to the sort of second part of the first.
Can I respond a little bit? I mean, I think you raised some very important questions which are really particularly relevant in the area of adaptation. I mean, by definition, adaptation doesn't have a revenue model where the benefits can be internalized. I mean, there are benefits to the society, longer term, spread over a very wide area. It could generate some revenue earning activities like tourism and so on. But as a general rule, it's unlikely that they will actually finance the investment. The investment has to be seen as an investment in a public asset, which is actually very valuable, but that more or less has to be done by the government. It can't really be done by, I mean, the primary stuff, if you're putting out, constructing X thousand kilometers of mangroves along a particular coastline, that's a classic public sector government infrastructure investment. And of course, the World Bank can help enormously by both encouraging the government and providing technical assistance and so on. A lot of the discussion on financing, on the other hand, is in projects which, in principle, could be revenue earning, sort of what the finance fellows call in the money, but for some reason they aren't. And you know, when you look at the large volumes of investment required, and you frequently hear people say that there's oodles of cash in the world, and somehow the responsibility is on those who need it in order to make structure projects that are financeable. And I think, as I said at the beginning, you know, some of these projects may require a little bit of assistance. There are exaggerated perceptions of risk, which could be dealt with by risk guarantees. Multilateral development banks like the World Bank and others could deal with that internationally. Some of the local investment funds could also deal with that. But I think that is where we need a lot more of probably unconventional initiatives. I mean, the investment for public sector projects which don't generate an internal revenue stream, that's well understood. It's just that we have to capitalize the bank enough and push the bank to do it. And I don't know whether some of these recent discussions that have taken place in the G20, which haven't come to an actual firm conclusion on what is the international community going to do in terms of the extent of financing that they're going to provide, but they seem to have indicated that they want more. So I think one way or the other, most of the international multilateral development banks will be pushed to do more, initially probably on the strength of what they call optimizing their own balance sheet, But sooner or later, given the scale of the thing, it will require recapitalization. On that, there's no firm signals have been given, but certainly hopes have been raised. Would you want to respond to some of these questions, this particular one, on, you know, what is the scope for doing financing in this area, as you see it?
Good afternoon. So the area that you have mentioned, I think it has, if I may say, the funding has to be more longer term in one sense, because the reliability, to establish the reliability of the cash flows, and then for somebody like us, we are as institutions, as let's say the funds or any other funding institution, we are just transitionary. We will want to fund at some stage, be it depending on where we want to fund, whether it is at something towards the early stage or something which is more towards as an institutional investor before the capital markets take over. So the areas that you have mentioned are more at a very early stage because the revenue models and the cash flow reliability has not been established. However, as you know, I've just mentioned a little while back, there has been increasing interest, and as the other speakers have mentioned, people are taking pride in being part of funding projects like this. There is more responsibility which is getting embedded in the general populace. So there might be areas where collective investment vehicles may come and fund some of the areas that you have mentioned. And there have been examples of that, and initial track record of the same has already been established in India to the best of my understanding. Thank you.
You know, looking 2 years down the road, if something like the Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Fund actually takes off in a very attractive way, organizations like the bank or the IFC window could actually fund them and then let them go on with funding these things. So there are mechanisms that could be thought of. Of course, it depends on what the mandate or how the mandate for these organizations evolves. But Supriya, you wanted to pitch in?
Sir, I just wanted to make a point here. Our experience in... yes, sir.
See you better.
Yes, sir. The point I wanted to make was about the fact that while doing the budget tagging of various government departments as a part of this budgeting, climate budgeting exercise, we realized in the Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company that the governments also, through various departments, they need to look at the wasteful expenditure. The expenditure which actually is not really going, for the benefit at all. And by just doing that particular simple exercise, there would be a substantial amount of funding which could be made available for very critical projects. That's one point I wanted to make, sir. In fact, you will find that when you look at in our state, our budget book is actually the pink book we have. If you look at the various the budget heads, you will find that quite a large number of budget heads have actually not been operationalized, and there are monies which are there which don't get utilized. That's one point. Second point, which I wanted to say, sir, that many departments are already doing a lot of adaptation work and mitigation work, but they are not aware that actually this is the climate action that is happening. So as a result, they are trying to look for some kind of a new areas or new aspects without strengthening the climate action which they are already doing. It's just that a little bit of an effort on their part. For example, sir, it is the rejuvenation work of the water bodies that 3 or 4 departments do, like, starting from the rural development department to municipal administration department to the PWD and all that. But if it is done in a systematic, in a synergized fashion, I think the presentation we saw yesterday, what Nimal was making, it can actually, in just 2 to 3 years' time, can help to rejuvenate all the water bodies in a state like Tamil Nadu. So the point I wanted was a little bit of a discipline in making sure that wasteful expenditure is mobilize towards climate. And second is that working together would have a multiplier effect. Thank you.
Yep. Yes. Yep. The first gentleman on, and then I come back to you.
Hello. My name is Subhashish De, and I am.
You want to stand up? It'll be easier for people.
Sure. Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Subhashish De, and I represent an organization named Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. My question is for Thiru Krishna Chaitanya, sir. Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Fund Management Corporation has been given the mandate of managing the Tamil Nadu Green Climate Fund, and you have already done the assessment of the requirement of around $60 billion till 2030 to get Tamil Nadu to a position where it intends to be. But this also requires mobilization of resources from the debt market, which is currently not up to speed. So according to you, what more needs to be done, or what are the strategies which you are evolving within your organization to help mobilize debt market? One suggestion was from Arunabha yesterday in terms of de-risking investment opportunities. But beyond that, what else you are thinking about?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So,
yep. Go ahead.
Please, sorry.
No, you want to answer that question, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, please do.
Sorry. Thanks for the question. So we have done this assessment of about $60 billion, and we believe that that is what it takes for Tamil Nadu to achieve its net zero before the country achieves the net zero on the whole. And in terms of de-risking, the only de-risking that markets understand is reliable, repeatable cash flows. So if you look at the debt issuances in the green sectors, and this is a data that I've compiled from S&P, in the last 5 years, it has grown from something like about $540 billion of new issuances every year to about $980, $990 billion of issuances in the last calendar year. Now, there has been the $1 trillion breach, which has happened in 2021, but that was a one-off instance. But having said that, so this is where globally, I just wanted to give you these numbers so that is where the global numbers are. And now in India, at least I don't have access to the numbers which are reliable. There have been various sources, but I don't want to really quote them because they were a little more divergent. But having said that, if you really look for projects where you can find reliable and repeatable cash flows, that I believe is a better de-risking than any form of guarantees or any structures which imply a guarantee. And that would start the process where the markets will start funding more and more. It is again as I was mentioning to the solar sector, where initially there were a lot of initiatives, incentives, and guarantees. Finally, we had a situation where solar tariffs, again, there was a lot of other parameters like falling PV prices, but solar tariffs fell from something like about 9 rupees in 2012, 2013, sorry if my numbers are a little off track, to something which is less than 2 rupees at the peak of the bidding. So all I'm trying to say is that when we have a situation where we demonstrate a stable policy and the ability for the projects or the initiatives to generate reliable, repeatable cash flows, debt financing will come in. Today, solar projects are funded to the tune of 85 to 87%. The leverage is 85 to 87%. So that is, I'm not sure if I have really answered your question, but the crux that I wanted to make here is that when you identify projects where and work towards getting them to have reliable cash flows, you will get more debt financing and capital market financing in. I hope you are.
But you know, one other, just a small point in addition. We're now embarking, for the first time in a way, in mobilizing serious funding in these areas. So the first 2 or 3 of these will be problematic. But you know, as credibility builds up, that this particular type of project in a state government sort of works, it will become easier. Now, the debt doesn't have to be mobilized only domestically. You can also mobilize debt internationally. There's a problem whether you want to, you can mobilize it internationally, but denominated in rupees, so you don't bear the exchange risk. I mean, these are all innovative areas where things can be done. And to some extent, the involvement of the multilateral development banks would help, because their presence there provides an additional assurance that somebody has done the sums and it sort of works. I don't know, maybe, I don't know if the World Bank would be willing to pick up debt associated with, let's say, the electrification of buses in the major cities of India. Now, yesterday this came up. I think Arunabha mentioned it. You know, look at the Chennai situation. At the moment, you have approximately 0% of the buses are electric. And you want to go to something of the order of 30% by 2030 or 2040. Given the total number and the likely expansion, you're going to require to add more than 10,000 electric buses in Chennai alone. Now, that's a huge financing job. As I was mentioning, the per kilometer costs make it viable. But to buy that many buses, somebody has to be able to get the financing. So who's going to provide the financing? If you have a revenue model, and some of it may require some risk guarantee also, you might be able to get enough money. And if you add this up, just think of Delhi, Bombay, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Chennai, a few of the other major cities. Now, and imagine that we want to get onto a path of 2070 net zero, may have to do it even earlier. What is the credible number of electric buses that we need to put on the road between now and, let us say, 2040? It's a very large number. And I mean, if the financing for if there was a political push that the government set this up as a target, if there was a willingness to find ways of financing it, bringing in international funds, international organizations like the bank, IFC, ADB, etc. I mean, that's quite a workable financing model to think of. And I mean, the central government can play a role by providing a sort of a central government framework within which each of these things gets done. So while it hasn't been done so far, it offers an opportunity for operating on a scale which is actually quite substantial. There were other questions that, yeah. You and then the gentleman right here.
I have a question for Mr. Shankar, and perhaps it's a bit of a selective interpretation of what you said. You talked of how there was investments that were made in large servers, at the time when the internet was probably coming along. It kind of goes against the grain of what Mr. Chaitanya was referring to, where talking about, assured cash flows for certain investments. Those investments were made with the belief that this will unleash technology and opportunities for people across the world in a way that it will pay for itself. Now, why can't that approach be used? Because if everybody is going to sort of sit around waiting for that bankable project to come, not thinking about the public good element in this, right, then we will never get to the expectation where we have to. So how do you bridge this gap between what you as a financier is expecting versus what you as a visionary in terms of looking for public investment coming into this are saying?
I think both of us are going by a certain evidence-based approach. I was giving evidence of the fact that society invested in multiple things. Look at space. If society kept investing in space programs for the last 100 years and where we are, and the net result of many of those programs came for common good, for social good, for human good, right? So I think that evidence, that confidence I get is not visionary, but maybe a little progressive and pragmatic, seeing how human aspiration evolved with some of these things, right? So I think people will invest, governments will invest in some things, but here there is also a self-interest. There is also almost like last evening's conversation where I said, I mean, where we've discussed the fact that even if you do all things right for the next 30 years, it'll take another 40 years for things to stabilize, right? So we're talking almost a century of change. So I am very optimistic in the fact that this will change, the metrics will change. We are seeing some of it already. And as they say, slow is constant but sudden. I'm positively hopeful, not from the aspect of this is a good thing to do, but this is the smart thing to do, and this is the profitable thing to do for the future. Because we've just got carried away doing it in a certain way and a certain scale. And we are seeing that change, to be honest. In multiple places we are seeing it. I don't think it's cynical, but it's the right question to ask, to say, how do you meet this? But for him, the evidence is the fact that money has to come, return has to come, I guess. But do you want to take the other side of the view?
A quick clarification on that. I think both of us are meaning the same thing. The question was specifically on debt financing, and that means the reliable and repeatable cash flows. But at the same time, somebody needs to invest today to ensure that it moves from uncertain, probably unreliable cash flows to the reliable, certain cash flows. So that's where we come in. Now, what I want to emphasize on is that unlike the servers, where it might have taken about 20 years, today, there's always that saying, there is no planet B. So which means we need to really accomplish this in the next 10, 15 years, which is why I was quoting the numbers for 2030. And which means it's not that we will not invest in projects which are not really having cash flows, which actually on the contrary means that we will invest in cash flows, we'll do our assessment, our analysis, and invest today and get them to a position where they can be debt or capital market funded. Thank you.
Yes?
I think the last few questions and answers have kind of touched on what I wanted to ask. The gentleman here asked about that why this, the prescriptive or the approach that we have towards climate financing is different than what Shankar you mentioned, going into space, right? Now that is as dangerous, if not less, than investing in a climate-based project. So on that bit, how we can change that perspective in the sense that to make it more investment ready. And one of the solutions that Montek sir mentioned about the risk guarantee. So in one of our earlier projects, we had developed a risk sharing facility specifically for waste management projects, because those are again some of these projects which are considered very risky, less debt oriented or more working capital required perspective. So what are some of the solutions, any of these solutions have you tried thinking about, or which is the direction we are going into?
You're asking me a practical answer. I don't have a practical answer to say this is what somebody's done, but I can see a trend, right? So we can see trends of what's happening. The one person that most Gen Now people follow and see is somebody like Elon Musk. And look at all the investments. Now imagine if leaders across the world are going to talk about some of these things. Today it's sort of emotional, it's philosophical and the right thing to do, as much as being, but I have a feeling this will change big time, right? So this will change and investments will happen. And somehow we've seen these things happen in small ways. Look at how in the state we are sitting, solar and wind. Now this is not a novel thing to do. For the last 20 years, this is the normal thing to do for any business to invest. And how we deal pollution, right? How water discharge has been dealt, how sort of rainwater has been used in this state. There are multiple cases where there are mission mode changes which have happened already. So I think we are progressively there, but from an aspect of industry taking huge investments, we will see it in the next gen. In most, I come from family business, but most next gen, if you talk to, if you bring the word climate, they're interested. To a straightforward manufacturing business, the moment you bring in climate, there is so much of intent, interest to say, how do we innovate? How do we recreate this whole process, right? So we are working on some of the old models, including, that's the same answer to the previous gentleman. We are working on the same metrics of the past. These metrics will change. How valuation happens will happen very differently. What if the balance sheets start looking at what you do in intent and what you're doing to climate and carbon and multiple things as a positive, as a metric? These things will completely change. Today, profit is looked at, income is looked at, and guarantee is looked at in a very different way. Guarantee will be very different. So we have somebody from one of the largest industries sitting here from Ramco. I mean, now for them, one of the things that they want to do and seem to be doing is, apart from manufacturing the best things in the country, in the world, but also seeing the best change that they will do. So somewhere I feel from a good thing, it will become the most progressive thing, which will lead to profit. So we are used to wiring profit to tangibles. Maybe this will be a slightly intangible specifics which will come. And carbon credit sort of tools will only add things to it, is my perception.
No? Any more questions? Yep, from the back. Why don't you come up front and ask your question?
This is the question to Mr. Sankar.
Come forward.
Being in Coimbatore, the history of Coimbatore says that the people themselves evolved and improved the infrastructures, facilities in Coimbatore rather than the government. Do you believe that for the climate remedies, will the Coimbatore contribute more, and what is your expectation for that achievement?
Mr. Kalidas is somebody I know, and both of us are from Coimbatore, so this is not only going to be a Coimbatore answer and question and answer, but I think Coimbatore, what he is trying to say is entrepreneurial, is a city built out of entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and innovation. Maybe so far we are doing things as philanthropy and charity. Now maybe industry will have to do this in a way that we did the first motor, we did the first bike, we did the first car, we did the first many things in the country. Maybe we'll have to bring technology which will be very different, Mr. Kalidas. Now, maybe the conversation of doing good will have to get into products and innovation and technology, and not necessarily limit itself to doing good for society. And because now business can do good for society by what they do itself. Like every food manufacturer in the 70s was thinking we are feeding India, right? They were not necessarily thinking that they were going to sort of make profit out of it. So I think that generation, how post-freedom thought about building business for India, for developing India, maybe Coimbatore businesses, Tamil Nadu businesses should start thinking of businesses for societal good, but through climate good, through environmental good, I think is where we will go. For your question, on how, because today, so far, the examples of what you do, organizations like Sirutuli, are all trusts, NGOs, and things. So now maybe we need industry consortiums to come together. Maybe we don't do that, I think. Maybe it's the SIMA, the Codicea, CIIs of the world will have to get together and say, this is not a side panel, but this is at the core of what we do as manufacturing, as MSME, as product, as things, that how do we do this? How the quality movement in Tamil Nadu, every industry, and the quality movement-nala evlo maatram vanduchu nama products ulagam fulla pochungra madri, maybe we need a movement which will talk about environment and sustainability, where Tamil Nadu industries will go to the front. But I think it was more than a question. Neenga solringa nenikren indha pannanonu. I get that, and maybe we'll start working on that. Thank you.
I just want to make a little comment on, I mean, there's a lot of talk globally also about the role of the sort of philanthropic organizations, and some reference here to the importance of the philanthropic initiatives in Coimbatore. I think we should be quite clear, but any philanthropy is to be hugely welcome. I mean, in any society, but I think if somebody does something not for their own profit, there's a moral superiority in that, which should be applauded. But let's also be clear that if we are talking about restructuring society, that the scale of that restructuring goes well beyond what is reasonable for purely philanthropic activity to finance. it is going to have to be such society itself, one way or the other, with governments, with international institutions, etc., that actually brings up the bulk of the effort. Now, where the philanthropy can help is, instead of concerning itself with directly doing a small part of the whole thing, directing its philanthropy to fill in gaps which would enable a much larger effort to take place. So it's seeding a viable system. But you know, in the longer run, I mean, the only structural change that is going to occur is a structural change which in itself is economically viable. If it's not viable, then I mean, you're left with whatever philanthropy can do, and that should be welcome. But I think the message that's coming out now is twofold. One, there's a lot of change in technology taking place, which makes it possible to do things at a cost and price that was not possible to think of earlier. So we're not in the same situation as we were 20 years ago or 30 years ago. There's big change taking place in technology. That's not being driven by us. It's actually being driven by the whole world. I mean, if the world is going to save itself by going to renewable energy, the world had better find a solution on batteries. I mean, it's not that we need batteries, the whole world needs batteries. So presumably the entire research capability of the world has been directed at these kinds of things. Similarly, on things like electric vehicles, in the longer run, green hydrogen being used for mobility, there's a lot of effort going on, and one should assume that at least over the next 10 or 20 years, you will see the same change in these areas that we have seen in many other things. I mean, nobody would have imagined that an iPhone would do what it is doing now. If you had asked me 20 years ago, I would have said, forget it. So we have to factor that in. Now the question is, given that, what is the best thing to do to trigger that? I think identifying the sectors where intervention at scale is now possible, that should be the big thing. I mean, there are many things that need to be done, but in many of them, intervening at scale is not possible. But I certainly think that in bringing in renewable energy and electric mobility, I think the system is ready for bringing in intervention at scale. It may require some triggering, supporting finance, lubricating, guarantees, whatever you like, some form of risk mitigation. But you could probably get big benefits if you could do that. I have a sneaking suspicion from the presence of our very helpful organizers that we've overshot the mark and we should then get the hell out. So thank you very much for letting us do this program. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir, for bringing your wealth of experience and your wit to the stage. Thank you. Thank you so very much. If you can help me with my mic volume, that would be lovely. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request our chair to please felicitate our speakers on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, can I get you all to show a little appreciation for our incredible panel that we have on stage. Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your expertise with us. May I invite the three of you to step together for a group photograph for our photographers, please? Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next session where we have a presentation on the path traveled so far by the Chief Minister's Green Fellowship Program Fellows. So please join me in giving a very, very warm welcome To the project lead, Mr. Ajit, the Trichy District Green Fellow, Mr. Godwin G. Nigil, the Tenkasi District Fellow, Ms. Jnanashri Bhavani. From Karur, we have Mr. N. Gopal. From Pudukkottai, Ms. V. Abhirami. From Madurai, Mr. Tarun Kumar. And from Kallakurichi, we have Mr. Bhupati Raja. Welcome, welcome. If we can have all of you join us on stage. Again, the chairs are there for you all to please feel free to take a seat. And can I invite the project lead to begin?
So good evening, everyone. Good evening to all the esteemed guests present here. We thank the government of Tamil Nadu firstly for providing us an opportunity to present in front of such a big stage about our progress. So this is Ajit, I'm program lead for the Chief Minister's Green Fellowship Program, and I'm here to speak on the overview of the program, and followed by 6 of our fellows who will be speaking on their experience in their districts. So coming about the rationale behind this program is the involvement of youth in climate actions. We have our young minds sitting here and involving them in climate actions right from the inception stage will create a platform for taking up actions in the future in a heightened manner, in a pioneering way. So in that rationale, we have a diverse group of people selected from various sectors, say engineering, agriculture, science, humanities. Such diverse group is present as a team here working in each of every district, and we have a higher female ratio in our team. 60% of the people in the team are females, and looking at the main roles which they have been playing is first and foremost is the implementation or flagship missions of the government, which is the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Tamil Nadu Green Tamil Nadu Mission, and Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission. And of course, we have the new mission coming up, the Coastal Restoration Mission, in which also they'll be involved. Then the most critical thing they are currently making is the making of environmental repository. So we have a lot of data here and there pooled in and kept, but there is a lack of, a lot of gaps are present in that aspects, and these fellows are making sure that a repository is created, a baseline is created, so that all the data related to the districts is put in at one place, and based on that further actions can be planned. They will also be working on creation of district climate change action plans, and of course they are involved in the policy aspects, and they'll be taking care of the building of capacities of various institutions and stakeholders, and of course they are researching the best practices across districts. Even across districts, the fellows are sharing their experience and giving it to others, and from other states and international platforms, they're taking up the best practices and trying to make the interventions in their districts. So there have been seeds of change. They are a little different from the usual government machinery system. Their position is unique as fellows, so they have the freedom to act upon, and because of this, they are facilitating the government machinery to implement the schemes in a faster pace. They are giving all necessary technical evidences in addition to the administrative aspects, which is creating speeding up of implementations. And so one main role is they are creating synergy in terms of interdepartmental coordination. They played a critical role in the establishment of the district climate change missions in all the districts of the Tamil Nadu, and in that way they are creating interdepartmental coordination, which is creating a holistic approach for the climate actions at the district level. And they have been fostering flexibility, which I told you earlier. They differ from the rigid system. They have the freedom, and that's why they are able to make an impact in the district. So as told earlier, these vibrant people, they have access to various levels, right from the grassroots till to the top level. We are able to approach any officers in any district or any state, which has a lot of freedom to all these fellows, and they also have access to all the knowledge repositories. Of course, Anna University is a knowledge partner who is also monitoring all these fellows, and we also get all the necessary technical guidance from various stakeholders, which is making them, enable them tap every potential in terms of creating an intervention for accomplishing the environmental agendas in the district, which is definitely bridging the gap of policy implementation. They are coming up with innovative ideas and proposals which are being implemented in the districts. They provide feedbacks regularly for the policies which are being dealt upon at various levels, and they come up with necessary alternatives, eco-alternatives to all the either be it a process or a product. They are giving ideas for alternatives, which is creating an impact in climate actions. So these people have been enhancing the climate literacy in the districts. Around in the last 6 months, around 450 plus events were conducted, and more than 70,000 people have been impacted in this through various events, and both behavioral change and in terms of policy interventions. These fellows are also getting recognized well in almost all the districts. Some of the fellows got awarded during the recent Republic Day function from their district collectors from Tirunelveli, Kanyakumari and Tiruvallur, and the Teni fellow was facilitated by the Honorable Environment Minister when he visited the district. Apart from that, all the fellows are getting necessary recognitions because of their excellent work in the districts. So we now have the fellows who will be presenting their experience in the districts with a few examples. We have Godwin from Tiruchirappalli. Thank you.
Warm greetings to all. Myself, Godwin Ijil, Green Fellow from Trichy District. So let me tell you about the 1 crore trees program that we have taken in our district through our district administration. Tiruchirappalli has only about 10.55% of forest cover. Under the leadership of our ACS ma'am and the guidelines of our Green Tamil Nadu mission, we are focusing to achieve about 33% of forest cover. And as a first step, we have launched this 1 crore trees program. It is just the first leap for us, and we have implemented this project into 2 phases. The phase 1 consists of, we have developed 5 nurseries to a total extent of 25 acres. So far we have raised about 50 lakh seedlings in these nurseries, all of which are native species. And this program had been launched in May 2023, and currently we have raised the seedlings and we are planning to plant it by 2024 and 25. And these are some of the nursery photo. So the main resources involved in this nursery will include our technical team, that is our district collector, then the PD DRDA, the AD Panchayat, environmental activist, and Green Fellow, that is myself, and all the Panchayat presidents. So second is the funding. We get funds from various sources, that is the 15 CFC fund, the collector's discretionary fund, CSR from various industries, and even also public contributions. So far we have received around 33.5 lakhs as public and CSR contributions for this project. And land, we are utilizing this land from various sources, either from private or also from government. Out of the 5 nurseries, 3 is located at the government sites, and in 2 it is located in private land. The private had provided that land free of cost for the welfare of the district. And the manpower, predominantly we use the MG and Rega workers. So during the last 1 year, we have utilized around 12,000 man days of MG and RGA workers. And coming next, this is some of the photos of work that is carried out in the nursery, and the nursery photographs. So next, in the phase 2, we are developing panchayat level and block level nurseries in all the panchayats and blocks at Trichy district. So it is having a production capacity of around 56 lakhs. It has been inaugurated in October 2023, and currently the nurseries are in establishment stage. This also we will be able to plant in 2024-25 or 25-26. We will be planting all these 56 lakhs. Here is a short video of the nursery site works. Next, it will be followed our Green Fellow, Tenkasi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Yanashri Bhavani, Green Fellow for Tenkasi District. Today, I'm thrilled to share with you our journey towards making Tenkasi single-use plastic-free zone. We already have a single-use plastic-free ban in the state. However, I always believe that inculcating behavioral change in people will aid long-term sustained change. So, inspired by the vision of Mr. Rajendra Ratno IAS, I drafted our action plan that focuses on exemplifying, educating, empowering, and enforcing the change. Guidelines were drafted under each head, and actions are being taken in that. Let's delve into each aspect quickly. Exemplify. Under exemplify, may it be any idea, if government and its officials act as forerunners, it will automatically spearhead the mass towards the same. We have led by example by making 27 government offices single-use plastic-free, with others following the suit. 4 key sustainable meeting guidelines has been introduced to adopt in government meetings, promoting local crafts, food, cloth banners, and the habit of carrying own water bottles. We hosted state's first single-use plastic-free book festival, witnessing tremendous success with alternatives being used like cloth bags, very budget-friendly eco-cutleries. And 3 Manjabai vending machines were kept at the book festival premises, and we noticed that 1,390 bags were sold in just a matter of 8 days. And under educate, we planned to educate 3 sections of people, and over 5,000 students were sensitized through various activities, street plays, and competitions. To impact the grassroots, a proclamation for single-use plastic-free Tenkasi was passed in all the 221 village Panchayat Gram Sabha meeting. They were briefed about the banned single-use plastic items and the eco-alternatives of the same. And other than that, meetings at block level, municipality level, town panchayat level were held for the Shop Owners Association and Hoteliers Association, highlighting the economic benefits of the eco-alternatives. And under Empower, women self-help groups were integrated into government meetings and regular collectorate meetings with the help of sustainable meeting guidelines. I have mentioned the beneficiaries who got involved in the initiatives, and other than that, we linked 3 tailor units to all the 3 Mindum Manjapai vending machines in the district. This had a twin benefit of regular maintenance of the machines and also a sustainable livelihood for the women group. And under Enforce, a public contribution fund was established under district collector's name, and in this fund we have already pooled 1,10,000 rupees, and we are using it for awareness activities and cleanup drives. And other than in Enforce, we are planning to constitute a monitoring team also. Since the plan's launch on October 6th, we have witnessed significant behavioral changes, especially among students. We have seen businesses supporting the plastic-free Tenkasi initiative by displaying boards. People are slowly tuned to bring their own vessels for getting parcels. Tenkasi is well on its way to becoming a single-use plastic-free area, and together we'll achieve it soon. I thank ACS ma'am for giving us this beautiful opportunity to work towards people. Thank you.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gopal, Green Fellow from Karur District. I'm here to speak to you about the initiative that holds the potential to transform our district, health, and our environment, which is No Vehicle Day. As we all know, the increasing number of vehicles on our roads has become a major contributor for greenhouse gases, and these vehicle emissions release the harmful gases, which also contribute for global warming and climate change. The day is followed in order to reduce the carbon footprint of the individuals and to promote self-discipline as one of the tools to mitigate climate change. I can also show you the drastic increase in number of e-mobility in our district for the past 3 years, which shows the people are moving towards greener. By discussing with the district collector and the district forest officer, we have come up with the guidelines for the No Vehicle Day. It asks us to consider how we might move around the district with less reliance on personal vehicles. For one working day each month, we are encouraged to embrace alternate ways of getting around, like walking, cycling, and using public transport to office. This initiative encourages flexibility and personal choice. We can choose the date when we can follow the No Vehicle Day. And everyone can select the most convenient day for that. And some may even choose to go multiple days in a month. I have also created a Google form where we can track the progress, and which is under implementation. In Government Arts College, Karur, with the support of the college management, we have conducted a one-day No Vehicle Day to create awareness among the students about the vehicular pollution, and we have also received a positive feedback from the students. Apart from this No Vehicle Day, in our district government offices, especially during meetings, we have implemented the guidelines to conduct meetings eco-friendly, mainly focusing on energy conservation, water conservation, and to avoid single-use plastics. In the meeting letter itself, we have mentioned that we asked the participants to come up with their own water bottles to embrace sustainability. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I call Pudukkottai Green Fellow next.
Warm greetings to everyone present here. I'm Abhirami Venugopal, working as a Green Fellow in Pudukkottai district. To begin with, the younger generation of today have a different level of curiosity, which was evident in various incidents that has happened in the past. We firmly believe that any schemes that implemented will create a huge impact if it involves younger generation and young bright minds. In order to inculcate environment and social responsibility in the younger generation, would aid in shaping the better society. So, the government of Tamil Nadu has launched the Green School program. There are 25 green schools spanned across 17 districts, which will act as a torchbearers to the novel initiative of Green School program. These first batch of green schools will initiate other schools to take up the green initiative and follow the green footprints. There are around 17,353 students that will be there are 17,353 students who will be benefited under the Green Schools scheme, out of which 3,408 students belong to the Pudukkottai district. And this entire scheme spans across an area of around 180.96 acres. So there are 4 main project components. Briefly, there are electricity, water, waste, and food and greenery project. So under electricity scheme, the schools will generate solar electricity and it will ensure self-sustainability. And under water thing, practices to conserve the water will be used and water recycling will be done. Under waste management, the waste will be segregated at the source and the compost yard will be developed at the school. And regarding the greenery project, there will be a plantation of lots of trees and this will reduce the carbon footprint of the school. So, so far we are this program has a unique kind because it opts the bottom-up approach. All the plans are devised in consultation with the stakeholders regarding the school, and this particular schools will act as an innovative hub for the greening ideas. And the school students will be learning on the sustainable practices hands-on. And so far currently we are in the reconnaissance survey state, wherein which all the decisions have been made in consultation with the college and school students, and we are in devising the plan for the development of Green School program. Any success of the program will be measured during the acceptance and the reciprocating interest of the common public. So far, we have reached the interest from the local public. We have received a warm welcome in the Green School program. This particular 25 first batch of Green School will act as a torch bearers, and this system will be incorporated in all other schools. This will be followed by Bhupati Raja.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Bhupati Raja, Green Fellow of Kallakurichi district. I'd like to highlight two things in our district, which is livelihood opportunities for self-help women and SHGs, as well as the Meendum Manjape as a people movement. Our district is famous for the wood carving practice, where our district received geographical indication tax from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in 2021. Taking lead from this, women's and self-help group from the district has given training for wooden toy making, with the help of Padma Shri C.V. Raju sir from Andhra Pradesh. He has given a training for the women, making a wooden toy, extracting dyes from the natures, leaf, barks and seeds of the trees. And considering the market of wooden toys in India, our population growth, economic factors and eco-consciousness among the population, CMI prediction of $27 billion worth of wooden toy markets will be in the future by 2030. These are some of the clippings of C.V. Raju, Padma Shri C.V. Raju is giving a training to the women, as well as these toys are made from the native trees of our district, and it is an eco-friendly and it is a non-toxic. And we are also looking for the possibilities of making toys or products from the invasive tree species from our district. And the toys which are in the vibrant colors, rounded edge and environment-friendly manufacturing process makes the toys safe and durable for the children. Now move on to the Meendum Manjape movement in our district. Our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has launched Meendum Manjape program in December 2021. And considering thus throwing away the single-use plastic and going back to our old age tradition process of using manjapai. And in our district, we are focusing and taking it as a people movement, focusing on the livelihood opportunities in terms of bringing awareness to the peoples. So far, 17 awareness campaign has been conducted and 15,000 bags were distributed to the peoples. Also, 27K peoples were impacted so far. We are focusing on community of people from school children to college children, as well as the government official and the community of peoples and from town panchayat, village panchayat and municipalities. And in the Kalvarine hills of Kallakurichi district, we are planning to conduct a 2 manufacturing hub of cloth bag manufacturing. As of now, the cloth bag cost is around 10 rupees to 15 rupees. Now we are trying to bring back it at low cost by using the recyclable cloths in our district, as well as from procuring from other district. And after single-use plastic, we are also bringing an awareness to the peoples for using biodegradable bags. We are giving this campaign and awareness to the retail shop owners and publics. And now I'd like to show a video of elder woman sharing their experience of using the cloth bags, as well as the experience of single-use plastics. Thank you, everyone. Now I'll hand over to Tarun Kumar.
Vanakkam. Good afternoon. So I'm Tarun Kumar Yaman. I'm currently working as Green Fellow in Madurai district. So I will be just giving a brief summary of the experience that we have had as a Green Fellow over the last 6 months or so. Our program started in August 2023 after an intensive program of interview and other processes. Initially, our training was provided by our knowledge partner, Institute of Energy Studies, Anna University. And after a month-long training program, we were deployed to the respective districts. And since then, the fellows have been working across various sort of teams, interacting with district level administration and even interacting with policymakers at state level. And it's been a great experience for us as fellows, especially considering myself. I am someone who is interested in public policy and also interested in environmental conservation. So for me, this fellowship ticks all my boxes. So, and this has provided me immense opportunity to learn and impact positive environmental changes in my district. So let me just give a brief summary of the activities that I've been involved in Madurai district as a Green Fellow in the district. So the first one is, Meenakshi Amman temple is synonymous with Madurai. So the first thing that we did is climate smart monuments. Under the Green Temple scheme of the Environment Department, there was a preliminary survey conducted along with a private team consultancy called Ila Green. We did a survey over there, reading the sustainability measures that could be adopted in the temple, energy efficiency that could be adopted, and waste management practices that could be improved on that temple. And currently, we have conducted a preliminary survey, and we'll be soon working on extending the topics to the further areas in the sustainability aspects. And as green schools, I think my fellow member has already mentioned previously. This is there in Alanganallur School in Madurai. And there we will be adopting renewable energies based. The school will be entirely run, soon the school will be entirely run in solar power. So that's something we also been working on. And the Green Fellow is collaborating with the HRC department, school education department in this regard for these two schemes. And next one, there are a lot of schemes in the government departments, and the next step is towards digitization, and we are also working on that front. All the young minds, we have the access to digital abilities, and we are also working on, especially in mapping areas. There are a lot of forest department schemes, the Green Tamil Nadu mission, as we were discussing, and wetland mission. Everything is there, and to make these points accessible, we are making digitization mapping procedures accessible to public as well. And the next one is the most important one. With since I'm representing the Madurai district, with the collaboration of Madurai Corporation and the Forest Department, Madurai Forest Department, we're also working on urban afforestation programs. They call it a city lungs, and we are doing it in a place called Avaniyapuram in Madurai, and it's been a work in progress, but it was a great opportunity provided by my district forest officer, who has helped me along with the support of other fellow staffs. We have created a draft proposal, and the work is about to start in the urban parks. And the most important thing is the Meendum Manjapai awareness campaign. This has been with the support of, we are doing this with the support of Pollution Control Board. Across all the districts, we have been doing it. And I think over the last 6 months or so, I myself have involved in around 20 to 30 awareness campaigns. We set up a Manjapai mission stall at Madurai Book Fair, and it received a lot of appreciation from everyone. The mayor, everyone came there and inaugurated the program. It was a great, successful event. And last but not the least, I would also like to inform that the biodiversity heritage sites are coming up a lot, are soon going to increase in Tamil Nadu. And the first one is in Madurai, Aritapatti, and with the support of Forest Administration, we are also working on a conservation plan for the Aritapatti biodiversity site, and we are also working on wetland conservation and other aspects of the program. And the final concluding thing that I would like to mention in the projects area is that Tamil Nadu is the first state to have the climate change mission and dedicated exclusive mission. And in continuation of that, every district now has a district climate change mission. So the Green Fellows play an integral part in the district climate change mission. The mission is headed by the district collector, the DFOs act as the climate officer over there. And we will be working as, in the projects like a drafting of district level climate action plans and an awareness workshops, all those aspects. And there are almost 37 workshops conducted across all the districts now. So it has been a tremendous experience with respect to policy analysis and all those aspects. And the next one is just a brief of activities that I myself and other fellows have also been doing over this in the districts. So the first picture that you see in the top is regarding a clean air program drawing competition. We did this in Madurai. And the rest is this Manjapai awareness book stall, which I set up with the help of Pollution Control Board officials at Madurai Book Fair. And the next one is on September 24th, the Green Tamil Nadu Day anniversary was celebrated across all the districts, the first year anniversary. So there was a plantation drive across Madurai and all the districts. And the last one is the wetland awareness campaign, which was recently held on February 2nd. So the Green Fellows do a lot of awareness activities and also are involved in a lot of project works in the district, and also their impact is also felt beyond their districts as well. So Yeah, it's been a really great experience for us in this regard. So now I would like to present a video where the other Green Fellows also will be sharing their testimonials.
As a Green Fellow, I intend to promote youth in the involvement of the environmental protection, sustainable development, and climate resilience of the district.
I consider this fellowship offers me a great platform because we work very closely to district administration where we get to know the implementation of environmental schemes for the welfare of the society.
I feel this fellowship might help in incorporating my ideas towards the sustainability and bettering for the future.
Major focus is to increase the green cover of the district, and I would love to bring awareness among the school children.
Main experience in this Green Fellowship program is that I'm learning about my environment and the surrounding with local community people. Other than that, I feel immensely pleasure about part of this team.
And I'm so glad to be part of this Green Fellowship program because this fellowship program has been a major task and it provided me so much opportunity to explore various environment related activities happening in our district.
As a Green Fellow, my greatest desire is to provide a sustainable, eco-friendly lifestyle and environment for the district I am living. And this fellowship is a key turning my vision into reality. Let's make an impact together.
Yeah, so that was a testimonial by Philemon. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Additional Chief Secretary Madam, Department of Environment, Anna University, and the District Administration, DFOs, DEs, all those have been very supportive and encouraging for all the works and endeavors. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to invite onto the stage the Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, Srimati Supriya Sahu IAS. Ma'am, requesting you to join us on stage to felicitate all of the fellows from the Chief Minister's Green Fellowship Program. And ladies and gentlemen, can I request you all to please show them some appreciation for all of their lovely initiatives, the hard work, more importantly, the passion and the outreach. We'll also make sure to get one to all of our fellows who are here, not just the ones on stage. Ma'am, can we have you join them in the middle for a group photograph, please? Thank you so very much. Can I invite the team for us to change over for our final panel of the day? Ladies and gentlemen, next up on stage to discuss carbon neutral cities and circularity, we have a very, very distinguished panel that's going to be joining us. Please bear with us for a minute as we set up for the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving the warmest welcome to our chair for the next panel, Tirumati Nirmala Raja, Governing Council Member, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission. Our keynote speaker for this panel is the Principal Secretary to Government, Municipal Administration and Water Supply Department, Dr. D. Karthikeyan IAS. Vanakkam, sir, requesting your presence on stage. Our eminent chair and keynote speaker will be accompanied by other speakers. Thiru Manoj Singh IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Department of Environment, Climate Change and Forests, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Thiru Ashish Tiwari, IFS, Secretary to Government, Department of Environment, Climate Change and Forests, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Srinivas Krishnaswamy, Chief Executive Officer, Vasudha Foundation, and Thiru Sanjay Srivastava, IFS, PCCF, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Welcome. Thank you so very much for joining us for this panel. Ma'am, over to you.
No, I'll just speak. Thank you. So, namaste to everyone. We've come to the fag end of the evening and it's been immense learning. So I'm going to keep it really short and sweet so that we can conclude on time today. I'd like to request, I've been informed for the paucity of time that by 5:15 we finish. So each one of us, there are 5 members in the panel, so we will take 7 minutes, each one of us to share, and then we open up for questions. So to briefly share the context now of our topic, carbon neutral cities and circularity, I would just like to share my personal experience in this area. I manage a school in Chennai, and a little over a decade ago, we, like every school, would be studying various subjects, languages, mathematics, social sciences. We were also introduced to a very interesting subject on how to study solid waste management. So just like you have biology, sociology, many other ologies, the subject was called garbology, and it was basically the science of how to manage resources and waste. So this was a program from the 1st grade up till the 8th grade, and very quickly children in a very fun manner were learning the activities, and as even they were learning to the mind, they were also doing action on the ground in terms of applying these concepts. And some of these concepts was about learning how to segregate waste, learning the hierarchy of waste, learning systems thinking, learning about environmentally preferred purchases, and slowly learning to understand what was conscious consumerism. And I'm very happy to share that the children, we could actually see that there was behavior change, and children were also learning to see how to put these details into a waste calculator, which means they were looking at resources into energy, to carbon. The confidence of this project helped us also work with the government of Tamil Nadu to introduce these themes into the textbooks, and I'm very happy that more than 10 million textbooks are now carrying some of these topics. This led further to an opportunity which again was an announcement in the state of Tamil Nadu, where 17 small towns in the state were nominated to design master plans. The towns were nominated based on the population, a little around 2.5 lakhs. And these fast growing small towns were actually requested to amalgamate a few more areas of the panchayat areas close to the town and to come up with a master plan. And I'm happy to share that I've had the opportunity to be involved in one of those towns, which is Rajapalyam. And the design of this master plan kept going carbon neutral as the central principle, and also protecting the water aquifers. Keeping this as the central inspiration, the zoning of the spaces were done. And I'm very happy to share that recently, a little over 3 weeks ago, the master plan, which was worked on for 2.5 years, has been gazetted. And it's also the master plan after 20 years in Tamil Nadu that has been also announced. And we're very happy that many of the templates used in this master plan are also being used in another 8 cities of Tamil Nadu who are also working on their master plans. So with these 2 experiences of going carbon neutral and circularity, I have actually learned, and I've also had the opportunity to partner. Coming from a home which runs businesses, this was also an interesting way of public-private partnership. So this is my context today, and today we have 5 distinguished bureaucrats here today to share their experiences, and we will hear each one of them out. I would like to request Mr. Manoj Singh. He's come down from UP and he has a presentation. Mr. Ashish Tiwari is also from UP. He will also be offering us a presentation. Dr. Karthikeyan from our very own Chennai municipality, he will also be speaking. And Dr. Srinivas Krishnaswamy, who runs a foundation called the Vasudha Foundation, he will be also sharing with us about how his research organization goes about helping many cities come out with their knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jai Shri Ram. Shri Ram was consecrated on throne in the temple of Ayodhya, and he heralded in a city which is totally climate neutral city. Ayodhya is the first city in UP which has 40 megawatts of solar plant which supplies to the whole city, and it is the climate neutral city which is a landmark for all other cities of the country to make the whole city climate neutral. 2021 in UP, we had a climate change summit. And in that climate change summit, we calculated the carbon footprint of each and every delegate. And we planted simultaneously 46,000 trees to make the whole event as a climate neutral event. We solemnize marriages. If we make our marriages, the function of that marriage, climate neutral by financing such kind of tree plantation or using solar energy, we will definitely be doing a yeoman service to the society. There are lots of opportunity. When we talk about climate change mitigation, the onus lies on us. And when we talk about decarbonization, we have to start from our home. If you install 8 kilowatts of solar rooftop plant on in your house, you make your house totally carbon neutral. It is equivalent to planting of 3,600 trees. Why not start today? Honorable Prime Minister has given a beautiful scheme called PM Suryodaya Yojana, where almost 1 crore household will be getting a solar rooftop, and it will be adding to 10,000 megawatt additional solar potentiality which will be created. Such kind of individual steps will go a long way in solving our climate change problem. And that's why when we were holding our climate change summit, we showed to the public a very small cartoon. The cartoon was that a pious man, a truthful man, a dedicated man, a hardworking man dies, and he goes to the Chitragupt Darbar, because we Hindus believe in reincarnation. And Chitragupt, who is a moral record keeper, pulls out his record of his lifetime. And the benchmark was that if you score 70 marks and above, you go to heaven. And if you score less than 70 marks, you go to hell. And this guy, who was a pious, honest, a man of integrity, gets less than 70 marks. He asked, why? Why did I get less than 70 marks? And the answer was, look, you didn't care for the Mother Earth. You never planted a tree. You utilized the resources unabatedly. You polluted the environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, environmental ethics is the paramount ethics. And let's score on that card. Start from today only, whatever little step you can take for climate change mitigation. With this message, I will like to tell you what we are doing in UP. This year, our Honorable Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, presented a green budget in our assembly. And I have a copy of that green budget. The green budget went into details and nuances of 18 departments. And out of 2,45,000 crores budget of 18 departments, 26% of the budget was devoted to green activities. We also made SAP CC report, and we dealt into the greenness of all departments, and we found that 80% of the finance is in place. So we don't have to worry about finance as far as the governmental scheme implementation is concerned. Not only that, we also organized 2 race campaigns to pick up the litter plastics in 17 cities of UP, which is non-performing cities, you can call, as far as air pollution and water pollution is concerned. And we collected in one day 500 quintals of plastic, which we sent to Ultra Cement plant where it was mixed for cement production. Such kind of campaign in city-wise and village-wise can really transform and give results as far as enforcement of circular economy is concerned. Today in UP, we have made Nirmal Ganga. Almost 75% of our cities which are falling on the banks of Ganga have STPs, and in next 3 years, 100% sewer will be tapped from this city and Ganga will be totally clean. Similarly, we have 17 non-attainment cities as far as air pollution is concerned, and we have prepared the roadmap to make it pollution less. And in fact, in last 2 years, 200 units of pollution has been reduced in these 17 cities. In last 5 years in UP, we have planted 135 crore trees. And these trees has been planted by collaboration of each and every, through community engagement, and each and every district, one of the minister, honorable minister, went to oversee the whole campaign of plantation. Today, we are fighting climate change through carbon sequestration in UP, and we have a very robust nursery amounting to 50 crores plantlings every year we can supply from our nurseries. We are targeting to make our green cover from 9% to 15% in next 5 years. And we have adequate amounts of planting, and we are also having a robust agroforestry policy where we are seeing that tree outside forest is also grows. This year, 25,000 farmers who have planted trees are getting $6 per tree as a carbon credit. Apart from what they are selling as wood price, they are realizing they are getting $6 per tree as a bonus. Agroforestry can do wonders for tripling of farmer income, and they can also sequester and store carbon. Such kind of intervention will really make a very radical change as far as carbon mitigation is concerned. Today, we have come from Lucknow to address to you to share some of our experiences, because climate change is something where we have to act as a one community. In fact, any tree planted in Tamil Nadu or anywhere in the world will sequester carbon for all of us. And that's why it's a massive community engagement program that we have to indulge in. I have lots of data to present, but since I have been limited with only 7 minutes to speak, I will leave the rest for my colleagues to speak. But I will espouse from this holy gathering over here, the august peoples who are sitting over here, go and start decarbonizing your home. Start decarbonizing your transport. In fact, rich people should take an oath to buy their second car as an EV. And in long run, they should buy a hydrogen car. In fact, in many of the seminars, people ask me, what is the difference between air pollution and climate change? I will give you a very small example. If you are buying an EV, you are addressing to the problem of air pollution. But if you are buying a hydrogen car, you are addressing to the problem of climate change. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a vow, and from today only, we have to be very active to save this world. We don't have any second earth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Karthikeyan to address us.
I think, ma'am, you left your... Respected Additional Chief Secretary, Environment Forest, Government of Tamil Nadu, and respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, I'm really happy to stand before you all in this fantastic event organized by our dynamic leader, namely Mrs. Supriya Sahu, the Additional Chief Secretary. And many congratulations to the Green Fellows who have spoken very eloquently about what they are doing. It's truly an amazing job. Seeing them coming from smaller towns like Karur, Tenkasi, Pudukkottai, and Kallakurchi, and many others who joined virtually. It's really a wonderful, motivating program, madam, which you have conceived and you have executed, and all our youngsters are getting benefit out of that. Thank you, ma'am. And speaking about carbon neutral cities, this phrase itself is actually frightening to me, because as an urban administrator, I've been very closely seeing the challenges of managing a city, right from 2001 when I was in Coimbatore, and again in Chennai for 5 long years. Tamil Nadu, as you all know, is one of the very fastest urbanizing states in the country. We have 21 municipal corporations, 138 municipalities, and 490 town panchayats. Almost 60% of the population lives in our cities. So for urban administrators like me and for the state, the biggest challenge is how to sustainably provide urban services like protected water supply, functional underground drainages, and all urban transport and all other urban services without compromising or without depleting our natural resources and by protecting the resources that are available. That itself is a major challenge. In urban areas, you can generally say, as I mentioned earlier, giving protected water supply is one of the primary objectives of the government. Second is to give functional underground drainages so that we don't pollute the environment and we don't pollute the water bodies. Third, and the most challenging thing is solid waste management. Our ACS Uttar Pradesh spoke briefly about solid waste management. And next one is to protect water bodies. And the next important thing that we need to do is whatever is the little urban green spaces that are available, to protect them, to protect the same, and then to augment to it. That is another major challenge. And the final thing I would say is recycling of water and circular economy. The government of Tamil Nadu is already aware about all these challenges, and we are in a large scale doing, we are trying to manage the water supply issues by giving protected water supply. Unfortunately, we have very little perennial water supply in our state. With the available water sources, we are able to give protected water supply, and with the help of Jal Jeevan Mission, in the past 3 years alone, 1.25 crore tap connections have been given in the state of Tamil Nadu, protected water supply to the citizens of Tamil Nadu. This is to talk about the rural areas, and also for the urban areas also, almost 80%, 85% of the households are provided with protected water supply. When it comes to underground drainage also, since Tamil Nadu was already urbanized even in the 80s and 90s, we have, if you see the per capita UGD coverage in the country, we are one among the top in the country. We are able to treat the underground water, sewer water very properly, and then let it in the water bodies and other places to the quality conditions and stipulations of the Pollution Control Board. That is happening. When it comes to solid waste management, I should honestly admit to you that that is one of the most challenging task any urban administrator faces today, because it requires a lot of behavioral changes. We citizens segregate the garbage properly when we go abroad, when we travel outside the country. Many of our own colleagues and our own family members, we have seen them behave in a proper manner in other countries. But whereas when you come to our country and our state, the behavior changes. So therefore, segregation of waste at source is the most challenging thing. I'm sure all our young fellows and young children in the schools and colleges will help us achieve that, because the change has to happen at each and every household. Then only it can be, we can have a sustained and scientifically treated waste management facilities. If you club the garbage and send it to our bins, then it's a big challenge for our municipal staff to segregate it at the site, and the quality also compromises. It's very, very difficult. We are in a big scale IEC activity we are doing. We are doing campaign on alternate Saturdays in schools and colleges. I should thank our ACS Environment, Forest and Climate Change for giving us all the support through her department and through Pollution Control Board to achieve this. If you take if you ask me how we treat the waste, things have changed drastically over the past 10 years. We had a woofing 207 lakh cubic meters of legacy waste left in our dump yards. Two of the larger dump yards are very nearby. One is in Perungudi, the other one is in Kodungur. We have done biomining in Perungudi. We are going to start biomining in Kodungur in a large scale. Last Saturday, our Honorable Chief Minister has laid the foundation stone for doing the biomining of about 70 lakh tons of waste that is there in Kodungallur and then to reclaim the land. We are very sure that we will go in that path and then set up many more facilities that will treat the waste in a proper scientific manner. Besides this, segregating every day and handling the segregated waste is very, very important. We are in the process of setting up, we have already 2 or 3 biomethanization plants up and running in the city. We are going to have 7 biomethanization plants in smaller cities like Coimbatore, Madurai, and other cities. That's the way to go, I'm sure. I think Uttar Pradesh has also done a lot of biomethanization plants in the state. We are aware of that and we are catching up with that. When it comes to the when it comes to the treatment of wastewater, larger cities have UGDs, underground drainages, but the smaller cities have a big challenge. The smaller cities are coupled with challenges from the neighboring peri-urban villages. So that is another issue. So we are monitoring the cesspool tankers very closely. We are buying large cesspool tankers ourselves so that we will do a proper service to the households. We have mapped the entire city, entire state, and identified about 170 locations where we need to set up the FSTPs, fecal sludge treatment plants, and STPs. So there is no dearth of money for these projects. The Tamil Nadu government is sanctioning projects for this count, any amount of money, and we also get benefit from the Swachh Bharat mission. And we are also implementing this National Clean Air Program thanks to Government of India and thanks to our Environment Department. And with regard to protection of water bodies, I should say that in Amrut alone, we have renovated about 474 water bodies. We have preserved 474 water bodies and spent about 274 crores for water body restoration alone. In terms of preserving the green spaces, about 565 green spaces have been protected in the past 2.5 years at a cost of about 163 crores. And in our recent budget, there was a big announcement about working in collaboration with the Environment Department and making the green mission spread throughout the state. You all must be aware about this CRRT, Chennai River Restoration Trust, which was started about 20 years ago, which has done a lot of good work. And we are going to commence the restoration of Adayar River and beautifying it. That tender is almost finalized. We will be awarding the work very soon, and you will very soon see. Many of us would have thought that we will never see the river of Kuam and Adayar clean in our lifetime, but it is a certainty, it's going to happen, and the work will commence very shortly in Adayar. The contract has been finalized. It's a hybrid annuity model, and for about 1,500 crores, the work has been finalized, and it will be awarded very soon. We are not going to stop with that only. We are not going to stop with protecting the rivers in the headquarters. We are going to do a lot of work in Tamrabarani, Vaigai, Noyal, and Kaveri. All the major cities, namely Tirunelveli, Madurai, Erode, Coimbatore, all the cities will benefit from this. Whatever good work that is being done by CRRT in the city capital, the state capital, it will be expanded to other towns. So a lot more information, but I don't want to bore you with many such details. There are a lot of speakers and we have consent of time. So with these few words, I would like to thank Environment Department for supporting the Municipal Administration Department in taking our efforts into a reality. Thank you, madam. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Thiru Ashish Tiwari to address us.
Delegates on dais, all participants, Supriya Sahu ma'am. I was very passionately listening about the session just before this session on climate financing. We are going to, in fact, present a different perspective when it comes to financing. I think the governance issues, how actually the finances available and how actually the policies in the form of schemes are implemented at the ground level, that actually can bring lot of change. That is what we have tried to done in the state. Next, please. I'll run through the presentation also. Why am I showing this slide to you? It's not that I think this data everyone knows, but UP is not a state, it's a country. It's a land of challenges, opportunities. It's land of holy cities, land of holy river. And it has got population of about 250 millions and 950 towns and cities and over 58,000 gram panchayats. Just think of if we want to implement our climate action in a localized way, what is the scale where we have to really work? Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So these are the policy enabling environment which has been created over past few years. You can see that recently in last 2-3 years, many policies have started coming in, ranging from solar policy to electric vehicle manufacturing and mobility policy, then bioenergy policy, which is very, very important, and green hydrogen policy draft has also been circulated. And on climate action, which covers, and circularity, in fact, which is very, very instrumental for carbon neutrality. Our concept of carbon neutrality is a bit different. We believe in climate smartness, to which carbon neutrality is a component. So localization of climate action in gram panchayats, districts, cities and towns, and then phasing out single-use plastic, then water conservation, Amrit Sarovar, etc., and the green budget tagging, which Manoj Singh sir has just mentioned. Solar policy, like our vision is to have in place 22 gigawatt of solar energy by 2028 in the state. The breakup is before you, it's there in the policy, I'm not going to repeat it. But I just want to say the impact of the policy which has come, which you can see in this slide. The recent groundbreaking ceremony in which Honorable Prime Minister came to Lucknow, see the kind of investments on renewable sector. These are the projects which are about to be grounded. The groundbreaking ceremony has already happened. 8,54,083 crore worth projects on solar energy, bioenergy, green hydrogen, pumped storage. UP is not a undulating country, but still we have done a kind of a combined energy storage potential, which is 186 gigawatt hour. So the 12 projects with investment of 1,06,000 crores INR has already come in. These projects are going to be grounded, and other also. So in all, total investment of 8,54,000 crores has these our policy interventions, the policy enabling atmosphere has in fact attracted. Then electric vehicle manufacturing and mobility policy. UP being the electric vehicle, UP is having the largest share in our country, and believe us that Tata Motors has started producing electric buses in Lucknow, and Ashok Leyland has also come forward, and the groundbreaking ceremony, the work has already started, and by end of 2024, they will be started producing electric vehicles in Lucknow. Then on charging stations also, UP's share is the maximum, and the investment and manufacturing about 6,000 crores for EV related component manufacturing. So in a way, UP is being developed as a EV manufacturing hub also besides EV uptake in the city. The CAGR is 11% in EV sales in the state of Uttar Pradesh. This is how actually our cities, how our city can become carbon neutral or climate smart. I think there are 3 sectors, priority sectors where we have to focus. One is urban mobility, other is carbon sequestration, with my PCCF sir will focus that how state is working on carbon sequestration, and third would be on solar energy and the energy transition towards renewable. Then the climate smart Gram Panchayats, actually the planning has already started, and we are taking this planning to 58,000 Gram Panchayats, and our job does not end at planning. Actually our job begins when plan is complete. On financing climate smart action plans, please believe me, we have done a great exercise. 2 years we have been doing exercise on convergence of schemes for climate action at the ground level, panchayat level, and we have found that about 72% of finance is available. The question is, how do you tweak around your schemes for climate action at village level? And if you have a proper GPDP, Gram Panchayat Development Plan integration of your climate action, then I think the gap will be very, very small, and that gap can be fulfilled. We have started a very novel initiative of private panchayat partnership to attract CSR funds for climate smart planning in villages and cities. And so, as I am not going into detail because of paucity of time, but the similar kind of approach and strategies goes for cities and district also. Amrit Sarovar. I think every speaker has focused upon the water conservation initiatives, but believe me, when we actually monitored how the water conservation programs are being implemented, then it gave us a push to prepare a model standard operating procedure for rejuvenation of Amrit Sarovar. I think every state has to look into how this scheme is being implemented so that the impacts are optimized rather maximized. So it's a very, very sensitive area actually. It's not only, you can say, it's not only optics by creating a pond, but you have to really see whether water is stored in the pond, whether the channel is clear, whether catchment area is there to actually provide water to this particular Amrit Sarovar. Then waste. Many things have been done in every state, and Tamil Nadu under the leadership of Supriya Madam is doing wonderful work. I would cite just 2 examples very briefly, is that the success depends in making a particular waste management initiative a business proposition. What are the challenges actually? You have to put in money in such a way that ultimately it becomes a profitable proposition. If you have an MRF in a small town, it will not work. You will find so many waste management plants not working, so many MRFs in the panchayats and the small towns not working. The question is, like the valuable plastic, whether it actually goes, the benefit of valuable plastic actually goes to the vendor who is doing waste management and not. If door-to-door collection is not ensured, then there is a pilferage. Then the second thing is to making a system economically viable. I think the biggest opportunity is with EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, and we had done this in Prayagraj. I think in the next slides it will be shown. This Prayagraj legacy waste disposal and daily waste also, UP cities and towns are very large. I think daily waste and the legacy and the RDF which comes out of the daily waste and legacy waste is very, very large. So we have leveraged EPR for transportation cost to send this RDF for co-processing in cement kilns. And now this Prayagraj model has already been adopted by Lucknow, which has got 20 lakh tons, metric tons of legacy waste and so much of a daily waste also. So what I mean to say that you have to make the waste management system a profitable proposition, then only it will sustain. I'm not going into detail of e-waste and battery waste. Of course, battery waste is a new challenge area where actually the lead acid batteries are still in practice, particularly in our, you can say, low cost mobility, e-rick and all. So that areas are also our state is working. And the green budget, our ACS sir has already covered. The point is, like when we have a benchmarking, when we have a baseline for all the departments, year on year, the departments can improve upon their performance on green budgeting. That will facilitate actually flow of finances, your internal budget finances into climate action. So with this, I conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our final speaker, Dr. Srinivasan. I may have to request you to keep it short and sweet, yes.
I'll
Just
make it
before
short and
you
sweet.
start, I just take the opportunity to also welcome Mr. Sanjay Srivatsava. Yes. So maybe after he speaks.
My
yes,
presentation?
thank you.
Yeah. Anarikum Vanakkam, very good afternoon to all of you. I'll try and keep my presentation very brief, but the presentation is primarily on the role of cities in making India achieve its net zero by 2070. Now, why are we looking at cities? So our approach primarily has been that, while we do not take away the fact that having a statewide or an economy-wide net zero vision and a net zero pathway is absolutely essential, I think we need to come down to a bottom-up approach. The whole idea is to develop a similar kind of strategies both at the city level as well as the district level. Now, if you need the reason why we think that we need to have a bottom-up approach to develop strategies for decarbonizing cities and districts for multitude of reasons. Number one, I think these strategies that can be developed in the cities and the districts can be rooted in the ground reality, which will mean that you are actually having projects on the ground which will be implementable. And everyone has been talking about the kind of money that is required, the kind of financing that is required. And if you're looking at smaller projects, if you're looking at projects at the district level, looking at projects at the city level, the financing amount will be less daunting than what we would see at the state or the national level. And more importantly, I think we need to take cognizance of the fact that even within a state, all geographies are very different. And any strategy, you can't have a prescription or a strategy, a set of strategy prescriptions that's common for all geographies. You need something that is very tailor-made for specific geographies and specific districts. With that premise, what we actually started to do, and unfortunately I don't know why the presentation is not working, but we actually working on multiple geographies across the state of UP, across the state of Tamil Nadu, across the state of Gujarat, and few other states, and approach primarily, oh, there it is. And our approach primarily is that we've looked at various geographies, we've looked at multiple cities, and what we felt is, one is, if you look at the CO2 emissions of cities, and I've just made an indicative of just about a few of the major cities, you will see that out of the total emission of India of 2,953 million tons of CO2 equivalent, close to 60% have just been from the cities. So that's another reason why addressing cities or looking at decarbonizing pathways for the city is absolutely essential. Second, now if you look at the kind of urbanization that's happening, and if you look at the kind of building stock that's going to come up in the cities, that's a massive number, and I'm not going to get into the details. And then I was telling you about the sort of the districts that we were looking at. And each of these districts, or each of the cities we look at, from Ahmedabad to Nilgiris, are completely different either in their socio-economic or the drivers of everything, whether it's the GDP or whether it's the drivers of the economy of the district or the source of emissions of each of these. Now, from Rajapalyam to Nilgiris to Nagpur to Ahmedabad to Gautam Buddha Nagar, Ayodhya, they're completely different. And I'm not going to get into the details, but you have all the statistics there. Now, again, if you look at the temperature, from Nilgiris, which is about 26 degrees, which may touch about 28 degrees, to something like about Ahmedabad, Chitrakoot, which is about 48, which can go up to 50. You know, again, you can see a huge diversity of how it's going to be. And then if you look at the greenhouse gas emissions, and I did talk about this, we have done a lot of studies. We also, our approach is also to look at estimating the emissions from each of these cities and districts. And again, you will see that the sources of emissions for each of them are different. It varies from livestock in some, to industries to some. Transport, of course, is something that cuts across everything, right? And then if you look at, and so our approach has been more bottom-up approach, engagement of local stakeholders, what Madam Supriya Sahu has always been talking of, a community approach, what Ashish Ji has always been talking of, a community buy-in. So that's been our approach, and aligned with national and state climate goals and targets. And now if you look at the pathways that we develop, we're looking at about 6. One is we are looking at understanding the priorities and aspirations. We are looking at situation and baseline analysis, which is your climate variability studies that we do detailed study, both for the current period as well as the 2100 period. We look at the greenhouse gas emissions inventory. We look at impacts of policies and programs. That's again extremely essential, because without knowing how the program or policies have worked in a particular geography, you can't really come up with solutions. And then we come up with adaptation and climate resilience strategies. We're looking at mitigation strategies. Mitigation strategies, you're looking at both estimating the potential for various mitigating strategies, whether it's solar, whether it's wind, whatever it is, whether it's biomethanization, what is the kind of potential it has. And then last but not the least, assessment of the financial needs. So when you're looking at assessment of financial needs, what we're also doing is to link it to ongoing programs and schemes, because there is money in the system. It's not that there is no money in the system. There's money in the system. How do you sort of bring in the money in the system? There could be gaps. So what are the gaps required? So that's the assessment that we also do. And importantly, what we do is we do year-on-year projects, because that will give the administration what can be done on a year-on-year basis. Now, these are the broad areas. I'm not going to get into that due to the paucity of time. But I would like to now talk of one area that we've been doing a fair amount of work. That's the Rajapalyam planning area, local planning area. I'm happy to inform you all that the Rajapalyam decarbonization pathway is almost finalized. Very much thank you very much to Madam Supriya Sahu, Madam Nirmala Raja and others, and Tapasya Design, Auroville Consulting, Auroville Botanicals for helping us bring this report. It's it's not a report, it's a detailed plan that gives you year-on-year activities. It tells you how much money is required, and it also tells you what the priorities are. And in fact, one of the priorities in the cover page, and we do hope, and we call it the Sanjeevi Conspiracy Group. We want the Sanjeevi Ballet to be one of the first projects to be taken up. It's all here in this. So the full details of the Rajapalyam is here. And yes, Madam did talk of the Rajapalyam 2041 master plan being approved by the government of Tamil Nadu just about a week, 10 days back, 15 days back. So this plan is aligned to the 2041 master plan, in complete sync with it, and it sort of, both of them will go hand in hand to make Rajapalyam a truly carbon neutral city well before 2041. And we have pathways for that. And these are doable pathways. The other city or the district is the Nilgiris. I'm not going to get into this, but these are the numbers for those interested. But this plan will also be shared with you very soon. But there are these numbers there. Another minute, madam? One more minute? Yeah, so the Nilgiris is another, that's again the hotbed of the tea industry. So one of the areas that we're looking at is decarbonizing the tea industry. We're going to start off with INCOSERV, a detailed plan of the entire 16 factories, decarbonizing the 16 factories of the INCOSERV. We've worked on the data. And then we're looking at the restoration of Shola forest and the grasslands in Nilgiris. Low carbon and sustainable tourism is another area that we are focusing on, and waste sector management. So we have done a detailed climate variability analysis. We looked at sequestration potential of Nilgiris. We have also done a GHG emissions for Nilgiris. All the numbers are ready with us. And then Ayodhya. I should also touch Ayodhya. This is another city where we are actually setting up the plans. Now this is the map of Ayodhya. And what we have also done is the kind of solutions that we're looking at. We are looking at, this is like an artistic impression of what Ayodhya will look like in the next decade or so. A lot of these are ongoing plans that are already planned by the administration, but there are also some add-on plans, and we've also identified clearly what the add-on plans are. I'll stop here for now, and thank you very much. And I'll be happy to take questions.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, ACS Forest Tamil Nadu Supriya ma'am, and the audience. It is a great privilege and good opportunity to be in this gathering, August gathering. We have seen how Tamil Nadu Climate Change Department is doing. And just a session before us, the CM climate change persons were there. They were awarded. They were doing a very good job. We want to just share what our ACS Sahab has started his lecture from Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Ram means that this is a challenge for Uttar Pradesh now. The Ayodhya is such a city which is now going to be a great challenge for us, and we have started and take up this challenge with good start. We started a race campaign well before this August. Planning was there for 22nd of January. So we have planned everything. Our cities are planned. We are talking about carbon neutral cities and circularities. All this have been explained by Ashish. I just want to add few things to that, what our state has been doing. Since we have very less area outside the forest, we are very limited forest, around 6.15% area. So our focus is to make the area greener by tackling the agroforestry. So we are going for a good agroforestry policy is there on annual, and it is going to take shape very soon. We are involving the farmers. For that, we have selected around 6 mandals. 6 mandals are there. We have selected farmers, the tree grown on their farmland. We are going to pay them the carbon credit for that. For that, we have entered in MOU with VNV and with TERI. So that way, what is there, it will be helping in tripling the farmer's income. Farmer will be getting the wood, he will be getting the crop from his field, and apart from that, the carbon credit is also on the place. We have planned where everything, and soon we are going to distribute the carbon credit earned by them to start with. So that is the way we are going to involve the public and involve the persons in making the cities carbon neutral. And we will definitely work, and it is great pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. The time is very less, ma'am. Wanted to share more, but nevertheless, we will meet again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the senior secretaries. I'm really nervous because there's such a paucity of time, but I have to say there was some kind of circularity in which we managed to really optimize and do our best. And thank you, Mr. Karthikeyan, also very much, and to all the bureaucrats from UP. So with Madam's permission, I want to know whether questions can be opened up or no. Yes, there's lack of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's very ably moderated. Can I invite you all to please step forward for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a huge round of applause for our very distinguished and accomplished panel on stage? I'd now like to invite Tirumati Nirmala Raja, Governing Council Member, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, to please present mementos to our panelists and keynote speaker on the dais. May I please invite on stage Thiru Eric Solheim, Governing Council Member, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, to please felicitate Tirumati Nirmala Raja. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm going to invite you all to please proceed to be seated off stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you to our panelists. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our summarization and deliberations, may I please welcome on stage the Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, Tirumati Supriya Sahu, IAS, Special Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, Thiru Anurag Mishra, IFS, Special Secretary, Forest, Environment, Climate Change Department, Thiru Ritto Siriak, IFS, and Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company, Dr. S. Vishwanathan. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the guidebook release. May I welcome on stage Dr. Kurian Joseph, the Director, Center for Climate Change and Disaster Management, to join us on stage for the launch of the baseline study on waste to energy, a pathway to clean power generation. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the baseline study on waste to energy, a pathway to clean power generation. Dr. Kurian, if I can have you stay back for one more launch. We'll now be launching the baseline study on carbon enrichment program. Thank you, Dr. Kurian. Thank you so very much. And now may I please welcome on stage the technical expert from GIZ, Mr. Praveen Yadav. We will now be releasing the guidebook for implementing zero waste measures for major bus terminus in Tamil Nadu. I'd also like to invite Mr. Vinod Chelladurai and Mr. Yogesh to join them on stage for this launch. Mr. Vinod Chelladurai and Mr. Yogesh. And now for the launch of the circular economy approaches for discarded fishing nets, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I'd like to welcome on stage Dinesh and Vani from the self-help group. Dinesh, Vani. இங்க வந்ததுக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப நன்றி. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, ரொம்ப நன்றி. Thank you so very much.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and that brings us to the close of the two-day climate summit. I know that people have to now rush because they have flights to catch or they have to travel, so we would not like to hold you beyond this point, but I think it will be too much if I start taking the names of people, including my team. So my team is, part of my team is here, half of my team is here, and half of the team is in the secretariat, and everybody is here. I thought that I'll just will get them to summarize, and as per the schedule, these guys are supposed to summarize and all that, but I think that's going to take a bit of a time. So shall I ask you to summarize, or shall we just... See, this is what it is. We can close it. So I think that's, there's no time, and we'll also have to, all of us have to rush. So deep gratitude and thank you to each and every one of you for coming to this climate summit, accepting our offer, accepting our invitation, and honoring with your presence. And let me not say anybody's name, but when I say thank you, it includes each and every one of you. Nandri, Vanakkam, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the culmination of the Tamil Nadu Climate Summit 2.0. To each and every one of you who joined us here, with your passion, your ideas, our thought leaders, our experts, more importantly, all the collaborations that are born out of this two-day interaction. We're truly eternally grateful for your contribution in making this a grand success. Thank you so very much for joining us and being a sensational audience. On behalf of Evoke Media, the entire team behind the console, everyone's working behind the scenes, the entire team from ITC who've been working to make sure that the summit's been comfortable for all of you. My name is Sahitya Jagannathan. Thank you so very much. Nandri, Vanakkam.